Welcome, one and all, folks, to the K.O.E Nation for a very special impromptu little treat for all of us here, folks. A Sunday night chill stream. Yeah, folks, we're all going to chill. It's an AMA stream, but also I'm doing this stream not just for you, not just for me, but for a good cause and for a good friend. I'm just going to go ahead and open this show, but folks, bless every last one of you. God bless every last one of you for being here. Thank you for being here. Thank you for joining us here at the K.O.E Nation this evening. But this evening, I'm doing this. I'm going to be also trying to help with a good friend of mine. This is Danielle Cunert, the wife of Jahirmi. They've got a GoFundMe going on right now. So if you would be so kind, folks, she was in a really bad car accident and there was some bills involved. So, here's the link to the GoFundMe, folks. Here's the overall. Let's see if there's anything more I can read here. Okay. Danielle was recently in a bad car accident. She is currently in Lincoln at Bryan Health in the ICU. She has 4 broken ribs and hit her head in the accident. She was sedated and had a breathing tube. She is awake now. The breathing tube has been removed. She could possibly be in the hospital for up to 5 days, depending on her recovery. Danielle already struggles with her MS and trying to take care of her family, which the children are both in elementary school. Please help out as much as you can. Everything helps. So, folks, I'm planning on donating to this as well in the next few days. When payday hits, I'm going to be going right here to this link right here, GoFundMe. I will be bringing this up throughout the night, folks. So for our very good friend, you hear me? This is for you, sir. And yeah, folks, any way you can, any way that you can possibly help out. Even more important than that, your prayers for this amazing family, these amazing people. So please, people, please, folks, just whatever you can do. If you can help out with a few bucks, great. They're not even halfway to their goal. If you can help out with prayers too, that's even more important. So thank you for all of that. And I will be bringing this up again, this GoFundMe link throughout the night. And, just for safety's sake, I'm going to drop it here in the chats for all you beautiful people at home. So you can, yes, no matter where you are, Big Bucket Empire, K.O.E Nation, Big Bucket Entertainment on Twitch, like wherever you are, this is where you can get this link. And yes, I'll be hitting this up throughout the night because, Jeremy's just good shit. He's a good person. He's just good salt of the earth man who will do anything he can for his family. And it's really unfortunate that good man got dealt this bad hand. And so, folks, really, if you'll just offer prayers for that family, that would be much, much appreciated, much, much obliged. I will be bringing that up throughout the night. But, folks, this is a chill stream. We're going to have some fun here. Ask me anything. But yeah, I'm going to be trying to help out a good friend throughout it. So God bless every last one of you. And we're going to get into this chill stream with something that I'm really fun. I'm happy with. So, and again, AMA, ask me anything. But this one, we're going to start off with a video of me, Tony, and Chicken trying George T. Stagg for the first time ever. Okay, so that was a special experience. Let's make sure you're getting the. Welcome, one and all, to the K.O.E Nation for a very anticipated Spirits review. Folks, you saw the thumbnail. You know what you're getting into. This is a bottle opening review of George T. Stagg bourbon whiskey. I am your king of extreme, Phil, K.O.E, the man of the hour, the man with the power, the man that makes the other podcast cower. You can find me at K.O.E Nation on YouTube, TikTok, and Twitch, and I am joined this evening by my indomitable broadcast partners. First, the one, the only,
your Big Bucket Emperor Chicken. Find me on Facebook and YouTube at big fucking empire. Tonight, sporting my lumberjack outfit.
Nice. And also, the one, the only.
The tree he's going to chop down, the 14-time RWP champion, the blend master, the non-chill filtered quadruple distilled Tony fucking G. Like, share, subscribe, and boy, oh boy, Phil wasn't kidding. We've got a special one tonight, and I like to think that the T in this stands for Tony fucking G.
Now, here we go, guys.
It's a screw cap.
Oh, God, that'd be awful.
All right. Here we go.
Oh, God, you even got a glug in there.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Nice little glug.
Oh, gives me chills.
Yeah, that's it. Chills.
Yeah. Now, you don't have to pour too heavy with that. As much as I want to drink a lot of that.
Well, understandable there, T, because I'm going to get into the reason why there in a second. Chicken's like, you can keep going.
Yeah, just spill
Actually, I did give you a little nice healthy pour, but it's holidays and such.
It is.
Just a few days after Christmas, because this is George T. Stagg. Wash us in your jealousy. Kentucky straight bourbon whiskey. Uncut. Unfiltered. 69.35 alcohol by volume, limited edition, barrel proof, 138.7 proof product of Kentucky. Now, Tony, there's quite a bit more here. I'm going to let you get into that because I've been looking forward to a nose of this for a while now.
George T. Stagg, Kentucky straight bourbon whiskey. The period from 1865 to 1890 was known as the Gilded Age of Bourbon. Industry and innovation combined to produce stunning advances in quality and production. During this period, two noted distillers, E.H. Taylor Jr. and George T. Stagg, partnered to build one of the world's premier distillers that would survive through economic cycles of boom and bust, and through floods, fires, and droughts. On the banks of the Kentucky River, Taylor built the grandest distillery the world had yet seen, utilizing state-of-the-art technology that was clearly the first and only one of its kind. Stagg supplied the financial acumen and knowledge of fine whiskeys that helped build the company into one of the world's leading whiskey producers. As a bourbon expert proclaimed in 1890, the distillery is ne plus ultra of its class, the best of the best. The Stagg Distillery continued in operation up to and through Prohibition, one of only 4 such to remain open during that period, the only one to survive to the present day. Now known as Buffalo Trace Distillery, our master distillers and aging warehouse managers have combined their extensive whiskey-making experience to present this magnificent aged bourbon that George T. Stagg himself would have been proud to call his own. Uncut, unfiltered, and of an age and quality that only more than 2 centuries of experience can bring. Buffalo Trace Distillery offers this bourbon as a testament to quality, tradition, and innovation, and to the struggle to persevere and prosper where most others have failed, which is what George T. Stagg and his namesake bourbon are all about. We can think of no better tribute. I earned this drink.
You sure did. Well done.
Thank you.
Well done.
Give that a nose, T.
Yeah.
I'm eager. Ooh, thick leg. Oh my God, thick legs.
Yep.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh dear Lord.
For days.
Oh my God.
Mm.
It smells hot. It smells hot, but it doesn't smell 138.
No,
it doesn't.
not even like it smells like a 90 proof.
Yeah.
You get some oak for sure right away.
A
The
little
typical-
bit. Now, apparently, this is
There's like a
from what I've read, 15 years.
there's some cake quality.
This
in
has
there,
got
Okay, to me, I'm not getting that. You know what I'm getting? The perfect amount of vanilla, the perfect amount of oak, the perfect there's the perfect amount of caramel, and then just add like an extra 15%.
cinnamon.
You know, I'm getting just because when
I'm sorry,
hits
but
my nose, first thing I think is caramel.
you can hate me. It's not the same out of the bottle, but
There's similarities.
there are
but
similarities.
I still
It doesn't smell as good out of the bottle.
I
No.
still get some kind of like it's not like a chocolate cake or anything. I'm thinking more of like a I don't want to say carrot cake because that throws you way off, but it's
Like a like a dark chocolate mayonnaise cake is what I'm thinking.
mayonnaise cake?
It's a real thing. Look it up. It's delicious.
What do you eat?
It's a chocolate cake. You use mayonnaise in it in the recipe.
Heathen.
It's amazing. Not kidding. It's got cinnamon. It's got vanilla.
I get the cinnamon and vanilla. There's just a sugar in there that's just a dessert.
It's sweetness.
Maybe not so much cake. Maybe more like almost like brownie, not with the frosting on it, but more like the.
I'm trying to find what is that specific thing that I'm.
It is a chocolate of some sort.
Well, gentlemen,
Yeah,
our nose can only go so far.
Oh, good Lord. Oh.
Woo!
Yep, that's definitely a high proof.
Yeah.
Woo!
Oh.
That's gorgeous.
Wow.
Oh, my. Oh,
That's like
that's heavenly.
the cinnamon comes through on the palate now.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
And like a hot cinnamon sugar on your tongue that stays on the middle, strangely enough. It doesn't tickle the sweet part
After
of your tongue.
after the alcohol burn goes away, then yeah. It all just sits there and dances on your tongue.
Just a throbbing heat of sweetness.
I mean, that it like soaked into my cheeks.
God, yeah.
Like now, granted, some pretty hot stuff. 139.
There's something else there on the finish, though, that I can't put my finger on. Now that it's
You're
had a
right.
chance to dissipate. It's not like anything I was smelling or tasting before. What is that?
I think it's still part of that vanilla, but more like that almond bark vanilla. Like you know those almond bark
like
pretzels,
baking.
the
Yeah,
almond bark pretzels. That kind of
that coating.
Yeah.
Okay, I can see that. There's almost a leather taste. What do they call that? Tannin.
Yeah. That's definitely in there.
That's there. That's
especially on that second sip.
That's what I'm picking up. I think.
Yeah, a lot of barrel tannin there.
That reminds me like the Elmer T. Lee finish.
A little bit, yeah.
That's beautiful.
All right, now Tony, I don't know
Wow.
if any of us got the guts to do this, but you're supposed to technically keep it on the palate 1 second for every year it's been aged. 15 seconds.
Shall we?
All right. And you see, folks, the George T. Stagg, this is one of the premier whiskeys from this distillery and one I've been looking for a long time. And I'm curious, what whiskeys do you think we should match this up against? I'm quite curious because on the nose, it's caramel. The caramel dissipates a lot on the palate and it gives away to that cinnamon sugar sweet.
Oh, wow.
All right. While you guys describe, I'm going in.
That was actually really difficult to do with how
hot
that is. Your mouth is salivating the whole time, and you just want
Yeah,
to
you
swallow.
it gets thick.
Mm-hmm.
But that's beautiful. It doesn't. I don't get any extra flavors. It just exasperates.
Intensifies those flavors. That cinnamon.
Oh man. Like this is one. I think it's hot enough.
It's hard to hold on to, isn't it?
Yeah, it's hot enough that this one wouldn't piss me off if you put it over ice. Plus, that would, lengthen your bottle a lot.
Oh, man.
That's wonderful.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
That is one of the finest high proof bourbons I've ever had.
Man, that's fantastic.
And all of the hot stays in the middle of your tongue.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
It kind of
Like
localizes.
the roof of my mouth
No.
isn't hot. The side, my cheeks aren't.
No.
Even
It never
the
really
outer ring of my
impacted
tongue.
Cheeks, it never really got to. It's
No,
top
the
and
back
bottom
of my
and tongue.
throat, nothing.
Yeah. Like you said, like
It ain't
going
going
down,
down.
Yeah,
it's
it
fine.
localizes on
it's
your tongue.
just on the middle of your tongue,
That's
which is
interesting.
fascinating because that's the part of your tongue that gets the least amount of
I've had
flavor.
40 proof bourbons that'll burn my esophagus.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Like this stuff, no.
No, that's miraculous. Wow.
God almighty. So,
I can't wait to try Stag Junior now. Because that, I can only, what does that usually run in at the 110 proof, I think?
yeah,
If I'm not mistaken.
and usually,
I'm assuming it's just this
and
one.
usually about the same amount of
Yeah, same
dollars.
price.
Just as easy to find, right?
Yeah.
Oh, good. Yeah. Now, guys, we get to the very interesting part of this. We're going to grade this on a couple of 5-star scales. We're going to grade it on 4 5-star scales. We're going to grade it as a Buffalo Trace release,
Okay.
as a bourbon, as a whiskey, as a cask-aged spirit. It's shelving. And for those new to the show, the secret 6 question. So,
Honey. I just got a fragrance of honey there.
longer it sits and mellows in the glass, yes.
Yeah.
And the more, like, if you can give it a good spin, let a lot of air get in there. Okay, Tony,
Beautiful.
I'm going to let you start.
What are we starting on?
As a Buffalo Trace release on a 5-star scale.
Oh, it's a Buffalo Trace. I'm going to go 4.75.
Chicken?
I'm probably gonna go 4.5 because I think William LaRue Weller kind of holds my top spot
As a 5-star?
Yeah.
I am going to disagree with both of you, but only just. And 1 would be underrating.
Right.
2 would be criminal.
Well, sure.
3 would just be me being a dick.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
4 would be not very good. So what we need is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Bam! 5 stars! As a Buffalo Trace release. I think this is comparable. I think it's comparable with William LaRue Weller in that the flavor profiles are totally different. You can tell these are different mash bills, different
Very different
philosophies entirely.
Yeah, that is one of the verses we will absolutely have to do.
Oh,
I
yeah.
think
Definitely.
I expected this to be similar, but I don't find a lot of similarities.
It's a totally different drink.
It is.
But you could see how, like, somebody that's not into the sweet, and they like the heat.
Might go this route.
Yeah, might go the George T. Stagg route. So, all right, now as a bourbon whiskey, as a bourbon,
4.75. This is craftsmanship, just like the back of the label said. Like, one of the OGs would approve of this, and I can't disagree. Not that I knew the man, but I don't see any reason to complain about this stuff.
No.
This is beautiful juice. This is amazing craftsmanship. Just fantastic. I think this is something that you could really enjoy multiple ways. You should never, ever, 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 ever cocktail this. Don't, but you could.
But don't.
ice ball.
Ice ball would be probably your way to go.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. This is miraculous.
Chicken as a bourbon.
I'm gonna agree. 4.75 as a bourbon. This is what you want in the hunt for the best bourbons. There is no reason anybody should dislike this. In
No
any way. And I can see another slap on the wall coming. But
I'll go
on to you, sir.
1, it's a very good bourbon. 2 are the reasons why I need more. 3 is how many sips I need for the 4. Bam! 5 stars as a bourbon whiskey, folks. Yes.
I'm glad he's right.
He's not.
I'm not.
Do I need the duck next time?
Yeah.
Okay.
I just knew that.
Well, we'll see. We'll see. Now,
I'm already in a corner here.
as a whiskey.
As a whiskey, I'm going to go 5.
5. What?
5.
Nice. Oh, shit. Okay, get out of the way.
I'm going 5.
Cat-like reflexes
Yeah,
there.
no shit.
Again, not that this is, not that you should do anything versatile with this. Enjoy it as, but damn, like this has all the qualities of what a whiskey we would want, because you could do anything with this. This has got such a high proof. You could do anything with this. This is beautiful. This would make a great base for a blend. Like this is awesome sauce in a fucking glass. Just.
So, Chicken, what would you rate this
5.
as a whiskey?
All right, I think Tony made up my mind for me.
5 stars?
Getting pretty aggressive over there with
Say
this.
it. Say it.
But yes, 5 stars
There.
as a whiskey. I do agree. Of all, like bourbons, you kind of expect a little bit of difference from whiskeys, but when I have a whiskey, I want it to be just dirty, raw, and stanky. And this is exactly what I want from
Uncut, unfiltered.
yes.
Boom.
Now, this is going to be the one instance where I'm going to disagree with
Oh
you
my
guys.
god.
And I'm going to give it 4.5.
Oh, I thought he was
As a
punch
whiskey.
a hole in the wall with 5.
No, because here's
Damn.
the thing. I would not cocktail with this.
No, God, no.
No.
Also, it would be kind of hard to do it right. Like, if you look up on YouTube, there's this Japanese bartender who makes homemade root beer and bourbon cocktail. And he literally, like, has a little muddler and he makes the like muddles the roots and spices in front of you and makes this whole thing and then mixes it with Woodford Reserve bourbon. Good stuff.
Okay.
But like,
Good
yeah,
answer.
you use that for that kind of crazy ass drink, yes. But other than that, no. This is not as versatile as my indomitable broadcast
If
partners
you
are
could
trying to.
find this readily available for suggested MSRP, yes, it would be.
Well, Tony, this isn't when
We're not
in a-
grading it based
we're
off
not-
of the price point
It's not
and
when
availability.
we're not in
We're
where
grading
we're
it off
in our
of the
60s.
liquid.
Well, no, I don't think
girls.
Well, Tony, we're not in our 60s when this stuff will be readily available in every gas station.
Yeah,
So
and then it will be very versatile. And it's still
Yeah.
versatile, just not for the price point or
people
availability.
do. Okay, if I had to pick a soda that would be perfect with this,
Don't touch soda with this. But
No.
you still could.
But if
do
you had
some
to,
crazy awesome cocktails, that
either
you want
a
high
sarsaparilla
Yeah.
or you're gonna hate to say it with a Dr. Pepper.
Jesus, yeah.
You know I'm right. Now, don't
No.
do
no.
not. But
Don't
if
do
you
that.
blasphemy.
But if you had to, if it's like the apocalypse and you just got a bottle of George T. Stagg and a can of Dr. Pepper, you can make a night of it.
Again, like I love high proof whiskeys and bourbons for simple things like you can make a whiskey sour way better, but I wouldn't do that with this.
Yeah.
However, even an old fashioned, call me crazy. I love my old fashions to be
You're stealing Tony's gimmick.
old fashions almost need to be like harsh as hell for it to feel authentic. And I don't think you could screw up an old fashioned with this. 'Cause
No.
this would make anything taste authentic.
Yeah. But you got to admit, like, this one, I do think might require a chaser once in a while.
No. No chase.
Some of those, that 15-second was pretty harsh.
That was a really tough 15 seconds.
Yeah, like, don't lie. That one was like, woo!
I need to shave after that.
Like, I was about to say, like, it's like, the sun just hurts
My-
my eyes, that's all. Like,
My son aged 10 years while we drank this.
True.
so did we.
Yeah.
Like, so. Now, cask-aged spirit.
We're thinking 15 years.
15 years, I believe that is the minimum for stag. That's what I've always heard.
It's basically.
Let me know if I'm wrong in the comments, but I'm pretty damn sure it's 15 years.
It's kind of like the perfect age range for whiskey. The proof is amazing.
And it's in the pudding.
I'm gonna go 4.85.
4.85. Chicken, what are you giving this?
I'm not going to break any scales. I'll stick with 4.75. I do like the sweeter bourbons and whiskeys more than the hot stuff. That's not a knock.
No.
This is just hotter than what if this wasn't so damn hot, I'd probably go 4.8 or even a 5. But I have another love in this world that earns that 5 spot, and this doesn't quite shake it for me.
Would that be William LaRue Weller?
A little bit.
Yeah. Now, guys, in terms of casking, 15 years. Well, hey there, Heather. How we doing this evening? It's been too long. It's been truly too long. We're just having us a little chill stream night tonight. It's an AMA Ask Me Anything, and we're just having a good chill Sunday. Thanks for joining. And the other thing we're doing tonight is just raising awareness on the GoFundMe to help the Cunert family after Mrs. Cunert was in a really bad accident. We're hoping Danielle, we're hoping for a speedy recovery for her. So I'm just pointing that out to whenever I can. But thank you for joining us this evening, Heather, for this Sunday night chill stream. Here's cask-aged spirit. This amazingly high proof, this complex of flavors. This is art and achievement in cask aging. So 1 would be criminal. 2 would be indubitable. 3 would be unnecessary. 4 would be still underselling it. 4.5, not good enough. Bam! 5 stars as a cask-aged spirit, folks. George T. Stagg. My God, probably one of the highest rated whiskeys
I would agree.
in K.O.E. Nation history. The only one that's even close is William LaRue Weller. We'll have to go back and look at our scores.
That's the only one I ever give a 5 on anything.
I think so. So, folks, that is amazing. Now, shelving. This is a real tough one.
Bottom to middle, fucking top.
Yeah,
We're safe.
This is in my safe.
Yeah. This will probably be going in my safe.
You put it on the top shelf to show off when
certain people are coming.
Yeah, but it's got a security camera on it. It's like got some kind of weird locking device to keep it from coming off of that shelf. And then as soon as you have a couple too many drams and you're not thinking right, then you lock it in your safe in case you get a little crazy and decide to break it out.
Very true. Now,
can I tell you what my Saturdays are like?
For those new to the show, the secret 6th question. When this bottle runs empty, will I seek another one?
Hell no.
That's kind of like almost rhetorical.
Yeah.
That's kind of silly. Like, now, I did not.
At what price? I guess.
Yeah.
I did not pay secondary for this, but I've seen people pay up to like
2,000.
up to about 15 to $2,000 for a bottle of George T. Stagg. I did not pay even anywhere in the same stratosphere. I paid a little bit over retail because guy's nice enough to just sell me that because he knows I got a podcast. Thank you, Secret Santa. You know who you are. I'd love to give him a shout out, but then I'd never talk to him ever again. Because half the state would flood that guy.
Else would,
yeah, half the state would be there.
Recognize these faces too.
Yes. So yeah, I would definitely pick this up again if available to me. There is a non-zero chance that this is the only bottle of this I ever own in my life.
True.
So I'm going to get the most out of this bottle I can. We are going to collect the most data we can, compare this to as many things to see if there's something out there that can even come close. I think, now, Tony, I'm going to let you decide because it's your bracket, but this could potentially be an entrant into the high proof bracket or the Splendor bracket. So I'm going to, let us.
So are you saying it's making its way into the next
bourbon tournament? I think that's kind of a necessity at this point. I think this is the bad boy on the block to beat going forward.
Yep.
So yeah, Tony, I'm gonna let you decide. We'll discuss, and you folks let us know in the comments if that should go in the high proof or the Splendor high dollar bracket, and we'll go from there because it qualifies in either. So, gentlemen, anything you'd like to say to the people?
This is lovely. Thank you for sharing with us. And
yeah, this is one of the few times I'm finishing my drink before the end of this.
Hope everybody had a Merry Christmas. This is beautiful, grand. Love it.
Folks, as I'm known to say around here, all that being said, thank you for joining us. For George T. Stagg, Kentucky Straight Bourbon Whiskey, 138.7 proof. It's still burning on my tongue, folks. Thank you for being here. Thank you for joining us. I hope all of you make it back here to the K.O.E Nation happy, healthy, much the wiser. Tony, Chicken, take it away.
Hey, folks, thanks for tuning in. This was a slightly dangerous show with all the 5-star slaps going on, but we're safe, and we look forward to more. Come back and see what happens next time.
I'm riding high off a high proof. This is beautiful stuff. Catch us on the next one.
Tony's so happy. Tony, I even used a different song. Yes, folks, we'll be live either Thursday or Friday this week. So definitely be sure to keep your eyes on this space here on Facebook, on Big Buckin' Empire on Facebook. But also, Big Buckin' Empire. But I'm also this evening trying to raise awareness for the GoFundMe to help the Cunit family. Danielle was in a very unfortunate crash. So I'm just trying to raise awareness, folks. And yes, Heather, basketball has consumed your life. We all have something that consumes our lives. Like I was joking with Tony early today. God Almighty. Life sure gets in the way of podcasting, don't it? Tell you what I'll do if I ever get back. I promise to refabricate you. Raging Rivers of gold. That's what the brochure advertised. And now we're lost. We gotta take it down. Let you down slow. It's hard to survive. Yes, folks, you got a K.O.E. fucking duet there. I mean, could you really ask for more? Really, folks. I mean, I'm sorry. Like that's the best deal pretty much in the history of ever. But yes, folks, all you beautiful people here within the sound of my voice, I'm just doing what I can we're having a chill stream tonight, but I'm also trying to do it for a good cause to help a good friend. Did you hear me? The Cunert family, basically. I'm just dropping links to the GoFundMe because they're good salt of the earth people, and I just want to help however it is that I can. So all you beautiful people, I'm just getting the word out so that you know. And yeah, I mean, it's always unfortunate when bad things happen to good people, and this is one of those instances. So all you beautiful people out there, thank you much for what you can do. But this chill stream continues onward, upward, and outward for all you beautiful folks, because, you know, it's Sunday, it's chill time. So let's get into another video that I'm really proud of. It's an oat whiskey. Have you ever heard of such a thing, folks? Oat whiskey. Yep. Now, if you got any questions, be sure to drop it AMA. Otherwise, let's get into the Whiskey Day Oat. Welcome one and all to the K.O.E. Nation for a very interesting spirits review. I am your king of extreme, Phil K.O.E., the man of the hour, the man with the power, the man that makes it a podcast cower. You can find me, of course, at K.O.E. Nation on YouTube, TikTok, and Twitch. And I am joined here at Castle K.O.E. by my indomitable broadcast partners, the one, the only,
your big bucking emperor chicken. Find me YouTube and Facebook. Big bucking empire for all your content needs. We got everything.
News, views, you know, and we even have a few laughs once in a while. So yeah, Big Bucket Empire, definitely worth checking out. And also the one, the only,
quadruple distilled, non-coppa friendly, and I just love fucking whiskey. Like, share, subscribe. Tony G, Tony the Rod 2.0 on TikTok. Holy hell, here we go. This is gonna be interesting, sexy, hardcore, and everybody sitting back right now thinking, I can't handle this? No. You better brace yourselves because this is gonna be badass, sexy, and cool. Oh, whiskey, bitches!
Alrighty, so
folks, this has been a long night, so get ready for a fun video.
Oat.
So, folks, we've got I'm just waiting for a point for me to get in so I can edit here.
Whiskey. Whiskey.
Okay, let's try.
You leave it all in.
Chicago shish kebab. All right, we have here a very special oat whiskey.
Hell yeah.
From South Dakota, folks. This is called Bickering Brothers, established 2006, 1804 oat whiskey. This is, let's see, a South Dakota original, bottle 192, aged 5 years, batch 6, and that, yes, 80 proof. Now let's see how it sounds on the open here.
Oh,
well done.
Not bad.
So the minute I saw this, I was like, yeah, we kind of got to try this. It's oat whiskey. I've never had oat whiskey. I didn't even know that was really a thing.
It's going to be sweet.
Wow.
And
from everything I've heard, it's going to be very, very different. The only thing it says on the back here, distilled and bottled, South Dakota Spirits Distillery, LLC, Pierre, South Dakota. The rest of it is, you know, don't operate machinery and that kind of stuff.
What proof are we talking?
80 proof. So pretty standard, but it's 5-year aged. So this has been aged for 5 years.
Really?
Interesting stuff. So let's see how it hits the nose.
All right. Very light, but sweet.
Very sweet.
Yeah.
There's something that like kind of like prickles your sinuses though.
There is. It's very pleasant. Very pleasant.
Well,
Mm.
I think
80 proof. Okay. Cheers.
I mean it's fair to say that like oatmeal is what I'm getting on the nose.
No.
I know.
No.
I know. Hard to imagine, right?
No. I will not accept it. Shit. There is a. Oh damn!
That's different.
That is way different.
I didn't expect that. That's not bad.
It's got kind of like a hot.
Shit.
I don't know how to describe it. Like it's a hot cinnamon that kind of like dices into your tongue a little bit. The same way that it was kind of prickling my sinuses. It's kind of
I
dicing into my tongue.
I don't think it's as sweet as cinnamon. It's,
No.
I think it's harsher. It's more like an actual pepper.
There's
It's cayenne or
Yep, 80.
really.
the back end spice is the only thing that makes this thing really interesting.
This is not bad by any means, but
It's definitely now you got to realize why would you make oat whiskey at all in the first place? The story of distillation is the story of farming. Before we had the kind of drying techniques that we had, the only way you could save your product was to distill it. So if you were an oat farmer and you wanted to get your drink on, you're probably drinking your own oat whiskey. And so
it's good though.
yeah, like it's
delicious. It's sweet. It's smooth. I like it.
This is my first oat whiskey.
Yeah.
This is never.
I don't know how many more times we're going to try an oat whiskey in this life.
Probably basically never.
Like,
this is actually
if I find
pretty
another
good.
one, I'll pick it up. But
This is pretty good. I have no complaints. This is very sweet, very smooth, very subtle.
I'm trying to think, like, because there's
Even the nose. Like,
okay,
Here.
I've got it. The flavor is very specific, but okay, if you go to, they're called Tzo's or TZO apostrophe S. It's a Chinese
Okay,
buffet in Grand Island, Nebraska. One of the things they have is a jalapeno chicken where they cook the jalapeno just right. So even if you eat the jalapeno, it's hardly spicy at all. Like but that spice has been well distributed across the chicken. So to me, this is like that jalapeno that's had, it's been caramelized, it's been cooked, and a lot of the luster's been kind of pulled out of it. But that's kind of what I'm getting here is that like a caramelized jalapeno that's lost a lot of its juices. And it's one of my favorite things at that particular restaurant. It's literally, if you're within 50 miles, it's worth driving there for.
Right.
But it's one of those very specific flavors.
Good.
I get very little vanilla flavors.
Yeah.
I get very little of. It's like when you're trying to look for this as a bourbon, it's like we know we're not going to get bourbon flavors. So like,
No.
but I'm looking for it. It's not there. This thing's rough.
Yeah.
This is rough.
You feel like if you've ever seen the Ballad of Buster Scruggs, it's like, I'll have what they're having.
Yeah.
They're having whiskey. Like you kind of feel like it's that kind of like, you're in the Old West, you're on the dusty trail, and this is the kind of whiskey you get at a saloon. Like,
Yeah.
like as much as I hate to say, this is like when you're watching Clint Eastwood walk into a town, like, here's one coin. I want a bottle and a beer. Leave the bottle here. But yeah, this is unique. I would say it's worth a try at least once. But now we're going to get into some interesting gradings here, folks.
Okay.
Because for those who do not know, we grade on a 5-star scale here in the K.O.E. Nation. 5 meaning you have to have it before you shuffle off this mortal coil. 0 meaning pass it on by. The K.O.E. Nation has advised you well. So we're going to grade this as an oat whiskey, as a whiskey, as a cask-aged spirit. It's shelving. And for those new to the show, the secret 5th question. So, As an oat whiskey, gentlemen,
Considering this is the only oat whiskey I've ever had, and expectations of an oat whiskey for me are super low, I'll give this 3.5.
I'm gonna give it
Because
4.5.
I was about to say,
Yeah.
as an oat whiskey, I'm going to agree with Tony here. It's 4.5 stars out of 5 because I imagine,
it's
like,
sweet, it's smooth. I like it.
find me one that's been aged more than this.
There you go.
Like, that's one thing. Now, I suspect it's going to get a little harsher here.
Yeah.
As a whiskey, it's putting it up against all the bourbons, all the
2.25.
scotches.
2. This is not a good whiskey.
Ouch.
It's not Chicken's favorite. And
Ouch.
to be honest, like, do you know what I mean? Like, when I was smelling it, there was like a prickliness where, like, my immediate thought was threshing, like,
Yeah.
shit, like plants getting torn up.
There.
And when I'm tasting it, I'm tasting threshing, and also I found where some of the spices plant chlorophyll. Okay, yeah,
Ooh.
like when you're just chewing on a leaf.
Yep.
Yep. So, as a whiskey,
Not good.
I'm going to be all over the place here, guys. So it was 4.5 as an oat whiskey. As a whiskey, I'm going to give it 1.75.
Ouch. All right. Fair.
Now, as a cask aged spirit,
I'm gonna go 2.25 because this has room for improvement, but it ain't there. It ain't there, dog.
Okay, limited experience with wheat
Yeah.
aging.
oat.
Or sorry, oat. Sorry.
Good. It's
Um,
good. Not great.
I don't even know if it's good. I'm gonna go 1.5 stars on
Cask.
aged, because any other cask age with a 6 year,
5 year.
5 year. Okay, I'll compare it to 6 years. Most everything that's got 6 years, it's not as rough as this.
Yeah, like I said, this is just frontier trail whiskey. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, I don't know how else to describe it. As cask age, I'm going to be a little more generous than you, and I'm going to go to 2 stars because they really put some effort into this. And I guarantee you, this is probably
What's
one of the
juice
highest.
worth the squeeze.
Well, we're going to get there.
Uh,
As in terms of shelving, I think we can all kind of agree this is a bottom shelf whiskey.
yep, bottom.
But then this bears another interesting question. I paid $40 USD
All right.
for this. Now, the question is, when this bottle runs empty, will I seek another one? That is the secret 5th question. T, you will not seek
No.
one?
No.
Chicken?
For $10.
Ouch.
Okay, so if he finds it on sale, he will pick it up. Now, I'm going to kind of throw you guys for a loop here because this is not my favorite whiskey. No. Now, when this bottle runs empty, will I seek another one? Yes, I will, because oat whiskey is a conversation piece. Now,
All right.
keep in mind, Tony, it is going to take me the rest of this decade to drink this bottle
True,
empty.
true.
Okay, like when
Yeah.
it comes to everything else I've got and what I'm gonna reach for, like this is gonna be one of those. Like if I'm having a card game here,
Sure.
hey guys, you got to try this. You might not even like it, but at least you can say you've tried oat whiskey.
Yeah.
So it's one of those like kind of party favor, just interesting conversation pieces. But beyond that, like that is its value, is its novelty. So Bickering
enough.
Brothers, I really appreciate the effort here. Honestly,
No, it's
I
not
appreciate
bad.
the effort.
It's not bad.
It's
Yeah.
not good.
it's just like Chicken said, is the juice worth the squeeze?
No, exactly.
That is up for you to decide, but now you know what we think of this oat whiskey. It's probably one of the better oat whiskeys, but the problem is it something you're going to like? Because keep in mind also, there's something called Baijiu, which is really popular in China. It's made from Milo. I've heard when Westerners try it, they say it's like drinking razor blades. So it just depends on what grain and how you get it set up and how you age it. So this is very different from people who are used to bourbon and they have a palate for like bourbons and sweet scotches and such
Sure,
things.
sure.
I think Like, I kind of figured you'd like this a lot more considering you're so into peat, but it did not appeal. So, well, folks, now you are armed with information, and knowing is half the battle. So, folks, as I've known to say around here, all that being said, thank you for joining us for this very interesting review of Bickering Brothers South Dakota Oat Whiskey. Now you can say you've heard of it. Folks, thank you for being here. Thank you for joining us. I hope all of you make it back here to the KOE Nation happy, healthy, much the wiser. Raise a glass to yourselves. Tony, Chicken, take it away.
As always, folks, appreciate you and love you.
Cheers.
I was about to say, for not liking it, you did finish it.
See if it just smooths itself out.
Get back. Tell you what I'll do if I ever get back. I promise to refabricate you, raging rivers of gold. That's what the brochure advertised. And now we're lost. We gotta take it down. Let you down slow. It's hard to survive. Awesome. Eldorado. Nice. So yeah, folks, I'm enjoying this chill stream with all you. I hope you are too. Another reminder of the GoFundMe that we're trying to help this evening with the marvelous Kunert family. Well, Danielle, I hope you have yourself a quick healing process. God bless all y'all in that family, and we're all praying for you. So we're all pulling for you. So yeah, folks, there's the link to the GoFundMe. Please help out the Kunert family. They're good, God's honest, salt of the earth people. And it's just one of them instances where bad things happen to good people. And it's just one of those things you just got to pray to the Lord. Let their fortunes change. Now, we're going to actually shift gears slightly here, folks. We're going to go to my brother's YouTube channel here. And this is called Grow the Farm Up. If you haven't been there, you definitely need to check it out. Grow the Farm Up on YouTube. And we're going to be showing you, we had a very cold week, -40 below. And this is where Grow the Farm Up shows us how different cover crops were able to survive -40 degrees wind chill. So this is actually kind of fascinating. And it's a nice little departure and just something I've been wanting to share with all y'all. So without further ado, Grow the Farm Up.
Grow the Farm Up. Okay, we're out today looking at some small seeded cover crops that were not that big right after they got hit with the bomb cyclone, the -35 degrees. Let's look at the rye and the vetch first. Or excuse me, this is rye and clover. See how, oh yeah, it got burned, but it's still there. It got burned.
Hang on here. I got to address something. Detroit Joe's says, Paul B. Sog is not doing well, currently in the hospital. Been there for 15 days and not looking good. Sorry to bring in bad news, but I know he's party. Oh, God. Well, our prayers are with you as well, Paul. God bless. Oh, man, this is... I know nobody likes to be the bearer of bad news, but I do appreciate you letting the world know, Detroit Joe. So, folks, let's also try to lift Paul up with our prayers, as well as the Kunert family in our prayers. So, folks, it's all we can do in this grand adventure we call life, because guess what? There's always going to be a great, unfortunately, we all got a sad story, and we've all got some tragedy to come with our lives, and we all got to try and help hold each other up through it. So God bless. Now, let's see how these crops held up.
But it's still there.
Through the storm.
It got burned. See, these plants will go dormant. They don't necessarily die, just go dormant. They will be back next spring in a big way. You can see. Now, let's go take a look at the Austrian winter pea patch, and these are our overwintering legumes. Come out here a few steps into it. These you can see, and we've got some vetch in the peas over here. But let's look. Okay, here's a good example. There's a pea. You see it? There. You see how the top was burned off? See how there's the one right next to it? Let's get that out of the way. See how the top was burned off, but what was covered a little bit with some soil and some biomass is still coming back a little green. Let's look. Let's find one that we think is really. Here's a good example right here. I mean, these are all winter peas right here that were growing green. Got hit with the bomb cyclone. I mean, bomb cyclone, 35 below. And look, my hand's right in the way. Sorry. You see how there's that green growth coming? I wish we had 4 inches of snowpack cover on this. Snow is the best insulator. It's really tough to. Let's take another look here. I mean, here's a spot. You can see the vetch right there, and then here's the winter peas. And you know, you might look at these and think, "Oh my gosh, they're gone. They're done." No, let's take a look. Let's pull away a little bit. Look down into the furrow, and you can see how it's right there. Can the camera pick up that green little spot to about right there? That's green. See,
We're
the
seeing
roots
it.
are still growing. So you're definitely gonna burn off. Definitely gonna burn off your above ground foliage often throughout the winter. It's best to, like I said, the best thing to do is to get, here's a little vetch right next to a pea. Here's a pea that looks like it's just smoked, right? Just dead. Well, look, right next to it, there's a vetch coming. Let's see what this little guy looks like. See, look at that. Move it out of the way. And look, those 2 winter peas right there that looked like they're dead. Try to get a better angle here. Right here. This one and this one are still going. It's the nature of cover crops. And so this is going to be, we're trying to make these hardy and make them overwinter better. They have a hard time overwintering well when you do not have a great snowpack cover. I mean, you can see we did get a couple inches of snow through that bomb cyclone, but everybody remembers, this is right a few days after Christmas 2022. That we are a few days before and after. I mean, it's 35 below zero. And I mean, that's tough. That's tough. Now, rye, let's take a quick look back over here at rye. Rye is definitely one of the more hardy, it's a grass plant. I mean, look at that. That overwintered remarkably well for the bomb cyclone. I mean, when you look at it down the row, I mean, you could almost pert near still row some of this rye, which is impressive. And today's about 44 degrees, and to me, that's what cover crops are all about. It's to just get them out here, and then it's these days like today, where it's 44 degrees. You're not really getting growing degree units, but there is some activity in that soil. You've got roots growing, you've got microbes moving, you've got that soil, clicked on. Regenerative farming 101. Just don't be too worried when you see the plant tissue burn itself off in a negative 35 degree wind chill bomb cyclone. It's going to happen next spring. God willing, you'll see these fields fill in with green, and we'll have some really good, hearty legume. We're going to call them Nebraska winter peas now. You know, when they got called Austrian winter peas, some guy in Austria grew them. And then they were Wyoming winter peas because some guy in Wyoming grew them. So I figure because some guy in Nebraska is growing them now, why not call them Nebraska winter peas? But these are going to be seed stock, potentially for green cover seeds. We really, the Austrian winter pea is one of the best cover crops as far as a overwintering legume. It just works so much better if I had 3 inches of snow laying on the ground, and I mean we had a little bit, and then days like today, 45 degrees, 44 degrees, melts the snow off. I mean, you can see it was so windy, you never really caught much snow anyway, but it's just interesting to look. I mean, every single pea, there's a winter pea, that you think is gone. Just take a look down there. There's some green. It's coming back. I mean, and that, it's supposed to be nice for a week, so it'll grow a little bit. You might be able to row them here in a week, and then we'll get hit with another bomb cyclone, and it'll just smoke that surface plant tissue. But the key is, everything you see above ground, you should have about 2 times that below ground, which we found to be true with both the rye, the pea, the vetch, and the clover. So, all right, guys, that's my, what is it, about the 30th, 29th or something, 28th of December, 2022, almost end of 2022 update. Thanks. Grow the farm up.
And that's Grow the Farm Up, folks. My brother's YouTube channel, definitely worth checking out. I really can't recommend that highly enough. And once again, folks, all you beautiful people, I'm just going to throw that link up there because I can't do it quite enough. But while that's up there, I'm going to pull up something because I've been working on a project. And this was sort of the pilot episode of this project, if you will. It's sort of...
definitely think there was...
It's something I'm really enthused about. I'm really looking forward to getting into it deeper. And it's called Truth in Fiction, folks. It's an interesting show where we get into all the topics of the day. This one, the pilot episode that was on the Tiberius D show. So you're going to be seeing some footage from Tiberius D's live YouTube feed. Was about ethanol, and it was also kind of to get an idea, like, this is not how the official show is going to go down, but I figured I'll share this with all you because it's a nice Sunday night chill stream, and why the hey not? So folks, this is sort of the maiden voyage here, and it's known as Truth in Fiction Pod on YouTube. Truth in Fiction Pod, definitely you need to go check that out immediately. It is the fastest growing YouTube channel in all history. I mean, I'm pretty sure that's verifiable even. So we'll see. We will see. Let's see. Oh, hey, Yanked, I'm loving that nice internet. Aren't you, Phil? Hey, how we doing, Yank? I'm doing great. I'm loving the fact that, yes, I actually have real internet now. I'm a real boy. And this evening we're doing a Sunday night chill stream. It's an Ask Me Anything. And also I'm raising awareness for the GoFundMe for Danielle Kunert. The unfortunate accident that she found herself in. So I'm figuring we're going to stream chill and we're going to do it for a good cause while we're at it. But folks, without further ado, let's get into a little bit of this new show that I'm starting with Tiberius, and it's Phil K.O.E. and Tiberius present Truth in Fiction, the pilot episode. I'm excited. I know you are too. But yeah, God bless Yank. And yeah, check out Yanked Up Podcast on YouTube. He's just good shit. And he's also now sort of the Jamie for the Big Bucking Empire, where he's just the technical guy. So yeah, Justin, another good salt of the earth fella here. So God bless. But yeah, let's see. This is not how it's even going to be visually presented, but this is just kind of the first. This is our first crack at it. Welcome, one and all, folks. Welcome, welcome, come one, come all to Truth in Fiction, folks. This is the show where we will decide, is it truth in fiction or truth in the lies, truth in the fiction or truth in disguise? No matter where we come down, folks, it is you who decides. I am your King of Extreme, Phil, K.O.E., the man of the hour, the man of the power, the man that makes the other podcast cower. And we are here to discuss some of the great topics and issues of the day right here at Truth in Fiction, folks, where all great content can be found. And it is not only I, your King of Extreme, Phil, K.O.E., but I am also joined by the one, the only
Tiberius D. It's good to see you.
Yes. Yes, so folks, we are here in Truth in the Fiction. We got a lot of interesting topics to cover this evening, but before we get into all of that and all the beautiful things, you can find us obviously everywhere where great content can be found. Truth in Fiction. You need to send this to your friends, your family. If you haven't sent this out to a friend of yours, can you really say that you're their friend? I mean, really, honestly, I think that's a fair thing to say here. So before we get into that, I think it's fair that you and I introduce each other. I mean, we could introduce ourselves. I mean, I do several times over at K.O.E Nation on YouTube, TikTok, and Twitch, but I think it'd be more fun for us to introduce each other. So if it's all right with you, Ty, I will rip that Band-Aid right off.
Go for it, sir.
And introducing, folks, the one, the only, the monarchy of moderation, the man that you need to see, the one, the only, Tiberius D. There is going to be a man that's never more moderate, never more normie, never just right down the middle there. He straddles that fence so hard he might actually get impaled on it. The one, the only, Tiberius motherfucking D. An incredible... Love him or hate him, the guy does his homework. So get ready for that, folks. Get ready for this and many more incredible bits of content to come from the only Tiberius D. Ty?
Well, thank you for the caricature. I don't know if I accept it, but introducing the great King of Extreme, aka K.O.E Nation. You can find him on TikTok, Twitch, and YouTube under many different things, but it's K.O.E Nation. You can definitely go check him out. His name is Phil. He is a farmer from the great state of Nebraska, growing your seeds so that we can plant next year's harvest. But while he does that by day, by night, he is an explainer and an entertainer. He loves to be the showman for you and me. And I can never do it as good as he can, but I do try to do a hype, and I like to perform a little bit where I can. And when it comes to Phil K.O.E., well, I just can't top the greatness that is the showmanship of K.O.E Nation.
Oh, that was truly beautiful. That was truly beautiful. I have to give you that. I resemble all of those things. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. So that's kind of our introductions to each other. But yes, I'm a farmer. Tiberius is the bookworm amongst us. He's the guy that if you need to get the facts down, if you even want to do some of that fact checking stuff, yeah, Tiberius is the guy. But if you want to get down to the meat of the matter, the true juice, you come here to Phil K.O.E. So don't worry about that, folks. So before we get into the topics of the day, let's tell the folks a little bit about what we're doing here this evening. What we're doing here at Truth in Fiction is we are diving down into the topics of the day, but in a way that can be digested by all of you beautiful people. And not just you, but also those friends of yours out there that you might need a way to explain something to them. What's the simplest way to get down to the very core, to get down to the bedrock of the issue? You just send them Truth and Fiction, and they will know. They will actually be given complete, absolute knowledge just by clicking on our link. So, folks, I mean, really, you're kind of withholding not sending this out to friends. But yes, it's going to be segments where we try to cover the topics in the day within a set amount of time. And we're going to see how, because, Ty, you and I, we're nothing if not always very punctual and on time. And we never go over time when it comes to topics.
Oh, no, never. This is going to be a disaster. I'm just calling it right now. But it will be a fun disaster.
Beautiful disaster. Yes. So, folks, I hope that you're ready for Truth and Fiction, and it's a new way to look at all the topics of the day. God damn it, I'm good. So without further I do. You know, Ty, a lot of people think, since this is a really great ham-fisted segue here. A lot of people think that the holidays are done. They do. And that's unfortunate because they don't know that today is Democrats' merriest and happiest holiday. A merry January 6th to all, and to all a good night. Yes, it's January 6th. It's the Democrats' favorite day. It's the day that, like, it's apparently the only thing they wanted to talk about for the last 2 years. And here I am, Ebenezer Scrooge, just reminding them that nothing came of it. It's so unfortunate. It's so unfortunate. But yes, it's a merry January 6th to all. I hope all of you have a wonderful January 6th, where you all celebrate it with would a Diet Coke be appropriate? Like what would the apropos spirit or drink of January 6th be? Like that's like I don't know what that would be, folks. Maybe this is finally the time to eat all those fruitcakes that nobody ate over Christmas.
I couldn't tell you. I'm sorry. Me and Phil are.
I was about to say, Ty, how did you celebrate January 6th?
I didn't. I don't celebrate this. I do look at it as a dark day, and while I'm definitely no Democrat, there is a level where I do not like a lot of folks who are involved in this particular kind of thing. And when it comes to this wonderful show, this is why it's going to be fun, folks, is because the King of Extreme over here brings the panache, brings the hot takes, brings the fire. I'm usually the water. I'm here to douse the flames. I'm here to be like, no, it's going to be okay. Or no, this is actually something we need to worry about. I do not see any reason to celebrate January 6th, but we can definitely do the memes here because, man, if there is anything that we can come out of this day, it surely is memes because nothing else sure seemed to come out of it.
Nope, nothing at all. Not a damn thing. And even the January 6th committee, they finally, after years, literally like 6 years of pissing, bitching, whining, and moaning
6 years?
about Trump's tax.
Can you math?
6 years whining about Trump's tax returns. They finally got their hands on him, and turns out a giant nothing burger. So, like, yeah, it's been quite an interesting journey for both sides of the political aisle. But yes, for the folks on the right, this kind of ended the way that we all knew it was going to end. A great sound and fury signifying nothing. I'm going to try and squeeze in some Shakespeare.
I was going to say, bringing in Shakespeare. Good job.
Hey, my English teacher would be proud. But to me, I think this is one of those great examples of, it was a bad thing. I remember on that day, like I was moving grain, and my buddy Tony sends me a picture of my face edited over the buffalo hat guy. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on right now? And then I turn on the news and it's like, oh, wow, really? This is happening. But to be frank, it was a couple hundred people that got out of control, and the Democrats became the very definition of trying to make a mountain out of a molehill.
Well, there's definitely a level where like they act like this was an organized coup d'etat that was in progress, right? And while there is definitely some images that were scary that day in the regards of there was a guy who was within the chamber building who actually had like the they're not rubber, but they're like the plastic handcuffs or whatever. And I definitely think there was some out there that were yes, there's definitely some folks who were out for no good. There is a level where I'm like, yeah, a lot of this is a showmanship. This is a crowd that got riled up. And basically it was an uncontrolled riot. Now, in all fairness, remind you that the year before we had the summer of riots that the left so lovingly gave us and said nothing for it. So, I'll take it where it is that people need to stop acting like jackasses, but, I can't have nice things.
That would be nice if we could just get there, but to be honest with you, and I'll end my thoughts on January 6th just on this, is the reason why the Democrats had such a hysterical reaction to this, and why you're hearing such hysterical language like insurrection and like a terrorist attack and all this kind of stuff, is because it undermined the legitimacy of the Biden government. Like, whether we like it or not, it kind of undermined their perceived legitimacy, because there was just this idea that, well, there's about 70 million people that just don't view him as such. And the only way that any government can function, whether you're talking about here in the United States or in North Korea, for God's sakes, even the people in North Korea view the North Korean government as having some shape, form, or figure of legitimacy. And that's really the only way that any government's really allowed to maintain its ability to govern. And so to folks who almost worshiped at the altar of statism, this was blasphemy and heresy to the religion of statecraft. And so that's why you get such a hysterical reaction. Ty?
There's a level where I can't agree with you at all, and there's a level where I guess I can. So here's where I'll split it apart. I'm an institutionalist. I'm the guy who's like, hey, you know what? I don't care about the individual actors. It's very rare that an individual actor ever does anything like really constructive or important. It takes, it doesn't mean that you need 100,000 people, but you do need a machine to make this thing move. And if you are a person who respects the machine, if you want to put it in that regard, then yeah, you January 6th is really horrible because you've got people who are malcontents who are just kind of trying to break everything. And yeah, it doesn't work out very well. On the other side of that particular conversation, though, is that when it comes to the mountain out of the molehill and, the legitimacy thing, maybe I'm just a little bit apoplectic when it comes to people and how they like to dignify things and like say that this is real and this is not real. But when it comes down to it, most governments are fractured. Most governments don't work all that well, to be honest. But there is a level to where you do have procedure. You do have things that you have to abide by. And for me, this was never a failing of the left in their illegitimacy of the Biden administration. This was a failure of the right to actually control their own populace to go, all right, hey, y'all need to sit down and shut up. The children are literally running the hen house at this point. So I rest my case.
Now, wait, whoa. Tiberius being a touch apoplectic about something? Why? The world does not make sense anymore. Really? So folks, get used to maybe a little bit more of that going forward, but that's why we love you, Ty. We love you. So with all that being said, I think it's time to get into one of the great topics of all time. One of the great things that, like every Midwesterner, it's almost the fire that ignites their loins, and that is, it's corn. The big lump with knobs. It has the juice. It has the juice. I can't think of a more beautiful thing. Yes, folks, corn. I mean, corn is always interesting.
Corn can be interesting, and I know a lot of people in the audience are sitting there going, what in the world is going on here? And the reality is,
your whore mouth.
Hey,
corn is always interesting.
Hey, look, I respect the Nebraska memes, but there is a level where I am from Indiana. I do come from a family of farmers, but I can only look at corn for about, a couple hours a day. It looks very pretty. It looks very nice. But then after a while, it gets a little overkill. But yes, corn is very important and a lot more important than a lot of people actually realize out in the world.
Yes. Beautiful state of Indiana that gets a lot of rain. It's a great state, but you also gave us Mike Pence, so you're on red state probation for the next 2 election cycles.
Excuse me?
I'm sorry. Yeah, you gave us Mike Pence, so I'm sorry. I don't make the rules. I just kind of make them up and then have people do them. You see, it's a very big difference, Ty. But
a distinction, distinction without a difference. All right.
Yes. So moving right along to corn, and not just corn, but also what used to be known in the 70s as gasohol, we now know as ethanol. You either love it or you hate it, depending on who you are, what you drive, and where you are, because there's a couple of states that actually have ethanol mandates, but most states have ethanol in it. So ethanol, corn fuel out of corn. So, now, first of all, let me just say, full disclosure, being a corn farmer, ethanol is the greatest fuel that ever was, the greenest, the most amazing, spectacular, wonderful. It will make cotton candy rain from the sky, and it will fix your broken relationships. Okay, now that bullshit hyperbole is out of the way, now, because, let's be frank, me being a corn farmer, I have every incentive to try and tell you that, yes, corn will fix your broken relationships. It'll be how we fly to Jupiter. It'll be corn whether we like it or not, Ty, is pretty much the most abundant commodity in the known universe right now. Okay, like corn is
that's because
it's a bit abundant.
It is abundant, and that's largely because Nebraskans have decided that instead of
beautiful aquifer. Now, okay, Tiberius, what that really is tell me you're jealous of the Ogallala aquifer without telling me you're jealous as shit of the Ogallala aquifer.
I'm so jealous of something we don't even need in the great state of Indiana. I tell you what,
I could just time my irrigation when I need it and actually apply water to the crop as it's needed, not just waiting on Father Sky to drop it on you. So I understand. Like your jealousy is unbecoming. I get it.
Yes, because I'm never.
This could go on all night.
Yes, and because I'm never a jealous person. Never. But what I definitely can say is that I do respect having the ability to actually wait for rain and not usually be disappointed. That being said, we do have our river sands here where it'll burn up really, really quickly, but we are not the infamous state of Nebraska to where you have to have a water pivot on everything or it won't grow.
The infamous or famous state of Nebraska. Because like I said, Ty, I'm sorry, you're still on probation for 2 more election cycles after giving us Mike Pence. So I'm sorry, like it's just
speaking of January 6th, the only man with integrity at all during that Donald particular Trump. Day. Oh, Jesus Christ. I think I'm gonna have to take a sabbatical on this one. All right.
Okay, because that was I couldn't help it. I had to get a little poke in there. But so the first thing that we're going to touch on, 10-minute segment on ethanol's impact on cars. The what segment? So what does it do? Ethanol's impact on cars. Ty, I'm going to let you start with this, but I got a little something to add.
There's a lot of conversations on the impacts of cars. If you're looking at the overall conversation of eliminating greenhouse gases or helping mitigate that, the math's a little weird. On one hand is that basically you're doing what nature did in a couple million years, and you're doing it pretty quickly by turning the natural sugars that you are within the kernels of corn, the proteins, the natural sugars, the carbohydrates that you see in that, you're turning that into fuel. Yeah, the starches. These are carbon chains on the atomic level and the molecular level. It's just carbon. What the difference between that and oil is that more or less is that usually it's more complex oil that you're pulling out of the ground, which has carbon chains of 24 molecules. That's how you usually get diesel fuel. Whenever you get corn, you're lucky to break 16, but you are able to turn that into a lighter fuel that is something that you can burn on a pretty regular basis. And this is what we call, in the modern sense, of ethanol. Very useful, very viable, and remind you that 33% usually of the America's corn crop is turned into ethanol, and it's in almost every gas tank that you have. You may not even realize it, but even if your gas says unleaded on it, almost, I believe it is now 30 states has it mandated that it is going to have 10% ethanol within the gasoline mixture itself, just to help curb down our particular demand and use, particularly Florida. That being said, they have kind of walked some of that back. You do have a lot of the plain states where you can just go up to a gas station and it'll say regular, gasoline, and it'll just say, 87, 89, and 93. But then you'll go over to, it'll be like flex fuel, E85, what have you. You'll have just pure ethanol or as close as you can get to it, while also having another one that is pure gasoline, which is actually natural gasoline. Most places, it's more expensive to get the natural gasoline because ethanol is subsidized to hell. But on the other side of that,
not quite the way it used to be. Like the direct payments for ethanol aren't really a thing anymore. Like if you want to talk about like the Sunny money and like the money that goes to farmers and payments, that's a different issue. But ethanol isn't quite like when people say ethanol is subsidized, not quite the way we thought of it like 5-10 years ago.
Well,
it's changed significantly.
The industry has gotten to the point where it can basically run itself. And this was the entire point of the green energy movement. Why invest in something if you can't actually get anything back out of it? And so far, I actually will simp for the Democrats here, whether it's solar, whether it's wind, whether it's ethanol, they have made a massive investment into getting their own energy sector online, and it is working.
Yeah, and we'll touch on that a little bit later in the impact of ethanol, but in around the world. But in terms of its usage in cars, when you're talking about its blends, okay, the farmer in me wants to tell you, don't worry, biodiesel and ethanol, when you apply them, it's everything. It's super happy fun time. Not a single problem will arise within an engine. Nary, why would you even think such a ne'er-do-well thought? Now, the guy that has to turn wrenches on the engines of said diesels and gas motors, I can tell you there are some differences and there are some issues. And yeah, you do get parts that get gunked up. There are certain, like a great example, biodiesel. A lot of people don't know that a diesel engine isn't actually technically, I mean, it kind of is, but it's not really a combustion engine the way that we know it. It's a pressure engine. It's not an explosion engine. It relies on the pressure. And so that, if you're running biodiesel in really cold weather, you're going to gunk up some work. So honestly, okay, real talk here. We probably shouldn't run as heavy ethanol blends and biodiesel in the wintertime months. We probably shouldn't. Summertime months, not as big a deal. You could probably kick those blends up a little bit, not as big. But during the wintertime months, especially in places around here, there's a reason why there is ethanol-free pumps, because when it's like a couple weeks ago, it was negative 50 wind chill out here. Yeah, you need you need a little less ethanol in your fuel to get your shit running under those kind of conditions. So that's just one thing I wanted to say about the effects of ethanol on cars, is that it's not insignificant. But like, if I were to be like the great car dictator, if you will, and I were to center all of society around how to make our diesel engines and our car engines run at the most efficient possible while putting the least amount of wear on it, I would probably dial down the amount of ethanol that's in the general blends over the winter months and probably turn it back up in compensation during the summer months.
I'll go with this. And I was doing a little bit of research on this today because we were preparing for this particular topic. And it all comes down to this. Normalized engines are built to run gasoline or diesel fuel. And you'll notice that you can't run a diesel fuel on a gasoline engine and vice versa. It doesn't work out very well. Ethanol kind of has the same thing. You have, or biodiesel as well, is that you have a liquid or a material here that has unique properties to it. If you want to run a vehicle that runs off of E85, there are vehicles and engines that are made specifically for E85, and they're a lot better at handling any of the problems that are going to come from ethanol. The problem is that we are trying to run basically ethanol and stuff that isn't built to run ethanol. Now, it will work as a substitute, but you don't get the efficiency out of it. You do get gunking up of things because it's not built to handle that particular material. If you have something that is built to handle that material exclusively, you will have a lot better results. And in that like knockdown, drag out fight, E85 is comparative to gasoline when it comes to fuel mileage, when it comes to maintenance, when it comes to a lot of those things. But if you're putting it in an engine that wasn't designed for it, such as my Mustang, well, then, yeah, I'm going to have a little bit of
blow up after about 2 blocks.
Oh, it won't be that bad. Biodiesel, it won't run, but it can run ethanol.
Well, no, I'm saying if you put E85 in your Mustang, it
can handle about a 30% blend, but after that, it's going to have issues.
Yeah. Now, I was looking up what's the best way to explain to people what is biodiesel, and it's basically plant or even in some cases animal lives that have been basically turned into the fatty acid ester chain, and then we can find a way to get combustion out of it. Now, funny enough, fatty acid esters is something that you actually get out of distillation of certain bourbon whiskeys, high corn mashes, and also one of the reasons why ethanol is a problem is in certain engines is it is a distilled grain. You are distilling a grain the same way that you distill this grain right here. This is single malt Scotch, and that is distilled grain. And some engines don't do well with water. And as the master distiller of the Dalmore, Sir Richard Patterson, would say, is water is the backbone of any whiskey. And so there are certain engines that aren't meant to take that level of water in their engine. There's a little water in gasoline, but it's not the same thing at all. So that's one thing to consider, is some of these distillation processes were not originally intended for the gasoline engine, but it has its advantages, which we will get to a little later.
True.
I was about to say, we only got a few minutes left. You got any more? Like, you better get your shit in now.
Ethanol, if you want to run that particular mixture blend, I'm not actually opposed to it to a large degree. And if you want to actually keep the American farmer in business in the world where I hope China just gets kind of pushed to the curb, then I absolutely 100% support this. So for me, I'm going to actually push forward for having more ethanol. I do think that we need to actually have a market for more ethanol based cars, something that's actually strictly supposed to run ethanol as a comparative fuel mixture. And remind you, this is not too terribly hard. The gasoline that you actually pump out, just 87 octane and the 93 octane, your basic and your premium, those are actually two different fuel blends all together. They have an entirely integrated but separate distribution chain. They're not supposed to touch, except for whenever they get fused together to make 89 octane, which is kind of a weird thing. We can do this for a third. We already have it with diesel. This is not a jump. The thing that I will push against is we definitely would rather do that than something called EVs. But that'd have to be for another episode.
Oh, yeah, like that. I mean, why do you want to mine a battery when you can just, grow some corn? I totally get that. So, and like it or not, America has a very good ag sector. Like that's one thing to consider. But like I said, we will get into that here in a little bit. So, all right, you know what? I think I'm going to call that a good solid 10, and I'm starting the next 10 right now, Ty. And we've got when corn changed from food to fuel. Now, allow me to kind of rip the Band-Aid off on this, because the way that we got here in the first place, to the point where we could even consider turning corn into gasoline and turning corn into something you put into your gas tank, was during the 1970s. Under Richard Nixon, his ag secretary was a man by the name of Dr. Earl Butz. Dr. Earl Butz completely changed. Ty's laughing because he already knows, like, yep, the guy that changed fucking everything. Like, Dr. Earl Butz changed our entire subsidy system in the United States, where a lot of people still, even to this day, say, well, farmers are subsidized to not plant crops, right? I'm like, what fucking decade are you talking about? Like, what like, yeah, like, good Lord, like, were you watching like some 1960s educational video in school and that's where you got, like, no. In I think it was 73 or 74, Dr. Earl Butz changed the subsidy system in America entirely to go from underproduction to keep prices high to overproduction, to have as high and heavy a production as possible to create what was known as the cheap food policy. And Dr. Earl Butz, in an interview one time, said, a lot of people don't know the dirty little secret of America's economic success is our cheap food policy, and that we have such an overabundance of food in America that the average American, even with all their restaurant visits, all the groceries, all the expensive things they do, spends on average about 17% of their annual income on food. And that leaves all that added income, that extra percentage over it, to be invested in what have you. Like, you can invest it, you can buy it, you can spend it, you can waste it. Doesn't really matter. It's still sloshing in the sluices of the American economy. And it's really the dirty little secret. Because think about it. If you go to other countries around the world, how much of their daily labor is spent on food? It's probably about anywhere from 30, 40, 50, 60, 80% of their daily labor is spent on food. And so there's so much less money for investment. So the way that we got here from corn being turned into fuel was through Dr. Earl. Hang on, I gotta address this. I was in the restroom for a moment there, and now I'm back. Let me get there we go. Let's see. We got the great Ico, the one, the only, the great Ico with us. Food fuels the body. Take that, libtards. Checkmate. Couldn't have said it better myself. This whole cheap food policy sounds like a great endorsement of EV subsidy. Oh my. Now, see, that's a great thing. Ico, is going to be a great EPA head because he does his homework. But here's the thing. I want a free market of energy. If we say this one's bad and that one's good, let's truly find out, Aiko. But yes, the great Aiko, one of these nights he's going to have to come on. He's going to have to come on and we're going to have to do the official interview. But I understand if he's just like sitting at home like, dude, I'm in my robe with my feet up. Fuck you. But yes, we're going to have to do this sometime, Aiko, because he's good shit. And, just general good guy. And actually later on, Aiko, I'm going to play the Christianity panel that you and I were on with Tiberius just last night. Fascinating stuff. Really a fun time. I don't remember if you remember what was the name of the person we were streaming on afterwards. I'm just like, because I would like to play at least a little small piece of that, because at one point Lethe Waters was just like, okay, Phil, he was like, you got me. And I was like, it's so very rare that you actually get one of those. So if you remember the name of the person we were streaming on, please drop in the comments. Otherwise, let's see. The cheap car policy. Nice. I like it. Yeah, Yep. I totally get it. You have exposed my secret identity. He's Robe, man. Universal discourse. Well, no, we're just gonna have to have the discourse of you becoming the EPA head. That's coming down the pike someday, very, very, very soon. Next week it just kind of depends. There's gonna be one night Tony comes over to do some reviews with me because we got some really nice bottles we haven't been able to get to. I've had them since Christmas. Just missed that. Just have some bottles I haven't been able to get into, but other than that. Wow. So you got double the fill there for a second. But yeah, I'm looking forward to that one of these days. No, the person we rated. Oh, Universal Discourse. Okay, writing that down. But also, when your line on Marxism, I actually wrote it down because it was in the post chat, but it was so good. Because Aiko is one of those guys, folks, if you're on the right, Aiko, he's on the left, but he's got, once in a while, he's got these nuggets that are really worth, Now, when you steal from one person, that's plagiarism. But if you steal from a whole lot of people, that's just research. So Aiko is one person that's worth researching. You see? And so he had this great line where Marxism always ends in either placation or some form of feudalism. And I was like, wow, I'm stealing that one. That's a good one. So yeah, Aiko, really good guy. He also had the line of, you can't have a win on politics or policy without it costing you in politics. Fascinating stuff. And it really kind of makes sense why the folks in politics don't really want to solve anything. But yes, Aiko, we will have to get together sometime very soon. But yeah, we're going to get into that Christianity panel just as soon as Truth in Fiction or Truth in the Lies, Truth in Description or Truth in Disguise is concluded for all of you beautiful people. And we're not going to play the full video because there's a little bit of post cheap food policy where he actually incentivized the overproduction of food. And it is not only how we got to ethanol fuel, but also kind of the dirty little secret to America's economic success since the Nixon administration.
There's a lot to unpack there. I will simply suffice as this. Back in the days when Republicans actually gave a crap for the environment, is that you had Nixon fire off the EPA, and we had a lot of policy come into place to, one, start helping promote American energy independence. This is one of the reasons that we had ethanol kind of start to take place in the first place, is because people could do chemistry, and they realized that the same stuff that is within the kernel of a corn, also a number of other things like soybeans, which I would like to see somebody crack the code for soybeans and biodiesel to a large degree. Excuse me.
Working on it.
Yeah, the problem is they've been working on it for 30 years. But anyway, the long and the short.
Why even try? Just like fusion, right?
We will have to have that chat because
oh yes, that's a little preview for another time, folks. Ty and I have been poking back and forth at each other on fusion power for a long time. So I mean, if it's hard to do, why even try, right?
No, it's not that it's about hard to do. Why even try? It's that I am very much upset with the lack of progress when it comes to biodiesel from soy. But the long and the short, getting back to where we were, is that back during the 1970s, is that we had a lot of conversations about how we are going to make the environment better for ourselves, which is the modern EPA, which is how we got most of the smog out of our cities, and particularly how we stopped our rivers from catching on fire. And if anyone doesn't know what I'm talking about, there is something called the Cuyahoga River Fire, either in Pennsylvania or Ohio. I can't remember. It's near the border. But yeah, we actually had rivers catch on fire at one point.
Metal.
We had to fix that. And
Metal. Oh, wait, what? Okay. I was about to say, like, if some metal band didn't film a music video in front of that, missed opportunity.
it was a missed opportunity, but yes, that was not done. So sorry, Phil. Have to rain on your parade.
Oh, gosh, like I said, you're always the water. You're the wet blanket, the fly in the ointment, Ty. But now when you mentioned,
I'm here to impress.
I kid. We love you, Ty. But when you're talking about the Republicans used to be the environmental, well, I mean, we're the true environmentalists. We're not the environmental activists. We're the active environmentalists. We're the ranch owners, the farmers, the industrialists that make this world work. So we're the actual active environmentalists. When you talk about Republican legacy, I mean, hell, it was that great Republican himself, Teddy Roosevelt, that set up the national parks that we all go to. And folks, have you ever wondered why there's no Democrats on Mount Rushmore? Yeah, me neither.
Back in the day, once upon a time when the Republican Party was actually liberal. Yeah, I mean, if you want to go back to that,
classical liberalism, I mean, if you want to talk about classical liberalism of respect for individual rights and liberties, I mean, sure.
Something that this party has abandoned many times over.
But enough about the Democrats. So ethanol as its conversion from changing from food to fuel. You mentioned that about 33% of ethanol, give or take, like I usually just kind of go with the round number of 30 because sometimes it's not, sometimes 35, sometimes like 28, just depends on the year. But it's generally about 30% of. Okay. ICO comes with another one. Yeah, my argument was that Marxism either skips the capitalism step, in which case it turns into a horror show, or it comes after capitalism, in which case the capitalists keep the proletariat too fat and happy to revolt. Interesting. It always happens in one of those two ways. Now, to me, like as a capitalist, I'm like, well, yeah, Marxism can't arise until there's capitalism for a bunch of shit to steal that the capitalists made. Like, yeah, what a shock. What a shock. But yeah, so that's always the way I kind of look at it, because it's like, yeah, you can't have Marxism until capitalism comes. That's because you need capitalism to make shit, just make stuff. Capital, love them or hate them. Them capitalists are badass at making stuff. The America's corn becomes fuel. Now, to me, I see this as potentially a net positive, because whenever we can decrease our dependence on other countries for any kind of fuel source or energy source, that is always a net positive. And America has a very good agriculture base. Like, that just can't be denied. Like, even if the world went to hell in a handbasket tomorrow, the U.S. would still have our ag base.
True. It just pumps us full of crap that you really don't want in your body at this point. But that's a whole other conversation that I need to have.
What do you mean by that?
High fructose corn syrup is one of the things that I actually will hit really hard on when it comes to corn. This is something that literally most of Europe has banned. And while I do not like to emulate the Europeans to a large degree, because they're a massive joke, at least in my particular opinion, is that this is something they got right. When it comes to artificial.
Okay, we got some more comments here from Ico. You underestimate how much liberals love capitalism. Well, golly gee. At least some of y'all on the left could have sure fooled me. Now, your politicians are like some pretty damn good capitalists, like Nancy Pelosi. I mean, one of the greatest traders, like, and take that however you want to take it, but one of the best market traders probably of all time. And I'm sure that has nothing to do with the fact that she's operating on more information than the rest of us. So, but yeah, your politicians, liberal politicians, they're better at pilfering than almost anybody. So, like, yeah, I can understand why you'd come to that conclusion, Ico.
artificial sweeteners when it comes to a lot of things that are unfortunately corn derived is that we are putting a lot of things, whether it be this Dr. Pepper that I have here with me, or a lot of these sweeteners.
Now, curious, you say the Stock Act. Is that basically the folks in Congress can't own stocks and investments and such? Like, I remember I was telling that to a very conservative friend of mine. And I said, yeah, AOC introduced this bill that folks in Congress can't own, like, basically any financial instrument of any kind. She looked at me and went, fuck, damn good idea. Fuck them. So, you know what? That one will get true bipartisan support from the voters. The folks in Washington, though, good fucking luck. Good luck. Like, you're basically having them vote to forcibly take their hand out of the cookie jar. And in all history, pulling that hand from the cookie jar, I mean, has been one of the most difficult things of all time. People get killed over trying to get the fucking other people's hands out of that cookie jar. So that'll be rough.
That we have is that they are made through they're made as subsidiaries of corn. And unfortunately, while corn is very tasty and those sweeteners are also
I think you're correct there, Iko.
They're making you all fat. In fact, this is one of the core issues of why we have the obesity problem the way it is that we put horrific things into our body. And unfortunately, some of those are based off of corn.
Now, two things. First of all, you shut your whore mouth. Second of all, now I totally get what you're saying there, because when the problem is when you're drinking your calories, your brain isn't getting those same shut-off signals. So that I too do totally understand, because that's new in the human experience. But this is going to be one of those, if you look at the silver linings here, Tiberius, here in the West, like, we've kind of solved starvation, because now poverty is associated with obesity. We won. We beat the shit out of starvation. We beat its ass. Okay. Like, fuck. I mean, like, I get it, but like, what do you want us to do? We fucking did it, man. Like, we beat starvation here in the West. Poverty is associated with being really fat now. Like, if you were to tell people that 1,000 years ago, they would think you were a wizard.
Try 100 years ago.
Yeah, even 80 years ago. Like, they would think you're a goddamn wizard or you're a liar.
Liar being far more likely. Remind you that the common human experience for most of history is that
misery.
We have just enough food to get by, on a good year.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, starvation has been kind of the state of humanity since time immemorial, since we left Babylon. So, yeah, the fact that we were able to actually find a way to conquer starvation here in the West, like, is it perfect? No, but we talk about, golly gee, there's an obesity epidemic. There's all these fat people around. And if it wasn't for all that high fructose corn syrup and all those sweeteners and all that overproduction of food, we'd be like, golly, Steve didn't make it last year. That's unfortunate. Like, yeah, so instead it's like, man, Steve has really let himself go. Like that, like I think I'm not telling you which one to pick. But between Steve didn't make it last year and Steve let himself go, I think we should pick Steve let himself go.
Oh my God. I love you, Phil. And don't get me wrong, this is quote unquote a good problem to have in the norm and confines of human history. And this is where I get really upset with my left-wing friends consistently, is that they have this very utopian vision of like how things should be. And I'm like, y'all realize that we're literally just kind of trying to achieve escape velocity on like the most horrible things that happen. And most of that happened literally within the last, a human lifetime. We're not out of the world wars yet. That was literally 80 years ago, right? Mass famine, starvation, genocide. There's still things like that all over this planet. It's still a norm.
Yeah, and last thing I'll leave on before we switch topics here is you're absolutely right. When you go and you talk to people on the left in whatever corner that you find a good aggregate of leftists, you will find that if talking to them, you would swear it has never been so bad, okay? Despite the fact that we're living in a golden, gilded age of food abundance, information abundance, and abundance of every kind. Yet if you were to talk to folks on the left, it is just, there's a Nazi under every bed, and it's never been worse. So with that, I will have to agree. And now we move on to the next of the topics of the umbrella of corn. countries that produce corn. Well, it turns out, like I said earlier, corn is the most common goddamn commodity in the known universe right now. So pretty much other than Antarctica and Antarctica, I think every country produces, every continent produces corn somewhere. So, and
I'll break this down a little bit.
oh, we get
Corn's
really
weird.
deep into the
It's
actual
largely an
history of it.
America's thing, and when I
K.O.E.
say that is North and South America, it comes from these two particular continents. Largely comes out of Mesoamerica, but it's one of those deals to where, kind of like putting everything together for you guys, is that it has outsourced into the wider world, and it's used in some particular places. I would definitely want to push back a little bit on the whole corn is kind of the soft spots. It's still wheat. Wheat is still the predominantly grown thing as far as, you know, actual calorie intake for people. This is what people use in their bread. But when it does come down to a lot of these more modern times, is that corn is incredibly useful as an industrial product, which is, you know, back to the ethanol conversation, is that you can feed it to your cows, and it's one of the most calorie intensive things that you can feed to your cows. The only other,
it's just a great, that's why corn's way more
material.
abundant. Even like the cob. Like a lot of people
send it to
don't
me in
know
Discord.
that,
I'll
like,
check it out.
There's elements of the cob that actually go into like your Tylenol and your Advil pill. That's basically the part that isn't the 50 milligrams of the acetaminophen that you need. Like, it's actually just the fucking cob of an ear of corn. So like they use every goddamn bit of this plant. It is an incredibly good industrial commodity. It's a good industrial material, and its uses are tenfold, and that's why everybody is making it now. And so there's always kind of the joke that a lot of farmers are like, oh yeah, thanks my state's corn board, that was so nice of you to go to Asia and South America and Australia and teach everyone else to make corn too. That was real nice of you. Yeah, that was great. Thanks for trying to put me out of a job, prick. So yeah, that's kind of where we're at with corn, is you can grow it damn near anywhere. And here in the Americas, North and South America always kind of eye each other with kind of like a little bit of a nervous optimism. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know how else to describe it. It's like, so South America's like, so is America going to have another drought this year? And America's like, so is South America going to have a hard time getting into the ports again this year? And because, you know, like anything that can help get that price up just a little bit one more day, I guess. But now what's fascinating is in South America, China made big investments. China's fucking made some money moves in South America, because I remember, oh God, I want to say is probably about 10 years ago now, South America had a beautiful soybean harvest, and they weren't able to get it out of the field and to the harbors. And so the harvest just basically rotted by the side of the road in piles, because it just kept raining and raining and raining. And after that, China made its investments, because China wants its corn, it wants its soy, and they need it they've got a huge emerging beef and pork market there, and they all eat corn too. So beef, pork, corn, soy, it's all tied together. If you watch the markets long enough and you watch the prices, you'll see they all kind of play this cycle game where one or two gets to play on top for a little bit, but because the other two are tied to the other two, they eventually pull them back. Yeah, okay. Iko sent me something a little interesting. It's corn related, and it's the debate about, do we call it corn or maize? And I totally get it, but like, let's be frank, common parlance kind of wins the day, and I don't see corn changing anytime in my lifetime. I get it, because actually, technically, I mean, Iko, you'll be able to back me up on this. From my research, corn used to be a biblical sort of catch-all phrase. Like, it went back to even like biblical times. Like, it was just kind of a sort of catch-all phrase. It wasn't until, you know, North American maize kind of just got that word associated with it, because like, what is it? I don't know, it's corn, like, and then there you go. And so that's to the best of my research. But originally the crop was called teosinte, and it was a lot closer to a rye or a wheat. where the seeds were actually on top of the plant like a grass. And it was thousands of years of plant husbandry to finally pull those seeds down to the side of the plant. So very fascinating stuff. Well, howdy there, Bandit. How we doing? Going over a couple of appearances that I've made lately, and we're just having us a chill stream. And also, because you're all beautiful people, I'm also just raising awareness for the Cunard family. Here's the GoFundMe. I'll actually just drop it in the comments again because I'm that kind of guy. Jahirmi, very good friend of the show. His wife got into a car accident, really unfortunate, and just trying to help out however I can. So just raising awareness while we're having a fun little Sunday night chill stream. But yes, folks, corn, I totally get if some nerd wanted to say it's not corn, but as a 5th generation corn farmer, it's fucking corn. Okay, like I'm sorry, I don't mean to be just direct, but fuck. Okay, it's fucking corn. All right, nice try. God damn it, Bandit Ella. As soon as I hit send, I realized that it's you reviewing the video and not you. Like I know. Hence the plural. But yeah, I get you. But yeah, it's just a nice little chill stream, and I figure, and it's also an AMA, so don't ask me anything. But then we had the great Aiko come, and we just started to get a little chat. But yeah, like Aiko, if you talk to anybody about that from a 5th generation Nebraska corn farmer, you can tell them it's fucking corn. Okay. And please say it as close to exactly like that as you can. Not, he said, it is fucking corn. No, it's fucking corn. Like, there you go. That's how, if you could just deliver that message from me to all the wider linguistic community and all greater academia. Tell Wicca, well then, son of a bitch. I don't know how you can really get that like Nebraska anger drawl through in an email. So Aiko, you're gonna have to point me to the Wikipedia headquarters. I'm just gonna show up at the main desk like, hello, do you have an appointment today? Yes, I do. Where's the guy in charge of corn? Point me that way. And so like we just gotta have a talk. So to hell with Wikipedia. Oh God almighty. Bennett, you sure that's not a southern drawl? I don't know. But when I say it's fucking corn, like no, that's the way any farmer around here would say it. It's fucking corn. Okay. Fuckin apostrophe. Okay. Like, yeah, that's the way that one works. There's no G at the end. It's fucking. All right. Like it's so. Is there a Conservapedia page for corn? I think you're onto something here. Yes, we're going to start a Conservapedia. It'll be a runaway success, just like Truth Social. I like where this is going. Aiko. But all right, I want to get just a little deeper into this because then after this, I want to get into this
in terms of where it's made,
Christianity,
how it's made,
panel.
Whether anybody wants to admit it or not, food is a weapon.
Food is a weapon that is now being used by the modern militaries to change prices and to change the entire caloric intakes of entire nations. So in terms of where it's being made in South America, that's concerning for the American farmer.
I definitely will want to talk about this at a later date. I don't know exactly when we're going to be able to get into it, but the way that we're used to seeing the world as we know it is going to rapidly change this decade. We're already seeing the start of that with the Russia-Ukrainian war, and we're only just getting kicked off. This is why your fuel got so expensive last year. And then, of course, this is one of the reasons why you had a number of your industrial inputs just trickle down throughout the entire system, is that the world is incredibly globalized. The world is incredibly put well together. And while the United States may be largely self-sufficient in 9 out of 10 things, remind you, the biggest reason why your excuse me, I can't talk. Biggest reason why your price went up when it came to
and
your
I'm
gasoline
just finding out about it right
because
now.
we weren't making gasoline. It's because we were selling it to the Europeans.
Biden was personally burning up barrels that were coming out of Saudi Arabia and just doing it himself. Just, hey, that's funny. Look at that shit.
He was
Like,
giving he was giving it to Hunter to smoke as a joint. That's what the
Yeah,
thing you were wanting to say.
No,
Okay?
he needed all that fuel to light his butane torch to smoke the giant crack pipe. So that's where it all. God damn it, Joe, fucked us over again. So, I wish that was 100% joking. But yes. So, God Almighty. So the way the world is going to work is going to change very soon. You say now
It's
I
already
agree
started.
with you. I agree with you, but for entirely different reasons. And I think it's going to be because the minute fusion comes online,
Oh,
the
good
world
God.
has changed forever.
How much
And so
time of
don't
this
worry,
crap
folks.
do we have left?
Oh, we got 3 minutes. Bring it. We got 3 minutes 45 seconds. Bring it. Let me
Oh
know.
my
Come on.
God! We'll have to do the fusion debate on another episode. But when it comes to corn's incredibly important. I don't think
Ty's
it's
ducking me on fusion. You saw it here first.
we will have that episode. Like seriously, I just want to do this show once a week. Forget once a month. We'll just have it out. For one topic. Me and you square it away.
Put 'em up.
Yeah. That's what I want to do. We'll see how this goes down. We're actually having a chat with our producers about like how this show's going to go and if they're liking what they're hearing. But I know me and Phil can just kind of sit down and
hearing
chat.
the voice of Phil K.O.E. So obviously they're loving every single word, note, and tone that they're hearing. And the thing is, like, they've got an unenviable task where they're going to try to clip this apart to make a best of. And unfortunately, the best of Phil K.O.E. is simply a playing of everything I said from start to finish. So I don't know how they're going to possibly manage that.
Well, whenever we get past the ego, we may be able to think about it.
I mean, have you talked to me?
Yeah, I thought that I was, really, favorable to myself, but then I met you and then I realized I'm just fine.
Oh, it is true. I do love me some me. That is a very true statement. I resemble that remark, sir. So we're wrapping up here. So is there anything else you'd like to say about countries that produce corn?
Countries that produce corn. United States is
I
number
got
one.
something I want to touch
Yeah,
on.
yeah.
Well, yeah. U.S. number one, always. We produce the best corn, the most amazing corn, the highest yielding corn. But China is a problem. China's always going to be a problem because I'll never forget about 10 years ago when I went to a market watch session where I was getting ready to really learn something. Like this was a meeting of a bunch of farmers coming together, big presentation. And basically this guy gets up and just like, I just watch China and wherever China does, I just do that. And that's it. And it's basically just an hour of him talking about how much of a China watcher he was. And I remember just being disgusted by what I was hearing. But at the same time, it's like, well, fuck. There's a billion people there, so what they eat kind of affects what I do, whether I like it or not. And that is the unfortunate reality of being a farmer, is you are always at the mercy of so many other things. You're at the mercy of the skies above. You're at the mercy of the markets in some city, many hills over that you have no control over. You're at the mercy as to who's buying and who's selling. Oh, that's a beautiful rant. We'll get there here in a second, but I gotta catch up on some comments here. Bandit says, off topic to a degree. I was shocked to see a big time conservative YouTuber from Arizona do a Lincoln was a tyrant video yesterday. I hear that from time to time, and to me, like, no, Lincoln was the great Republican. So no, I get it. I get the logical arguments, but I don't agree with it in form. Happy Lee Jackson Day. Okay. Ico. I guess I don't know who that is. I'd have to look that up. Who's Lee Jackson? I feel like I should know who that is. But anyways, Ico, that's not shocking. I've been hearing that argument from libertarian conservatives for decades. They don't like that he suspended Haley. Oh, well, yeah, there's that. But Ico, it's kind of like last night when we were on that panel last night and people were trying to be, well, what about this war and all that? Like, war is hell. War is hell. And that will never really change. True at Ico. Without corn, you can't have glorious moonshine or bourbon. So Yes, folks, if you're going to drink anything, make it a glorious glass of bourbon. Hey, Brendan Roy. Hell yeah. Hey, curious, Brendan, we're having a chill stream. I don't know if we'll get to it tonight, but did you ever get the video file up of the interview you and I did the other day? Brendan over at Dads Worldwide. Definitely check him out. dadsww.com. And really a great guy. Just a good salt of the earth fella. He means Robert E. Lee. And oh, okay. I don't think that's a day. But all right, I got you. Robert E. Lee. Oh, Stonewall. Oh, okay. Then I'm going to guess it's really not a day. Oh, okay. Hey, Brendan. Yes, Brendan of Dads Worldwide. Great guy. Great guy. But yeah, I didn't know that was a day. And then I find out, yeah, it's not really a thing. It used to be. Never around here. Like, there's a reason why I'm from Nebraska. I'm like, who the Lee? What day? So. Yeah, I was. I will say this was crazy one time. Memorial Day, we go. I take my daughter to basically any kinfolk of ours. We lay a little flower at their grave, just something, and it gives us a chance to talk, and we get to talk about family history along the way. Well, she found out that on her mother's side, her mother's father's parents, and he's old, like he's really old. So his parents were like, wait. And so we went to this new graveyard, and it wasn't his grave, but like 20 graves over, like, because you're seeing all these beautiful red, white, and blue Old Glory, and then you see one Confederate rebel rag. I'm like, what the is that doing here? And so we walk up and see, and like, oh, this guy served under the whatever cavalry division under Robert E. Lee. Says all right here on a stone. Wow. Okay. And then, me and my daughter, when we walked away, got to really talk about the Civil War really deep. So like, that's like when you talk about those different days, like, and so my question is, who took the time to go out and put that little rebel rag there? Like somebody dedicated, like, because it was the only one in the whole graveyard. So somebody had to make this an explicit stop in their day. And so I was like, quite like, I had many questions, but like, at the time my kid was like, God, I think like 10. So like, didn't really like, maybe had heard of the Civil War, but didn't really like know what it all was. And so we got to have a really good talk about that. And so, yeah, fascinating. But we continue. In the international market, you're at the mercy as to who's going to war with who in whatever God-forsaken corner of the world. Yes, those are just a few of the things that you are at the mercy of as a farmer. But despite all that, the American farmer is always able to give you, the American people, the high-yielding corn that you need for that amazing corn syrup that you desire so much, and that amazing ethanol that we need. Sweet. Thank you, Brendan. God damn it.
Just keep telling yourself that, buddy. We'll eventually get over it.
Oh, like I don't need to tell myself that, because like that would imply that I need to like, pump up my ego a little bit or try to like psych myself up, or that I'd lack the confidence. And I think we've established I am an endless well of confidence and ego. So come on now. But all right, that is 10 minutes down. And now we move on to the next of the umbrella topic, the who in this corn, farmers, America, and of course, China. Anytime, Brendan. We touched on that a little bit in the previous segments, but to be honest with you, the who's, like the American farmers in China, like it or not, at least since Trump's administration, have been in a very adversarial position with each other. During the trade war, we were like, oh, great, this is going to do great. We're loving this. The prices are doing so awesome. We're having a great time with this. And it was to the point where the payments that were getting handed out, because there were some farmers that were qualifying for the first time in a long time, it was being called Sunny Money after Trump's ag secretary. And so I just thought that was a little funny that like, so who in this ethanol game, it really does boil down to the American farmer and China. Because even if you look at South America, that's an investment of China. If you look at any advancements in the ag sector in Africa, those are investments from China. China, they are, to their credit and also to something that we in the West need to be worried about, they are putting heavy investments in infrastructure around the world at the places that have the shit that they don't have. Okay, America doesn't do that the same way. Like for us, it's like, okay, like politician X will put his worthless fucking cousin on some oil drilling company and send them over to some other area of the world, and their family in particular will profit off that and peel off a little bit off the top. But the nation of America, other than a few extra taxes collected, benefits in no way. China, on the other hand, it's nope, this is China's shit. It all just belongs to China, and it's part of the greater China project. And so when they put infrastructure investment into an area, they fucking follow through. Fucking South America damn near has what you could call a highway system that's almost competent and coherent. So especially in Brazil, that like they've got highways that you could almost kind of sort of not really make it from one side of the country to the next. So they're getting closer, and it's China that's going to close in on that for them. Sorry?
I think there's a level of hype here that I never really agree with. China is trying to be a bigger actor on the world stage, but it's not out of a position of comfort and strength like a lot of people claim it to be or think that it is. It's actually a move out of desperation. China knows that the window's closing in on them for a number of reasons, which I'll have to talk about in another episode. But when it comes to corn's actually a really good example of why China's screwed. China would love to grow more corn. Now, they already are really busy with growing rice and having a massive pig harvest, which corn would help them on a little bit, although corn's a lot better for the cows. But when it comes down to it, would China like to use corn more? Sure. But what's the thing that China needs to grow corn? It needs fertilizer. Needs phosphate, needs nitrogen, needs these kind of fertilizers. And this is a great example of how China is completely overhyped. And it's actually not nearly the like powerhouse that it is. Sure, China may be able to grow quite a amount of crop. Sure, China may be able to do this, that, and the other, or finance this particular program. But who is the biggest people that they got most of their fertilizer from? Oh, yeah, it was the Russians. And now that's offline. That is the world that we're looking forward to over the next coming years, is that a lot of these things, whether it was COVID, whether it was the war, whether it's the next war, which there will be a few coming up this decade that you really should keep your eyes on to, when it comes down to
in 2 decades, we're going to have to go back into Ukraine, and we'll end up fighting the rebels that we're arming now if America's past and around the world is any indication of our future.
We definitely are going to have that particular chat, because I know the populist right hates my takes on this, but we will definitely have to visit
we'll get into that. But now, speaking of China, and this does very much affect the American farmer and corn markets and pretty much everything to do with ethanol. You have been making a call that I'm skeptical about. I'll be honest. I'm skeptical about this, but I'm willing to listen to it. You've been making the call that within this decade, within the 2020s, the Chinese government will face a financial collapse. Now, before I let you unpack that, I'm just going to say my only caveat is I think that if that does happen, it very well could. I think rather than face to the public, we just collapsed like the USSR, they're going to do some sort of like shuffling the books where they got like they went from Great Britain to the United Kingdom one day, and now it's like shit was really bankrupt and we had to do a shuffling of the papers, and now we're the United Kingdom. So I could see that, but with all that, I'm going to let you unpack. What do you make of the China collapse?
I want to do that as another show, not to try to like dip out of the conversation, but I have to.
Howard.
This is a big topic, and it would literally take a whole show for us to do, but. Number one, I am on record among a few other people that I do not suspect that the People's Republic of China will survive this decade in its current iteration. And what I mean by that is that you're going to either see a completely different governing system, or you're going to see a massive economic collapse to the likes of what we haven't seen before, pretty much in history. Because while a lot of people think, oh, China big, China strong, China good, right? When it comes down to it, the actual reality is that China has an economic model that is very, very akin to Enron. And while that may sound good for some folks, it's definitely not good for most. And so I do not expect that the Chinese are going to be able to keep this afloat. Now, to my detractors out there, so many that there are, is that, yeah, we've been saying that China was probably going to collapse for ages and ages and ages. But I want to remind you of something. Sometimes the basics, far more often than not, are always still valid. But it doesn't mean that somebody can't, screw with the numbers to the point where things go far longer than they should. Enron actually was a great example of that. Remind you, if you think that this can't happen, there was a country in the 1980s that became the number 2 economic power past the Soviet Union, and all of a sudden people were worried that that was going to be the new superpower on the block and everyone was going to have to run for the hills. That country was called Japan.
Yep.
And
I remember that quite well. Like Gallagher was in his stand-up specials, stuck in the 70s. It was in the early 80s, talking about, now let me tell y'all folks, here in a couple years, we're all going to be working for some Japanese guy. And so, yeah, we all had this fear of we're all going to be working for some Japanese guy. And now it's shifted to Chinese. And Ty, if you're right, if you are right, and I don't know if you are, and I'm skeptical, but if you are, you're going to hate me when you see it. Suddenly, we're going to go from everybody like, God damn, we're losing all these jobs to the Chinese. You're going to see people go, we're losing all these jobs to the South Koreans. My God. And because we've always been like the West, we always have this fear of some coming great economic power from the East. And whether it's Japan, whether it's China, and if China collapses, we'll just shift that same fear to South Korea because they're where all the cheap shit's built now.
I love you on this one, but that's not going to be the thing. And this is why I want to talk. I want to do a whole
North Korea then.
I'm sorry, I'm going to die if you say that again. When it comes down to it, a lot of people think that there is going to be some rising powers in the world. And while there is some countries that I have some questions on that might be able to kind of rise into some level of prominence, India is looking pretty decent, is that most of these countries are not looking at a bright and wonderful future. If there is any country out there that's gonna actually maybe pull off the numbers by 2100, actually become a viable major entity, it's gonna come from Africa. But even that, I'm hyper skeptical on, and I'm telling you, we're gonna have to do a whole episode on that in particular. But corn does play a part in this one because of how incredibly important it is as an industrial commodity in the modern world. It is it's a high caloric, I cannot stop talk today, value and store of energy. And then more particularly is that it is used in a number of industrial processes where we literally make fuel out of it. We literally make artificial sweeteners. We feed it to our cows. It helps a lot. And so when people can't get corn, and that's just the teaser for what's coming down the pipe, is that people are not going to be able to get the things that they want, that's going to be the end of the era. And corn will be a small piece of that.
The end of the era rang in by corn. And, that your Africa prediction, Africa as a continent, to me, is kind of like Mexico as a country, in that if its politics wasn't so fucking wildly unfunctional, that place would be a paradise. Okay, Mexico by all rights should be a goddamn paradise, heaven on earth. And there's stretches of Africa with all of its riches, all of its resources and everything should be much the same, but its politics is just a basket case.
I wish that were true. Don't get me wrong, Mexican politics is a mess, but honestly, if there's anywhere in Latin America that needs to have a conversation, Mexico is getting better on the politics. They still have to deal with the drug lords, but they are doing what they can. It's Argentina that needs
won that open battle that the Mexican cartels were having with the Mexican government the other day. Did anybody hear? Because the last time the cartels won, I don't know who won this last one. So
there is a real issue to where Mexico still has a lot to go for. The other side of that is that Mexico has Mexico has a huge hill to climb. They've actually started climbing pretty damn decently since the 1990s, but it doesn't mean it's over. Remind you that come 2010, the biggest political party that...
Well, hello. What do you think about Neuralink implant, which goes into your brain to enhancement of human abilities? I sure shit wouldn't be the first one. That's one of those that's you let that kind of technology just exist out in the wild for a good little while before you ever get one. Because eventually there's going to be somebody in the middle of something. They're going to just turn their shit off and then they're just going to fall over like a limp fucking noodle. So I don't know about that. Like, that's one of those, you're basically giving up all personal autonomy when you do that. So it's kind of like, sheesh. Has nobody even like watched a spoiler video about Cyberpunk 2077? I mean, that's kind of my first thought is don't drown in the data stream. You know what I mean? That I get it. I mean, there will be some tremendous advantages, but you can't ignore the drawbacks. You can't pretend like there's not going to be some very serious fundamental changings of the human experience type drawbacks to that.
That had ran Mexico for 80 years, called the PRI, suddenly wasn't in
Sinaloa.
No, Sinaloa is actually the one of the bigger drug cartels, but they were.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
They're
They-
the party that runs it.
Well, I love you. That's fun. And honestly, this is a weird conversation. We'll have to get into this in some kind of other.
Oh, yes. 'Cause
particular
yes, actually,
topic.
our 10 minutes are up for this one. So
Yeah.
hit
Anyway.
10 minutes because like now
Final
let's just call
note.
that a teaser for the next.
Fine.
That like yeah, because you always want to leave your audience wanting more. So the final why segment, the real impact and usage of corn around the world, which we've kind of started teasing this, but we haven't fully gotten our pants off yet on this particular topic. And one thing I'm going to say about its usage and its impact around the world, and the reason why ethanol works, the reason why it got adopted so quickly, the reason why it's blended into everything, and the reason why it will be around for a very long time as an energy source is because it achieved something that the rest of the green energy folks could never achieve and they never got. They never understood this. Ethanol can be retrofitted into our current energy, fuel to energy conversion infrastructure. The way that we can just blend it into gasoline and burn it off in gas tanks. That is something that can be retrofitted to something that we currently have. You can't retrofit a solar panel on top of a Ford Mustang and get it to go down the road. You can't retrofit a windmill or a wind turbine on top of a Lamborghini and get it to go vroom vroom down the road. So that is why, whether we like it or not, ethanol, biodiesel, it's here to stay because the cost of diesel and the cost of getting things around the country and around the world is actually the cost of doing business. So if it comes from the ground or it comes from somewhere that we grow it, I don't think that's going to be as big of a deal. That's going to be as big of a deal breaker or a deal maker, what have you, on that, because like I said, its ability to retrofit, because whether we like it or not, we have roads, we have cars, we have gas tanks, we use gasoline, and we have to be able to keep that going and keep that moving. Otherwise, our entire economy and the entire world runs to a screeching halt. So to me, green energies, they're nice to have, but once we get fusion, not a need to have. And to me, I view ethanol, nuclear energy, and the like as marvelous stopgaps until that glorious day when the first fusion reactor finally comes online. Ty?
You actually took most of what I wanted to say. How dare you, sir? But
This is pretty awesome like that.
Sometimes you can be, and it does surprise me every now and again where you go from the entertainer to the explainer, and usually you don't do that because well, you're you, but every now and again you do impress me, and it's a little shocking. I'm usually not prepared for it, to be honest, but today
Me neither.
Today you have
well,
succeeded.
Let's find out what I'm about to say together.
Right, but anyway, when it comes to I'm sorry, I don't even remember what segment we're on now. There's a lot of repeat here. I'm gonna have to go over some of these.
I'm awesome like that. The real impact and usage of corn around the world. To you, the one, the only Tiberius motherfucking D.
Yeah. So the real impact of corn, in a nutshell, is it's one of the major foodstuffs of the world. It's radically increased. Remind you that the world has used wheat and barley for most of its foodstuffs throughout human history. And if we aren't using that in particular, we're using a few other things off to the side, like soybeans, to kind of help feed the cattle and keep keep all the food on tap. It's very new that corn's been around. And remind you, it was largely something that had been domesticated here within the Americas under people that we call the Aztecs, the Mayans, whatnot. But it really didn't kind of find its fruition until the modern age, where we turned it into a row crop, and then particularly
number 2.
I'm sorry.
I was about to say, until we turned it into the row crop yellow dent number 2, because a lot of people don't know the original crop was a kind of a grass crop called teosinte, which the seeds actually used to be on top, a lot like wheat. But like when you're saying barley was the primary crop, I was holding this up because this is a single malt Scotch, and Scotch whiskey from Scotland is almost a single malt, means it's 100% barley, and it comes from one distillery. So typically the history of distillation started with barley. And so like when you were saying that barley and wheat are the most common, it used to be barley was the only thing anybody distilled. So it's you are correct on that. And corn didn't really start to become in vogue to distillation. Like I think the first corn distillation recipe I ever read about historically came around the 1500s. So it's not something that we've been typically working with for a very long time, but it took the fuck over.
Its growth has been rather dramatic, I guess is the word we want to use. However, that does not mean that corn, I don't think corn's going to eclipse to be number 1. I could be wrong on that one, because this is something that's a little out of my expertise from what I normally would talk about and do. But what I can say is it will be on your radar and should be on your radar for quite a long time to come. It is incredibly useful. I don't expect that to decrease in use. What I do expect is that the ability for people to grow corn is going to get a lot harder. If our good friends in Nebraska get less rain because of something like climate change, then yeah, you have a problem. You absolutely have a problem.
Or maybe we'll get more.
You never know. You never know. But Bandit says, Bandit, I don't want to say corn isn't important, but on the geopolitical realm, I think rice is more important to bring China to heat. Interesting. I think future Secretary of State Tiberius might agree with you there. I'm probably dead wrong, but on the surface makes sense. Well, you got to remember on the surface, yeah, it seems to make sense. Culturally, yes, but China is consuming a lot more corn, a lot more wheat, a lot more soy, because those are things you can feed to hogs and chickens and now even cows. China has for a decade now been an emerging beef market to the point where they are a robust beef market now. And so, yeah, all those grains go over to feed their own cattle lots. And so that's something to consider is the cost of everything. Everything's got to eat. But it's like the cattle ranchers in my part have always said for years, sorry, Phil, cow just won't eat $10 corn. And what he's saying is if the price goes up to $10, he's not feeding him any more fucking corn. So cow just won't eat $10 corn.
Never know.
I believe the forecasts are going against you on that one, but that does not mean that the forecasts are 100%.
The projections have been going against us for 50 years, and you know how often they turn out to be right. So to me, it's like, well, I mean, when you get a warmer planet, you actually have higher CO2, a lot more carbon in the air, which actually during the dinosaur era was a lot warmer planet, and the plants were a lot bigger. So like the idea, like even if you were to give climate change as a complete given, the idea that it would be a 100% net negative for everyone is not obvious or apparent.
Oh, there's certain places that absolutely can improve, and to kind of give you guys an idea of like what's going on here. A great example of who it can really hurt is like the Russians. It's a line of the Russian.
Let's see. Bandits going, really? Beef seems to be a bit expensive for a communist country. Well, you got to remember the parts that are becoming less communist, you're starting to get Chinese billionaires. And now, don't get me wrong, it's like Jack Ma. Like, I think he just disappeared and then just showed back up the other day. So, you know, it's one of those, being a Chinese billionaire is one of those things that could just be pulled out from under you at any moment. But, yeah, there is an emerging, I don't know if you'd call it a middle class, but folks with actual disposable income, and they're wanting to start buy things like pork and chicken and beef. And these are becoming robust markets around the world. So yeah, they're like, even though it's a communist party that runs the country, there are these little pockets of communism. And the minute you let the tiniest little sliver of freedom in there, the Chinese people rush in there and just like turn it up to 11 because it's the one little piece of freedom they're allowed. So the tiny bits of capitalism that they've been allowed to practice, the people of China have showed to be very fucking good at it. So we'll see how that boils out in the rest of the century. I can't remember where I heard it, but apparently there's more people in China that have 2 million than there are Canadians. I could see that. I could definitely see that. There is a lot of money moving around China, and those are some folks who are going to want to wine and dine their business associates with steaks. But we continue.
We built. And if you were to move that because of climate change, let's say that it moves east or it moves west or it moves north or south, east or west doesn't hurt them too much because that just means that, you know, it's everything from Ukraine all the way off into Kazakhstan. That works for the Russians. They can work with that because all the population's within the belt. But if it moves north, which is what they're expecting it to do, this goes to hell really quickly because then you can't grow things there because there's no one to live there. And that's going to be a huge concern. The United States is actually one of those things that actually is pretty much we don't have to worry about it too much because the agricultural core of the United States is a circle. So no matter what direction we go, it largely, the worst case scenario is the Canadians can grow better crops. Oh God, you know, so horrible. Yeah,
Well,
I think we'll be all right.
All the more reason President Phil K.O.E. will have to annex those 3 provinces of Canada, but that's a discussion for a different day. But check out K.O.E. Nation on YouTube and see my cabinet meeting with Tiberius if you want to get a little deeper into that. But now something to keep in mind when you're talking about like climate change could do this, it could do that, like the rising sea level thing, I always kind of roll my eyes at and just kind of like, okay, that's probably not going to be as big a thing as we're told it's going to be. And I only base this on this one thing, and it's the fact that international financial institutions have look at way better projections than you and I will ever see in our lives. And they're still giving loans to people, 20, 30-year loans for people buying up beachfront property. If they thought this was a problem, no one would be getting the fucking loan. So I'm sorry, like, and whether we like it or not, they are looking at better projections than we are. Their money is on the line. And trust me, when it comes to them Wall Street fucks, they don't lose money. They don't give a fuck if the rest of us have to, but they don't lose money. So I think that is going to ultimately be proven to be an exaggerated projection.
We're definitely going to have to hit a conversation on global warming at some point because I don't really have a lot to push back with you on there. I think there's a lot of this that was just pure hype. Not to say that I don't think sea levels are going to get higher, but I think it's going to be a slow rolling burn. And I've said this for a long time regarding climate change, is that it's going to be real. I don't think that it's something we have to completely ignore. I think we do have to take some kind of action towards it. But one of the things that we consistently keep seeing with the particular regarding this event, if you want to call it that, is that it's going far slower in some regards than they expected, but then faster in others. One of the things that is going far slower is the ocean level rise. They're pretty far behind on that one.
Now, I will say, and as a final aside to that, like, I'm not going to say it's like, oh, humanity has no effect on the climate whatsoever. I mean, Ty, you and I got farming in our blood. We know goddamn well humans can change the fucking earth that we live on if we put our minds to it. It's just the idea of, and it's always the question that no one can really ever answer. The people who are asking the most concessions from an industry, the climate change activists, they can never answer what behavior is causing what degree of what climate change, and how could we even measure how to mitigate that. And if you don't have an answer to that question, you really cannot ask people to sacrifice their quality of life for it. So that is one of the many questions about not just ethanol, but this life and this environment in general. But the clock is telling me, folks, that it's time for me to let you know that, as I'm known to say around here, all that being said, thank you for joining us here at Truth in Fiction, folks. It has been a pleasure to be here. I am your King of Extreme, Phil K.O.E., the man of the hour, the man with the power, the man that makes you the podcast hour. I hope every last one of you makes it back here happy, healthy, much the wiser to Truth in Fiction, folks. And I hope you decided if this was truly Truth in Fiction, or truth in lies, truth in description, or truth in disguise. Wherever it lands, folks, it's you to decide. And I hope all of you make it back here happy, healthy, much the wiser. Tiberius, take it away.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a pleasure to be here at the inaugural episode of the Truth and Fiction podcast. We're going to be working with this and how we're going to present things going down the pipe. I don't know exactly what's all in store, so we have some to work with. But if you are listening to this particular program, please give us your wonderful input. You can find me at Tiberius D on YouTube, Twitch, TikTok, but you can definitely contact me on all the normal things such as Facebook, such as Twitter, and a lot of other things. Very easy to find. You can also find Phil K.O.E on a number of things, although I don't know how you actually are supposed to contact him other than just leave him a nasty comment in the YouTube section.
I was about to say, if you leave me a comment in any of my YouTube videos that you can find easily at K.O.E Nation on YouTube, then yes, that's the easiest, bestest, fastest way to contact me, or really just start annoying this guy Tiberius with messages, and he'll eventually let me know about it. That's also a very efficient way of doing it. So, but yes, folks, this has been amazing. This has been quite the experience, and I hope you will join us for the next Truth in Fiction. Folks, keep your eyes on this space. We're just getting started.
It's been a pleasure. Have a good one, guys.
Woo! All right.
All right,
was
where's
fun.
our producers at? I wanna see.
And so we won't get into the backstage politic of all that, but yes, so folks, that was the inaugural episode of Truth in Fiction, folks. And so I really had a good time. I had a marvelous time with Tiberius. He's always fun to be on a panel with. So now, folks, once again, I'm just gonna, because I'm that kind of guy, here's the link to the GoFundMe for Danielle Cunert. She was in a very bad car accident. She's okay. It sounds like she's gonna pull through it, but she's got a long road to hoe. So if you could either go to this GoFundMe or just offer your prayers, either that, like, please just lift them up in your prayers, folks. I would appreciate that greatly. And speaking of prayers, I was actually invited on to a panel about Christianity by one Tiberius D. He wanted me to come on because they were talking about, is there a place for Christianity in the world today? And I figured, okay, because Tiberius, all right, guy. I always enjoy being on the panels with him, and so this is going to be a good time. And this is literally me just showing up. Prime's there for a little while. Ico, this is a really good time, folks. And this got heated. This got fucking heated. This got not down and dirty because everybody was still trying to like boil down to the very base of what we're talking about here, but this one had some contention, but it was such a good one. And it was the idea of, is Christianity good? Should churches keep their tax exempt status? And I got right into it. So without further ado, folks, let's get right in. Oh, there we go.
Would be to also hang on to secularism, because I'm talking about a system that would allow to going back to something like this. Because of course the alternative to this is the experiments that we had in the 20th century with state atheism, right? Which is also it has equally disastrous results to theocracy. And so we have to do is we have to
I like
allow,
how that one guy goes, oh no.
We have to allow those things to, first of all, you have to have a system in place that allows everybody to believe the things that they believe. Because when religious institutions also have the power of the state, that's when things go horribly bad. And I don't think I could ever justify going back to that. I don't think Eucharist.
What were you surprised by from Ico?
I don't know. Anyone on this panel would go back to that.
Never.
I'm going to propose a position that most people, I think maybe one person here might agree with. I think we need to go more towards less organized religions or like away from organized religion and more towards unorganized religion where people have their own path.
Essentially paganize Christianity, make it personal practitioner as opposed to group practice.
I mean, I would.
I'm being
Christianity
very
as an
I'm being hyperbolic.
I mean, Christianity as an option, but I mean, yeah, paganism. I mean, everybody has their own path.
You still worship.
Why would organize? What difference does it make? Because at least from my argument,
with the lack of organization, They wouldn't have the
It-
power. They wouldn't have the push within society. They would not
Yeah.
have a lot of the ability to do the bad actions that you and I fucking despise from them, bro.
How do you keep people from organizing though? Like
That I don't know.
so,
I'm just
like
saying.
we have shared like so if
We're
if-
organizing creatures by nature.
exactly. So like if Aiko and I are pagan Christians in the way you're describing that, right? Then and like we meet each other like, hey, you're a cool guy, you believe what I believe, and then we're like, why don't we work together to accomplish things? Then aren't we back where we started?
Get some more
Essentially.
pagan Christians together.
Yeah.
And now we have a new. Now we have another new domination. And that's
Encourage.
the thing. And no, he's and you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right.
No,
It is-
you're right,
it-
Prime. It's
the way
going to be
the way-
harder.
Yeah, the
Oh,
way
go
that pagan faiths do this is they don't build buildings to do this. They I mean, that's honestly.
I mean,
we only come together at high holidays, which there's only 8 per year. And and by the way, not everybody goes to those gatherings. Only people who choose to. And we don't build buildings to our gods. That's not the.
I mean, we want to.
Oh,
But what
well,
happens
not like
when
we
the
don't-
unorganized pagan Christians then become organized? Then they're just another organized religion. Son of a biscuit. And
Yeah.
also to the earlier topic, I think not only should religions be tax exempt, I think even mildly religious people who've even had one slightly spiritual thought in their life, should also be completely tax exempt.
Well,
So,
we
yeah.
So you're saying the
back-
religious experience I had at the Cinnabon after
Yes.
eating a cinnamon roll allows me to be tax exempt?
Absolutely, sir. Absolutely.
So we are back to everybody's tax exempt now. guys.
This motherfucker's spitting. Yes. So, but now in terms of religion's place in the world today, and is it necessary? Now, before we get into even more of my brilliance here, let's see, Aiko. Who's that handsome guy in the middle? The beard of knowledge, Aiko himself, Bandit. He never said anything, quote, anti-religious, but considering his regular takes, I assumed a more secular take from him, and to be a Catholic really surprised me. What I love. It's great about Aiko. It's like, he's on the left, but very Christian. So it's always interesting to hear his perspectives. Aiko, let's kill those other pagan Christians down the street, though. They believe in the wrong way in a video game. Aiko, folks, he's joking. Jesus Christ. Fucking lighten up. Aiko, Bandit. Well, I do believe in secularism, but secularism is just the idea that government should be neutral about religion. Jacanadar, the guy on the left of you, is okay if the topic has nothing to do with politics, but once it does, it's a headache. Yeah, he's a little he's a little commie. He's a little bit of a commie. This is true. But all right, folks, without further ado, let's get a little deeper into my brilliance. Necessary? I would say absolutely. I mean, Tiberius and I have gone back and forth on this, and whether we like it or not, all the theologians, philosophers, and major thinkers throughout history have all agreed on this one proposition, and that is we are what we think about. We are the contents of our minds. And if there's people that are like, everything's good, great, flowery, fluffy, cloudy reward, at the end of my life, I get the ultimate reward. It's a lot better than some of these Lord of the Fly alternatives that folks at Ty sometimes worries about that with humanity. So to me, is there a place for it? Absolutely. Is it something worthwhile? I believe so. And
okay, the final part of the second question was, should it be predominantly Christian in nature? Or just family religious in nature.
That's a layup.
Well, being a Christian myself, yes, it should. You should all accept Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior, accept him, and get eternal life and the true eternal reward. So, folks, yes, should it? Just because I want as many people in this world's souls to be saved as possible, yes.
Yeah, and there was the duress we were talking about a little earlier. You have to put in that tie to the immortal soul, as opposed to, whereas my advocation was, we need religion. We just don't need it to be predominantly Christian, because those religious values are community values in general. Community values.
Well, I mean, I've said this to other folks.
We need back, and that it starts at the home. And
I
how
get
we
it, but it's kind of
there
one of those
has
don't
been
follow
all-
club rules, don't expect club privileges. Like, it's like, okay, this is all you need to do is accept Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior, and you are given eternal life through faith. That's all you must do. And if you
That's not
obstinately
all you must
decide
do.
against it, then
That's not all
I
you
mean,
must
that's
do. That's not all
what
you must do.
that is
You know
the primary thing you must do. Like, if you do
Okay,
not,
so
if you don't do
so
that,
so
none of the
I
rest
can
of it matters.
accept him as my Lord and
Secondary,
Savior, right? And then I can
tertiary.
go on a shooting spree, and wipe out all my neighbors, and I get to go to heaven. Is that what you're saying? Because then, I mean,
If
that
you
where really
truly,
the
it's the
blessing comes.
difference
Sola fide.
between, hang on, it's the difference between like truly meaning a promise, truly meaning a vow or not. If you truly in your heart repent
Oh
for your
no!
sins and you accept Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior, now
Are
it's
you
the difference
serious?
between just being a bullshitter or you really meaning something.
Oh, no.
Or
No.
not Prime,
Accepting
but no,
Jesus
it's the difference.
Christ as your Lord and Savior,
That is
like
necessary.
sure, no, I can say that yeah, I can give you that it's necessary in terms of your religion, right? It's necessary.
Bad people
but it's
can
not
be redeemed.
sufficient.
Yes, doesn't matter
But it's
what
not
kind of
sufficient.
bad
But
act.
you
Bad
said there was
people
only one.
do have. Well, that is what makes Christianity such. They don't want to accept that part, which is it's kind of fun to watch. Jack is a communist. Oh yes. Now don't worry, Iko. I'm working on that. But at least he's anti-revolutionary communist. So I mean, sure, I guess that's better. But it's kind of like the joke on South Park. It's a turd sandwich versus a turd sandwich with cheese. I guess the one with cheese is better, but no, Jack's a good guy. Just his politics, just. Ugh. Oh, Phil, this panel is why I sent you DM on One Creation versus 3. Oh, yes, that's right. I only got a couple minutes in on that because I was driving and then I got distracted with a phone call. Who is the creationist? Well, I guess that's you and me, Iko. We're the only two on the panel. Kevin Hovitt. I know he's had some scandals that surround it, but okay, interesting. I'll definitely check it out. But we go deeper. Appealing religion is no matter how bad, debauched, or fallen you are, there is a path to attainable redemption. And that
Okay,
is
so hold
why
on, but then
in
that's
50,000 years,
that's a different
Christianity will
thing.
probably be the
That's a
only
different
religion.
thing. I'm sorry. Look,
Wait,
you're
wait,
saying
wait,
a different
wait.
thing here, right?
Hold
So
on.
you can say,
Time.
okay, well, accepting him as your
The
Lord
other
and
major
Savior, and
religions have too
then
many
also
bottlenecks.
all the other things I've done in
Hold
my
on, Brad.
past, I renounce them and I won't do them again. Right? That's a different thing than simply saying that we just have to accept him as a Lord and Savior. Right?
Prime,
Those are two
I have
different.
Okay, Aiko, that's a lot to unpack. I'll let you, if you want to type that out in the comments, I'll definitely read it aloud. But boy, howdy, that's going to be something to unpack there.
a way better one. I have a way better one, Prime. So you're saying that Ted Bundy is in heaven right now, right? Because he became a Christian.
Well, I can't.
before-
Well, here's the thing. I can't tell you whether his conversion was legitimate or not, or whether he truly meant what he said. So I can't tell you that. We can make hypotheticals, but we don't really know because none of
can't
us
tell
have
me
the
that
ability to
there's
reach
heaven.
into other people's hearts.
So,
It's a matter of you yourself. What do you believe? You can't reach into other people's hearts and know what it is, what they think, or what it is that they're going to do. You don't need to worry about them. Their soul isn't your own. It's your own you need to worry about.
But hypothetically speaking, if what you're
I don't
saying
know.
is true, and he
Dude, that's my answer. I don't know.
That's why we're asking for a hypothetical.
I'll bite the bullet on that one. You can ask me.
Yeah, so,
hypothetically speaking,
see?
based off what he's saying, Ted Bundy would be in heaven right now.
Yes. If he truly was repentant and converted and asked for forgiveness and all of that, yeah, that's where he would be. Although actually, he would be in purgatory because he's got a lot of sinning to work off as he marches up
that
that
depends
mountain.
on if he's Catholic or not. Did he convert
Yeah.
to Catholicism or did he convert to Protestantism? Because
Well, it would
the
have
point
to
of
be
contention right
Catholicism
there.
for him to get into heaven, of course, because
But
the rest of you guys are going
like
to
I've
hell.
always said, that's why Christianity is like in the farthest time in the future is probably going to be the one religion to exist because it's infinitely adaptable and it has a very aggressive recruiting policy. All the other major religions around the world have these really bad bottlenecks that kind of prevent like too much recruiting into their religion. Like Islam, at one point you have to know Arabic. And so that's a bottleneck into really like you can convert without knowing, but at one point there you have to make that. You have to learn.
I'm not sure if that's actually true.
We can get into that, but it's still a very big bottleneck. Like it's something that I've even heard. There's a lot of discussion within theology.
Hey, Phil, I grew up Southern Baptist, and we took very seriously the 144,000 number in Revelations. That only 144,000 will make it to heaven. Everybody, that's a pretty tight bottleneck there too.
144,000.
Well, that's why
144,000
are just like
people will make it
"Y'all
to
are
heaven.
in. Come on in. Don't even need to read the Bible. Just come on in.
I think I was assuming like during the rapture, maybe 144,000, but like period in all of history.
Yeah, well, that was the way my church interpreted it when I was Baptist.
Fundamentalist Baptists interpret it this way. Apostolic Saints view it this way. In fact, Apostolic Saints, which is a denomination that has been widely considered a cult now, but back in the 90s and early 2000s, they were an accepted religion. Believe that those 140. Yeah, and I said fundamentalist Baptists believe that, and this is another one I'm bringing up that also believe it. They believe that those 144,000 were raptured out during the Holocaust, and we are now living in post Revelation Earth.
Oh. Well, see, that makes more sense to me, right? Well, then, oh yeah, they were raptured out during that.
We're all fucked,
and then we're already fucked. That I can accept. Not that
sounds like
still
some
more
really
slots
good
empty.
Christian fan
Like
fiction.
what? Probably I don't accept.
Have you read the Bible? There's some really good fanfic as well too.
I double checked. Ted Bundy was a Mormon.
Well,
Mormon.
Enough about the apocryphal.
Well, see, but here's the thing. Do you K.O.E., since you weren't here for the other one, we didn't really touch upon some of the topic like everybody else did. How do you feel about all other religions getting the same tax exempt status? We're no longer meaning with just the religious experience, like the Druidic groves that would essentially become nature preserves because that's how they are treated within the faith, or a church to fucking the flying spaghetti monster. Pick your fucking poison. I don't care.
Jedi Council.
I think if you read the Bible in your living room, you should be exempt from property taxes. Okay, that's how far I go with it. So I think yes. Christianity, Islam, Judaism, religions of all shapes, form, figures, and kinds should be tax exempt.
So, but
at least you're equal. That's something a lot of your conservative brethren are not on the subject.
But the deeper topic is like, do you think that religion has a corrosive effect on wider society? It's like, why would you have that? Religion be tax exempt? You're not a fan of taxes in general. Fair enough.
Any ist
beyond
or
that,
ism,
is it more? Go ahead.
Any and every ist or ism that there is, any kind of idea that's formulated within the human mind is almost like a tool. If it's wielded properly, it can bring a benevolent result and a better result for everyone. If wielded improperly, it can bring about some of the greatest human miseries imaginable.
Great.
And I will get deeper into that, but let's catch up on the Revelations. Hey there, Fator. It's been a while, Fator. I think the 144K is pre-rapture. That's a whole different discussion. Don't forget the 1996 paper letter, Truth Cannot Contradict Truth, in which Saint Pope John Paul II said evolution is, quote, more than just a theory. Ico, linked here. Nice. Thank you. I don't know if this will let links go through, but send me the link in Discord and I'll look it over. Bandit, but some groups believe there's only 140 spaces in heaven. How do you convince people to that without going full cult? Fedor, I remember the JP, the second letter, something sounds amiss as usual. Okay. Bandit, Ico, I'm not Catholic, so my beliefs are not dependent upon the opinions of a political Oh, snap. It's a Protestant Catholic throwdown. It just happened right here. It just happened. I wasn't applying that to you. Oh shit, Cage. Oh, yes. Yeah, Ico. You gotta remember what I found out when my ex would take me to these different Protestant churches.
quite a few Protestants. Not the biggest fan of the Pope. Yeah, who would have thunk? Yeah, I found that out kind of the hard way. Not the biggest fans. They're like probably don't get them an autograph for Christmas. They might not appreciate it. Bandit, only in America can people see you as a dirty liberal. When I grew up, when I was a kid, John Paul II was the Pope, and so like to me, I was raised that he was like 4 steps away from Santa Claus in terms of just generalized benevolence. Okay, and so that's the way in my little circle of the world, how we were taught who JP II was when I was a kid, anyways. And
But
so,
we can understand that some tools are more dangerous than other tools. I agree with what you said, but some tools are more dangerous. And so we put either warning labels or we lock them up because
I'm thinking of them all hammers. Hammers are pretty innocuous in and of themselves, but quite a few people die so really, yeah, 3 people. So like that meant you got to sit in 3 masses that the Pope did, or like I don't know what you'll have to explain what that means. I'm not saying he's dirty liberal, just not part of my. Or like, did you actually like get a kiss the ring and stuff? Like let's see. Indeed, they all included. Nice. That's pretty cool. Regardless of who you is, who you are, that you got a good story there. Every year from hammers. So like more people die from hammers every year than they do from rifles. So like it's one of those yes, depending on the user of the tool is more important than anything. So
your thing is, it's not the ism, it's the is that are the problem. It's not the communism, it's the communist. It's not the religion, the Christianism, it's the Christianist essentially that causes the issue. It's not the tool.
It's not the ist or ism. It's usually the bastard or bitch that's wielding it.
Well, that would be the ist. That would be the ist. That's what I'm getting.
If you want to interpret it that way, but that's kind of how I see it.
So essentially, it's the fallibility of man for any system that it's going to become corrosive if it becomes too powerful. What that is essentially where you're going.
Any system, anything that involves too many people, we are fallen, imperfect creatures, and so it's one of the things people really don't like this analysis, but just hear me out here. Come along with me. I've always said that to be a conservative is to believe in the imperfectibility and fallen nature of man. And to be a liberal is to believe in the perfectibility of human institutions. If we can just pass one more law, get one more thing passed, then the utopia will surely be here. And so that's what I've always seen. We all love you, Ty. What? Mm-hmm. But yeah, so to me, that's one of the fundamental divides. Oh, that one got Ty. That one got tied deep. That's pretty funny. It isn't the man; it's the belief system structure. It depends. Fedor, Iko, does the papal letter perhaps signify that belief that God used evolution as process and creation? Not an uncommon view, right? Not exactly the same as evolution versus creation, is it? Iko. But that led me to asking my theology professor how my family got blessed at the same time as me, given that they were on the other side of the planet. Does that mean blessings travel faster than light? Yes, God used evolution in precisely that way. The intelligent design. The answer I got was that blessings do not travel faster than light, but that God exists outside of space and time. Well, okay, then the person you're talking to there actually is, a lot. Right on, basically. Now, this is going to seem kind of strange, Iko, but to me, I said this to Ty, the one fictional character that could even come close to the even concept of what God is would and I'm not meaning this in a blasphemous way, but I'm just meaning in its sheer scale and incomprehensibility would be something along the Lovecraftian, almost a Cthulhu level, where just to even try to get too close and understand would drive one mad. Okay, and so that's I know that's not exactly a precise answer, but it's at least an approximation that most people that are aware of our pop culture can kind of understand. He was quoting Augustine. Well, there you go. God, I remember I had to do a book report on St. Augustine College. Let's see. That's very Indiana Jones. Well, thank you. Thank you. I mean, my God, flattery will get you nowhere, sir. But yeah, God's just so incomprehensible beyond our understanding that, like, it's like I said, it's like you have to just have faith. And it's when I actually later talk about the leap of faith with reckless abandon. Aiko, then perhaps you meant that the issue is evolution versus 24-hour day creation. That is different than saying cats are not create, isn't it? Interesting. Yeah, that's fair. Okay. Because also one thing to keep in mind in the evolutionary process that I've found is like, because creationists are correct in their assertion that you can't get a quiche omelet from the ingredients of a beef stroganoff. And so it makes evolution very, very difficult. But then there's when I realized there's something called ERV insertions, endogenous retrovirus insertions, that can actually make the offspring of an organism the complete hybrid of virus insertion, could be a parasite, whatever it is, and that organism. And so that's how you actually get evolution in one generation. But it's an interesting thought that like that's how we even like have the sense of hearing is through an ERV insertion. But we're talking creationism, not the more general idea of holy creation. Interesting. Creationism at this point is the literalist interpretation of Genesis, which Augustine warned against. Interesting stuff. This is what I love about Aiko. Love him or hate him, motherfucker does his homework. Modern day conservatives and the modern day liberals.
Sir, what you're describing isn't conservatism, it's theocracy.
When have I said I want to impose religious views on any person? I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, no, you did. Sorry, that it's really not vigilante. I know what you mean, but that's only if you then allow that to proliferate further than what KOE is saying it. What KOE is advocating for is essentially each religion to proliferate at its own rate based on its tenets. Basically, he is a status quoist on this one.
No, I believe in a free market of religion.
That sounds like secularism.
Well, the thing is, I know that Christianity has the best product to sell, so that's why I want free market of religion. Because, so yeah, it's obviously we'll rise to like the Elon Musk of the religions, and it'll be awesome. So don't worry.
The only biblical character that I remember thinking about religion as a free market was Simon Magus.
Well, I'm sorry, I haven't read up on him in a while.
That was the guy that came up to Jesus and said, "Will you sell me your magic tricks so I can go,
Yeah, Simon
make a
Magus
profit?"
is the street magician who went to God offering bits of golds for God power. It's a very, very contemporary, either misconstrued into some wild fucking thing, but the proper context is talking about the charlatanism. It's really where it's going with that, and because again the corruption of money, which is heavily throughout the entire Bible.
Well, it depends on what currency you're talking about, because here we're talking about the currencies of virtues and ideas. Because you're trying to sell people on the idea that being a Christian is the best potential outcome. And so like, you're not just talking when I talk about, the free market, I'm not just talking about just raw dollars and cents, because like there's more transactions than just dollars in this life. But also true story, absolutely true story. When you're talking about selling me tricks, when I went to Vegas, there was a magician store. I bought a magic trick. He took me to the back room and he like basically exposed the business and taught me how to do this one magic trick. But with magic, the game is to be sold, not to be told. So yeah, that was my first. Like, really? $65 and he'll teach me this magic trick. And he took me in back, taught me the whole thing. So yeah, that's a real deal. Magicians only sell each other their tricks. They never tell them.
Fair.
And we got a new guy.
Lethe.
What is good, y'all?
Lethe water.
I've been trying to get in this for a minute, but
Yeah, we started talking about religion more heavily, and now we have summoned the
you have
legion.
summoned me.
Let the waters. It's one of my
So,
favorite
yeah.
company band songs.
So
Go you go
no,
ahead.
continue. I've been listening. Continue.
Yeah, like I just I think that like just saying that well, everything is a tool, and everything can be destructive. Yeah, sure. But some things are more destructive, right? Like you could say, well, you could say that if you wield fascism correctly, that maybe people's lives can be improved. Yeah, that's absolutely a possibility. You could create some sort of fascist state that
Tell the Democrats
improves
that.
people's lives. But like the reason we push against that fascism is because more likely it's just going to lead to a lot of people being dead and oppressed. And so that's.
But then
so
why are you a
some tools
socialist?
Well, has anybody brought up the
So yeah,
abortion?
that's funny.
Has
But
anybody brought up the abortion
some
problems?
tools are worse than others, right? So like, is religion one of those tools? Is it more dangerous? That's what I'm asking you, and anyone else who might agree with you.
All right, we got to catch up here. Bandit, Ico, I should send you the short version of the video I sent Phil. They're basically asking him to disprove the Big Bang, and he said you need a continuum. If they have space and matter, where do you put it, etc. And that God solves this in 10 words. In the beginning, you have time. God created the heavens. You have space. And the earth, you have matter. Interesting. Fedor. Pretty sure Simon Mag asked Peter to buy the gift, not Jesus. People say so many errant things with confidence. Ico, there's a reason for going literal, because if everything is a euphemism, at some point there's a reason for an atheist to invest a second in it. Because the disregard the whole thing if it's deemed, quote, a fairy tale. Well, no, like I get what you're saying, but there are even times when Jesus himself is talking in parable, like he's delivering it's one of the things, like when I say people it's like, no, like goodness doesn't come from any one particular religion. Like a good example is when Jesus is giving the story of the Good Samaritan. By its very definition, the Good Samaritan that Jesus is talking about could not be a Christian. So I do like it's religion is something that can really unleash the best within you, but it's not something that, like, goodness does not come from being religious. Bandit, Matthew 13, 10, 17. Nice.
It absolutely is more dangerous. Have you seen the abortion issues that have been going down when underage kids have been getting pregnant and have to move to other states to get abortions because of others' religious sensibilities? There's no quantifiable reason as to why they shouldn't be able to get these procedures done. But because of religion and what people are thinking should be the case, even though they don't vote that way in the booth, they say that outwardly. And that is to posture in a religious manner.
Do you think religion's...
And it's all because of a religious minority, too.
Do you think it's religion is the only problem here, or do you think that people can have these moral and ethical problems without religion?
It wouldn't be as rampant, in my opinion.
Okay.
I would say the religion is the proliferation tool that causes the primary issue. Because again, as we were talking about earlier, it's you were essentially putting your parishioners under duress for their immortal soul. You were literally tying not just this life, but the fucking results of anything in the future as well.
One of those don't follow club rules, don't expect club privileges. I don't really know what to say there. Sorry.
But can you guarantee club privileges is the problem.
Do you accept Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior?
I do not, but if I did, can you guarantee that something good will happen afterwards?
Like it's such a simple step, but your own personal, like, just obstinance, you don't want to do it. And like, to me, it's almost Pascal's wager. Like the potential benefits versus the potential losses are so small that it's one of those that I mean, goodness gracious, man. Like I'm somebody that's just met you and I'm trying as hard as I can to push you out of the way of an oncoming bus.
but
And you're like,
K.O.E.,
no, get
Here.
fuck off me. I want to
Please,
get
K.O.E.,
hit by this bus. And so like, can you
please,
understand why
K.O.E.
there's a disconnect?
Ico has a better version of Pascal's wager for you, but for your version of
do.
Pascal's
I do.
wager, and so does Desperado. But for the basic essence of Pascal's wager, I have to do the exact same thing you're saying for Jesus, for every other god that don't like each other. I have to do it for Thor. I have to do it for
Difference is
Vishnu.
Jesus is the right one.
Are you
Yeah,
sure? Are you real?
Well, then you're
Absolutely.
not doing the wager
Okay.
anymore. Like
Well,
from
that
your
is leaping into faith with reckless abandon,
Well,
because that's what you ultimately have to do.
right,
I
but
give
that's
my
the
life
opposite
to
of a
you.
wager. The opposite, if it's a wager, what you're doing is you're making the
Leaping
best.
off with reckless abandon, the leap of faith is quite the wager, but you make it knowing that you will be caught by the Lord.
But then it's
Lisa,
not a
there's
wager.
one thing I'll do.
Which Lord?
If you know the outcome, if you have 100% certainty in the outcome, then it's not a wager.
Well, that's why you make the leap.
it's an investment.
Lisa,
Well, it
there's
can
one
also
thing
be
all the
seen like
guys-
that from the Pascal's wagers standpoint, but no, like that's you have to make that complete leap of faith in order for it to actually take over your life. So I'm sorry, Lethe. I hope in good time, good sir. I hope you do accept Jesus Christ, your Lord and Savior. You will find many great treasures in your life if it comes to you.
It took me over 30 years to get rid of it. It can't go back. We've gone too
Yeah.
far.
It's like a smoker. Smoker's a smoker when the chips are down. When the chips are down, Jesus will come back into your life and he will accept you with open arms. Lethe, we left your room exactly the way you left it. Come on back. So don't worry about it.
Wait, did
Oh,
he
you-
just
K.O.E.,
compare
I'll ask
You're a
religion
great
to
salesman.
cancer?
Yes.
K.O.E.,
Don't
I'll
stop
ask
it.
you this, bro. Outside of what you've already said, what's an actual reason as to why we should believe in it?
Why you should believe in it?
Yeah.
The eternal reward.
Why should we worship a god that commits genocide?
I want to get into a couple of things here. Bandit, it shouldn't be all be literal, but if nothing is literal, is there heaven? Interesting question. Fedor, the issue is not all is literal or all is figurative. The issue is what should be allegory, like John 6 and transubstantiation, right, Ico? Let's see, Ico. It's not the case that quote nothing is literal either. Ico, it's that fundamentalists tend to default to literalism. It's a good one. I can't recall the scripture, but there's one that addresses Pascal's wager. I doubt it, because Pascal came way after the scriptures. Pascal's assumption is that one does not know. Yeah, you can't be too sure, but you can see what the best deal is, which is why he proposes the wager. Of course, some less than honest people have argued that literalists put that view take L as literal. That happens, doesn't it? The point of the scripture that I'm talking of is if you believe only to accept the reward, if it's real, they won't be welcomed in heaven. There was the idea prior to Pascal putting it to paper. Let's see. But this is just a good quote. It doesn't really matter what it is. Like, that's one that you should just write down, folks. Fundamentalists default to literalism. That's a great quote there from Yaiko. I had to write that one down. I have a feeling that'll come in handy at a later day. It's not for us to question the Lord's ways or his actions.
Ooh, can I ask a better question?
That's a convenient. That's a
Did
convenient.
God
answer.
have to kill children to accomplish his goals?
Oh, trust me, I've had a lot of really bad tragedies in my family lately, and I've had my faith questioned deeply. And it is a very unfortunate, real thing that bad things happen to very good people and sometimes even innocent people. And it is all, and like I said in one of my recent poems that I dropped on YouTube, The Deserata by Max Ehrman, whether or not it is unclear to you, no doubt the universe is unfolding as it should. And that is unfortunately
No, no, no.
Gonna
I'm
have to
not
be
talking
enough
the
for a
universe.
lot
I'm
of us.
talking just for the story of this particular God. This
Well, in the
particular
universe,
book,
yes, these bad
for the
things are the
Canaanites.
universe unfolding as it should.
The Canaanites being slaughtered, men, women, children, the whole deal, cattle, except for the virgins that were
Or as
of
hell.
age.
Yes.
Was that the only
Or as
way
hell.
God could? Is that the only way God could accomplish the goal? It was a.
I don't know. It's not for me to question God's word and God's will.
So you're a sheep.
There's that
well-
unprovable X issue. we
But my
talked about
freedom-
Well,
earlier.
actually, no. Jesus is the Lamb. He is the ultimate sacrifice. We are the redeemed from it.
You're blindly
we could have
following God and
That's
not
faith.
those
questioning.
children.
That's faith, though. You got to understand, like, faith requires that you get, like, yes, Lord, I'm giving the leap of faith to you with reckless abandon. That is what it
Oh,
requires.
I know what faith is. I follow my gods, but I still ask questions.
Gods,
You're
say?
free to, but it's not for you to question the Lord and what he ultimately does. It's not for us to know. Suddenly, like,
You're a pantheist as well?
my inner, like,
Yes, I am.
my inner
Excellent.
Celtic.
Why are we
will
arguing
crush them. No,
on
I'm
this
kidding.
level
I'm kidding.
though, right? Like, because then you can just our friend K.O.E, who I love, can just make random proclamations like this. Like what
Resemble that remark, sir.
You
Come
do.
now.
It should be about like whether religion is a
Well,
positive force
Prime,
or a
it's-
Oh, I
negative
knew when he
force.
said, "Well, you're a sheep." It's like, well, no, Jesus is the lamb. But nice try though, kid. So yeah, that's a great way of taking the sting at, like, well, yeah, because Christians, like, Jesus is the ultimate. He's the Lamb of God, takes away the sins of the world. Fedor, didn't we discuss this once? Didn't we find that your claim is okay? But yeah, it's yeah, I'm glad I got that one in. Like, no, Jesus is the Lamb. He's the ultimate.
Right, rather than
sacrifice.
arguing within the bounds of his religion, because yeah, well, like I said, he can say whatever he wants, right? And it's correct. And then you
Is
can
a
say
sword a
whatever you want.
positive or a negative thing? Is a hammer a positive or a negative thing? Is a knife a positive or a negative thing? Like, it's
I
a
mean,
religion.
Yeah,
is
but
just
hold
a
on, we don't
tool like
allow
any of
people to
those.
carry swords. We allow people to carry hammers, but not swords, right? Like
I
there's a
mean,
law
listen,
against
well,
carrying them in
I
public.
mean,
right?
Actually,
Prime-
some states you
Am I-
can carry
am
them
I-
open. Awesome.
Sean,
Prime,
there are
my
laws
state-
that say that we
What
can't.
else
carry
is wrong with those
There
states?
are
What else
laws-
is wrong with those states?
There are laws
Draw.
that we use to regulate guns because we recognize a gun isn't the same as a hammer. We get that.
Prime
And you can
in
say they
Ohio
go for trails
and-
or whatever.
Clarence Thomas is doing his
Hold on,
best work to
hold
bring it back to hammer level. God bless him.
Hold on, Prime in Ohio, Texas, and a couple other states, you can open carry swords.
Okay, sure.
Yep.
Well, the point
Nebraska
is that we
too.
have regulations. That these are regulated items because they are weapons, right? So if you bring them up, yes, they are weapons. So that's the like.
Okay, but
we
like, what
have
about
to
a knife?
recognize All these things are
A knife isn't necessarily a weapon.
knife. A kitchen knife.
Do you
isn't
carry
the
a pocket
same-
knife when you
A
walk out
butter
the door?
knife isn't the same as a sword.
Like, how many
correct?
people here carry
so
a
we should
pocket
treat
knife
those
when they
things
walk out
differently?
the door? Just
Oh
curious.
my gosh! Stop trying to distract KOE. KOE.
Well, no, it's a legitimate question.
Is a butter knife the same as a sword in terms of its danger?
Depends if John Wick's holding it.
Okay.
Or if Bullseye's holding it. We're talking fictional
Okay,
characters
but
now.
no,
Let's
like,
go.
I understand what you're getting at, but like a pocket knife is a great example here. It's kind of like it's in a moral, like, neutral zone because, like, yes, it can be used for bad, but it's also something that you can use to fucking,
Why are you bringing it
peel
up?
your
though?
apples.
That's why I don't understand. It's like the whole point that I'm.
Well, like,
trying to
religion is like a
illustrate-
pocket knife. It can be wielded for good and ill. And we
Yeah,
see that in our
but
world
then
every
I'm
day.
saying it's like a fucking sword, or I don't know, right? Like, well, whatever, it doesn't matter. Like it's a discussion on how corrosive it is. So why don't we move away from the metaphors and discuss its actual effects on society?
Yeah, but yeah, I'm saying, like, its effects work the same as a tool, any other tool. Like,
Oh my god,
who the
but
hell
you
said it?
saying
Give me
the
a big
same
enough
thing.
lever and I'll move the world. Like, yeah, that's just a tool that can move the world.
Yeah, you're just
Religion
saying the
moves,
same thing.
works
though.
the same
You're
way.
just saying the same thing. So again, like, is
Archimedes.
this tool more destructive? Like, and if it's not, show me why it's not. And like giving me the same.
Well, in
metaphor
terms of
again against my thumb.
isms, like, a guy like me would argue that, like, communism in the 20th century was
Yeah,
way more
don't try.
destructive.
You keep trying to distract. You desperately want to distract because I guess.
Well,
you
no,
don't
we're
have the
talking about
taste.
isms as tools.
No, hon.
Oh, he doesn't like this. He doesn't like that. I'm getting another good one here. Bandit, God allows the wicked to do their wickedness. Oh yeah, why is that? So they can be judged. Interesting. Iko, dude, I grew up a Baptist. We did take everything literally. It was to the point that they trained me to answer how to every animal in the world could fit in the ark. We had it down to an art. Fator. Perhaps some atheists that are wrist flapping dullards like and avenge whisper types of it. Wow. Okay. I don't care how you if you want. Okay. Interesting. Fator and Iko are having it out, folks, in the comments at Twitch on KOE Nation. So if you're on any other platform on KOE Nation, KOE Nation on Twitch is where you can get these spicy takes of Fator and Iko going back and forth. And the next time I get some paragraphs from y'all, I'm going to have to put on the glasses of extreme. So, but no, Prime is not happy, but I'm not backing down.
Communism or socialism.
Iko, how often do I back down?
Has no bearing on this. We're talking about religion. If you want to talk about
We're talking about what's more damaging. I just gave you an istanism that's a little worse.
No, it's religion.
Your religion hold on a second. Your religion committed
negative impact or positive.
Your religion committed several
Said the
genocides
20th
throughout
century.
the
Like you can go
entirety
back
of the
to
Middle
like,
Ages.
well, did you know that in 1157 some bad shit happened? Like, okay, but everybody that did all of that shit, they have already received the punishment of death. Death catches us all. So I don't know what you really.
Pope Urban II said that anybody that fought in the Crusades could go to heaven. So I mean, technically speaking,
there's a lot of stuff in Romans that just justifies a lot of war stuff. It's
not even just the Crusades, the Celtic genocide as well. The Celtic genocide and
war is hell.
the cultural genocides of the.
One of the reasons I'm anti-war, war is hell.
Just out of curiosity, when did the Christians kill the Celts? Because I thought that was the Romans.
Well, I was also saying, how recent has it been that the Celts have been that the Irish people have been allowed to speak Gaelic?
Somebody that's part Irish myself, I hate hearing that. Like, it's like, beautiful language is gone forever.
Just saying.
They could speak Gaelic again.
I'm saying how recently.
Okay. The problem is the language has been dead for so long, they don't have a full, actual, workable Gaelic language where you kind of grabs bits of other languages. So unfortunately, the original Gaelic language is probably
it's been reduced to a
also
pigeon.
Tiberius. The Romans tried to kill the Celts, but they didn't. At least the Celts that were in Britain, they did not succeed. The Celts drove them off. The ones that actually did kill the Druids that were in Britain was the.
You're talking about the Picts, aren't you? Like the only Celts that were really left after the Romans were literally the Picts, which were eventually become the Scots. Like the vast majority of the Celts literally got wiped out and Romanized, which we would now call Latinized. So yeah, like, do the Christians have a hand in like putting down the Irish and the Scots? Yeah, but if you want to have a conversation about like how like Christianity kicking somebody's teeth in, it's largely the Scandies. But largely, hell, that was still missionary trips. The Vikings actually kicked their ass more. Yeah, history is fun.
Great.
Like literally, if Christianity needs to bear any major back, it's what they did to the Native Americans. It's no contest.
I mean,
I would just
Romans
chalk
didn't
that up to
entirely
like the
wipe
British
out
and the French and Dutch empires more than anything.
the Romans didn't entirely wipe out the Celts that were in France either.
The detriment that religions had to progress, even in America, back to when Ben Franklin was doing kite experiments for electricity, and his local clergymen are telling him not to do that because you're taking away God's means of retribution. It's that detriment we're talking about. It's them keeping us behind in anything that goes beyond what their Bible says. I don't care what religion it is. When you see a society, whatever religion they're following will show what their progress level is going to be. When you look at Islam, you see a lot of lack of progression. When you look at Christianity, you're moving in about the same direction.
Well,
what do you think that
here's
is?
the thing. No, the thing with Islam is Islam did not have a problem with progression until around the 11th century, the end of the 11th century, in which there was an imam that had stated that numbers were evil, and that is where you see the regression. It wasn't necessarily Islam from the beginning.
They did have
Yeah.
advancements in Islam, but I will not say that it was for good reasons. But you can disagree.
Baghdad was the
I'm fine
intellectual
with it.
center of the world until that point.
I was about
True.
to say there's a lot of
We're not-
mathematical concepts that we have because Islam kind of preserved them
Algorithm,
past the Greek.
algebra.
I
Like
believe it was
the
committed
number
suicide.
zero.
Yeah.
Some pretty basic stuff. So, but yeah, there was a cutoff point for
Wait. Didn't
cultural
India
advancement.
bring up zero? Didn't India invent zero?
It comes out of zero, but it's carried through Arabic teachings and writing. Like it literally is called Arabic
Okay.
numerals that we get this.
Yeah,
I'll
so
accept that.
the number zero is like actually weirdly enough something that some cultures didn't have for a long time. So I know it's kind of
The Romans
fucked
didn't
up
have zero.
for us to think about, but like a lot of folks didn't have zero, which is kind of funny because at some point in everybody's existence in the ancient world, they all had nothing. There was at least one point they're like, fuck,
So,
I got nothing, and I don't even know how to measure that. Damn it. God damn it. Fuck all you. That was comedy gold, god damn it. But
I don't
no,
know
no.
that.
it really was. It was just so damn deep. It was so damn deep. Thank you,
But no,
K.O.E.
I just
Well,
think
the,
Why are you letting KOE go deep? That's the real question. Okay.
why? Because
Because
we love KOE. He got here late.
I'm
He's
very
only halfway
awestruck.
through his scotch.
I'm awestruck to be in the same room as KOE for once because I don't know how a man has the energy to meme for 24 hours a day. I've never
that's where you're
seen
mistaken. I mean for
that
25
level.
hours a day.
I see.
That
That's
is
even
true.
more. That's
Facts.
JoJo's Bizarre Adventure
Facts.
level of
I'm
things I can't understand. So, is it the Wheaties? Is it the farm living? Is it the bacon? Like, what is it
Yes.
based?
Correct answer.
No, but getting back to the topic, I mean, in all honesty, we can look at the way that religion has affected society very, very drastically. We can see that the more organized, the larger religions have been highly corrosive, regardless of which one it is. Like, this is not an indictment of just the Abrahamic. That's just the one we deal with here more. It's like it is the fact that religion is not meant to be the powerful. It is not the point of the religious. That's
We will get back to that, but let's catch up with some comments here, folks. Let's see. Boy, you guys are Okay, there we go. Bandit. Some Christians aren't well equipped to take on these arguments. In some cases, it serves a purpose to go more literal with this type of crowd. I think the papal decree was for those who gave their life for the cause, gained salvation, not merely fighting. Been a while since I read it, so I can't say for sure. Aiko, if someone were to bring up Daniel's dreams, we'd say yes. It's as literal a dream about beasts. Interesting. Bandit, how many of the atheists on this panel are, quote, some admit that things in the Bible were, quote, proven to be BS and it led them to being atheists? I've noticed that most of the atheists that are atheists today are the kind where it's like somebody hurt me and I don't want to be Christian anymore, which I always say that's people that hurt you, not the church, but hey, it is what it is. Fedor, Bandit, and Aiko often being the chief of such if you are looking for honesty, intellectual or otherwise. Bandit, yeah, I understand. Jesus' answer to the apostles in Matthew 13 suggests you're right. I think he spoke in parable because he didn't think that crowd was ready to hear the truth directly. Aiko, again, does it matter what you would say even if told such from an errant leader, or does it matter what the denomination teaches from its theology? Aiko, it matters what they teach, yes. It's why I left, and for a while I was without a church home until I landed at a Catholic college. Interesting.
Fedor, Iko, should we judge Catholic doctrine and scriptural claims because based on your mistakes of the goofs of the average pew sitter, or should one look to the documents on the subject? Oh boy, this is getting deep, folks. This is getting deep. Let's see, Bandit. Oh God, I should read my Bible more often. Is that where Jesus speaks to the Jews and uses scripture dash law and then use parables to the pagans on Mars Hill? Whoo boy, Fator, Bandit. Paul engages pagans on Mars Hill, not Jesus. Luckily, I think I knew, like, yep, O is right next to P. I think I got that one right. Fator, in a way, yes, I did judge Catholic doctrine based on the bad hermeneutics of my previous church. I judged it favorably. Okay. Iko. So I should look at the CCC, not the silly thing you often say, right? Oh boy. Oh boy. Of course, that's what I do too. Bandit. No, it's where Jesus gave the parable of the sower. This convo happens right after. Yeah, I think, yeah, we get into that a little bit. Now, I still can't, like, I went to the, let's see, Universal Discourse, and they don't have the second part up there, so I think that's going to hit in like a day or two. So, but we still got plenty to go here, folks.
That is a
And
misconception that
it gets
a lot
spicy.
of fucking people
It gets
forget.
spicy.
And you know, Rich always loves to bring us back to the goat and the sheep parable, specifically to show how characteristically the Christians have misunderstood the meaning of their teachings.
Oh yes, every Christian could strive a little bit more to be a little more to be a little bit better of a Christian. Yes, I totally agree. Totally with you there.
I appreciate when they're less Christian because then we have fewer problems.
I don't know about all that. That's I think it's like we could all strive to be a little bit better than we were the day before, and we could always conquer ourselves. And that's one thing that Christianity in its own way teaches people. And so to me, that's why it's definitely does more good than
It says,
So can I ask, K.O.E., I've never met you before. How do you feel about the...
Hold on, Leaky. No, it doesn't teach you that. It teaches you can keep fucking up, but if you very honestly and legitimately repent, you're fine.
Well, that requires self-improvement.
No,
faith without works is dead.
If faith without works is dead, but what's that works actually doing? They don't fuck up that way again, but they continue to fuck up every other way. This is what I'm getting at. It doesn't actually teach that you got to get better every day aspect. Now, certain churches do, but not the faith as a whole.
Oh shit, UD and Samantha are here. I'm sorry, I'm
Yeah,
excited.
we got universal.
I'm
Hey,
wondering. I'm still wondering.
Hi, UD.
Hey,
what's good? Nice to meet you. How do you feel about the LGBT community?
Oh, hi, Sam
K.O.E.
Savage. I've only seen you in chat.
No.
Be right back.
God bless. Live your life. We're all sinners, and we all should repent for the sins that we do in our lives.
Oh God, who let
no one gets
K.O.E.
off.
Why
Is
is
that what
being,
you're saying,
okay, so
K.O.E.?
being homosexual is a sin in your eyes.
Well, so is drinking alcohol and having sex out of wedlock, and I still do that shit all the time. So,
Typical Christian hypocrites.
well, we're all hypocrites actually. So come on down to the church, sit in the pew right next to us with all the other hypocrites. God bless and welcome.
That's
Come
the
on
fun.
down.
I don't have to be a hypocrite anymore.
Yeah, like anybody wants to say, I'm never like, yeah, we're all fallen. Let's see. Of course, that's what I do too. Iko, Bandit. No, it's where Jesus. Okay, now I'm caught up. Just two more comments. Iko, Bandit. The apostles asked him why he speaks in parables, and Jesus answered, "This is why I speak to them in parables. Through seeing, they do not see. Through hearing, they do not hear or understand." Hey, Jade the Green, said like a boss. K.O.E. Thank you. Well, this is strictly a Christian debate video, not chat, but that's why it matters in our day-to-day life. It's the rights are given by God, not government. If they're able to remove God from the equation, there are no rights. But yeah, like they thought they were going to get, like the folks in this panel thought they're going to, like, so you think homosexuality is a sin? Well, I mean,
so is drinking alcohol and having sex out of wedlock. I do that shit all the time. We're all sinners. It's just, yeah, that's a lot of things are a sin, turns out. Quite a few of them. Most of us sin in our day kind of a lot. So it's something that we always have to seek redemption for.
Since I let go of the religion, I no longer have to hold on to hypocrisy. It feels amazing.
Oh yeah, for sure.
My shoulders are so light.
Oh, well,
Why do you carry that
unfortunately,
baggage?
we're all hypocrites. We all are fallen, imperfect, and we could all do better. So, like, it'll eventually, like, don't get me wrong, Lethe. Someday, I pray for you that you come on back, and it will come soon, sooner than you think, and it'll be a glorious day. You'll have a great one.
Well, there's nothing I can think of that I'm a hypocrite about. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong, and I will accept it.
Well, God bless you. Give it enough time, though. You'll think of something.
Hasn't happened yet, but we're having fun.
How's
God
that?
bless.
A person that claims they're
What are you
hypocritical
drinking?
about nothing. Oh, me? I'm actually trying for the first time
until that day comes.
3-year German brandy. Never had it before. I saw it in the liquor store, and I was like, okay. So, like, if you let's see, Jay the Green. I think they expected you to represent the quote stereotype unquote Christian, and when shared Jesus' real message of we are all flawed and just love each other, they were taken aback. Yeah, I think you might be on something there, Jade. When he says his shoulders were light, I almost joked about Paolo and Francesca in Dante's Inferno being blown by the wind of their desires. Oof. Like that's a good one, but I don't think it would have gone over most folks' heads. So it's truth, Jade. But yeah, it's one of those like, hey, we're all fallen, we're all imperfect, and we all sin kind of a lot. So maybe let's not be such asses to each other about it. If you like Hennessy or cognac, that's usually or Cavassier, that's from France.
Yeah,
but this is just
right
right
next
over there.
door,
So I figured, how bad? And it's really chocolatey. It's really good. So figured, why not? Tonight's a brandy night. I didn't really want to get into the whiskey, so why not?
Only thing I drink, but that's cool. Excellent.
What do you drink?
Only Scotch.
Oh, what do you drink?
Mostly Isla.
Okay. I'm a huge fan of the Dalmore, so I'm a big Highland Scotch guy. So I've actually got the complete Dalmore collection from 12.
But we need not turn this into the Scotch panel as much.
Oh,
as
you son of a biscuit!
Wait, hey!
I was just connecting with the man. I've not met him before.
No. This is why I'm saying this. The last time I mentioned Scotch to K.O.E, we talked until 8:00 in the morning.
Oh, we could easily.
I resemble that remark, sir. Yeah, it's a good time.
I consider
granted, it was a great conversation, but
K.O.E a great person.
He is.
And if only he would let go of the archaic notions of a being that's willing to lock people that they love in a basement and set it on fire for not loving him or doing what he wants, I think we can get along 100%.
Oh, well, I'll settle for 98.
Okay, for one, Charles Manson did nothing wrong.
Oh my God.
Cool.
Well, we got the spice back with
Let's
Samantha
go.
here. Holy shit.
Samantha's like, I think I can get Samantha's like, all right, what's the least amount of words I can say to get a stream kicked? It's got to be it. Like, so
Hitler did. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh, yeah, that's it. You don't even need to finish the sentence. Just, bam, middle of the
Let me-
sentence. Cut off.
He did
Let me know
everything
when I
wrong.
can-
He was a socialist.
Let me know when I can talk about Pascal's wager.
Oh,
Run
hey,
it-
what's up,
run
Toby?
it right now, please. Prime left. I made
With the
Prime
other-
leave.
Because I
I feel
understand Pascal's
terrible.
wager. Because he says, live a good life and obey your religion. And when you get to heaven, if it's not there, there's not God. You still live a good life. And so that's a good way to go.
Hey, Turk.
Trust me, Leafwater guy. You're not the
So-
one that made Prime leave.
So when I'm looking at
Are you
Pascal's
sure?
wager, I'm like, why not just live a
100
good life?
million%. The second I showed up, it was only a matter of seconds before he was going to leave.
I was waiting.
And
for
why? I'm not going to ask the question right
Yeah,
now. I'll ask it later.
I don't know the reason. I don't want to know.
I
the
love
reason.
just asking questions, okay?
I only,
Topic of religion.
all I like to do is ask questions. God damn it.
You're not allowed to ask questions.
I'm
about
just
religion,
asking questions,
Samantha.
guys.
You should know that by now.
I'm going to ask questions I need not ask.
All right. What
I
questions?
plan on just living a good life.
It's not for you to question.
What
right?
questions do you need
Bingo.
answered
We've
to?
been
and I
told
will
this
answer.
already. Right.
Yes, Desperado. What's up?
So, well, hold on.
I was waving
because
at
we-
Turk. I was saying hi to Turk.
Okay, so can we get this
well-
Pascal's wager thing?
hold on. I was
I
actually
want
gonna
So I'm just
ask,
going to live a
want
good
it now.
life.
no,
I'm
I was
just going to live a
gonna
good
ask
life,
Toby-
and when I die, if God
Okay. Back with some more comments here. Let's see. All right. Okay, here we go. Yes, I left not too long after this because it can't take much of Sam. Sam's just always trying to get a reaction. What? Yeah, Sam's. Does he mean hell? I don't know. Fedor, was Samantha entering the cause of Prime bailing out? It was. If I had to guess, that was probably why Prime left. It could probably have something to do with the whole Samantha tried to ruin Prime's life thing. It could probably have something to do with that. Like I know Samantha and we get along pretty well, but she jumped the gun on the Prime thing. Just gonna go ahead and say that. Jumped the gun on that. And yeah, that was a thing. Bandit. So it's ironic that most people associate hell with fire when it isn't until the final days that hell burns in the lake of fire. Well, I mean, it's just imagery, you know what I mean? But also, I think Dante's Inferno
doesn't
kind of
let me
helps
into heaven,
solidify that.
then there's a fault with God, and He'll throw me into hell, right?
No, it's not necessarily if you didn't live a good life. Did you abide by the rules of God for one, and two?
Did you eat shellfish, you
according
asshole?
to Christianity, yeah, according to the Old Testament's out of play. Well, depending on which route you want to go. But anyway,
Yeah, so I was just going with the
point
general
isn't living a
idea.
good life. The general idea is not Christianity. Christianity isn't a general idea.
I'm not talking about that.
No,
I'm talking
there's
about
denominations.
Let's see. Fator brings up. Yeah, I almost forgot about the four-way dummy dance with Prime, Sam, Dylan, and Kat. Yeah, that was a thing. And I've been on Prime panels where Katarana was on there too. And like it took me all about 10 seconds to sense, okay, there's some sort of tension here. There's something going on here. And then when I found out Dylan started a relationship with Kat, I was like, dude, that's next level psychological warfare. I mean, like, so here's the dude that's competing with him as the panel host. And so he just unleashes a batch of psychological warfare on that motherfucker. Let's see. Iko, I was taught that Augustine's advice on Genesis applied more broadly to OT scripture. Sometimes a literal interpretation is fine. Sometimes contradictions require us to take it literal, and sometimes you can regard it either way. The important thing in most cases is that you take the moral lesson. I don't think the church hangs its hat on Daniel's literalness either way. Bandit. Well, the Old Testament laws were meant for the Jews. It's like when some people mention some things from the Old Testament, I always go, there's someone that's come along since then. Maybe you've heard of him. His name is Jesus. Some folks love that joke. Some folks don't.
Whatever thing God says is good when I get at the pearly gates, if I did my best to do those things and I did what I believed he actually taught, which was be a good person, pretend like I don't exist, because he never really seems to show up anywhere, and he doesn't let me into heaven, throws me into hell, then there's a problem with God.
No, he lays out exactly what you need to do to get into heaven. It's literally in the Bible.
Yeah,
it's also in a bunch of other sacred texts.
But that's a whole discussion on which religion is true.
Do you accept Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior?
Exactly. Thank you, K.O.E.
Yeah, do you accept Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior? That's step one.
Wrong. That's just one religion. There are 3,000 different gods.
Well, there's that, but it's also part of Pascal's
I'm sorry, don't
wager.
follow club rules. Don't expect club privileges. I'm sorry.
Well, to fit within his analogy, Pascal's wager is live by club rules, and if God throws you in hell, the fault's with God. That's
You
really
didn't follow the rules enough, apparently.
Did you wear mixed fabrics?
Yes.
You piece of garbage.
Is follow the rule number one.
Here's the problem, thing. There's someone that's come along
Pascal's
since
wager
then.
isn't legit anymore.
There's someone since the Old Testament. There's someone that's come along since then. Maybe you've heard of him. His name is Jesus.
Okay, yeah.
Jesus, take away.
There's 3,000 other gods that I might end up talking to when I get to heaven.
I want to ask
got to be
KOE.
prepared for all of them now.
Wasn't there a verse in the Bible that said that Jesus did not come to remove the law, but to uphold the law?
No. The law that he is talking about is the
It's
Ten
to fulfill
Commandments.
the law.
Well, it was not the 10 Commandments, it's the Jewish commandments, not just the 10.
Which okay, if you want to get into the Jewish commandments, if you want to get into the 10 Commandments, if you want to get into the New Testament, we're talking like 4 different religions right now.
Yes, we are.
You would also have to go into the actual Hebrew of when you say law. Are you talking about what was actually the 10 Commandments? Or are you talking about the prophecy that Jesus came and actually accomplished, and also,
Well, that didn't happen because the people that actually put forth that prophecy don't deem that he fulfilled that prophecy.
When is it going to?
But I'm not going to get into that.
But hold on, Lethe, just quickly, just a quick
please.
translation. He didn't say uphold the law. He said he came to fulfill the law, which is to say there were obligations that you had to do because there was a debt that was owed. And to the extent that he fulfills that obligation, then that debt is no longer owed, which is why a lot of the things that of course, this was Paul's argument, that to the extent that those things were fulfilled, then those obligations then change. Even though the law itself doesn't change because they only get fulfilled, but once they're fulfilled, it's sort of like saying if you owe a fine for a traffic ticket or whatever, if you pay that traffic ticket, it doesn't mean the law against running stop signs goes away. It just means that you have fulfilled your obligation, and so you no longer have to pay that
So
fine.
in
It's
questions
already been paid.
There is no debt. There is no debt to be paid. That's the faulty premise.
Are the 10 Commandments still valid?
Original sin.
The 10 Commandments
We're all
are
born with
still
it.
valid under Jewish law.
Again,
And
that's
when it
all in
comes
the
to-
Bible. And the Bible's like, or the Bible tells me this is the original sin, so therefore there must be a debt. So therefore you have to believe the Bible.
Word of God. Sorry. I mean,
No, but I'm not
Which is
saying
the
any
last-
of that. I'm not saying you
I
have to believe
consider it-
that. I'm just saying this is an argument. Lethe's
Kinda
argument is
do.
an argument against internal consistency. It's not an argument, but even if you can you
got
can
me.
acknowledge the
He
internal
caught me.
consistency on this issue without necessarily saying, oh, but this is the religion you have to believe in. Like those are two separate arguments.
Oh,
See, my
Richard,
claim with this, or my argument is that religion takes away your own personal rights from you and then sells them back to you. You can forgive yourself. There is no debt to be paid by Jesus to get that done. You can just forgive yourself if you
original
learn how
sin.
to do that.
Well, I mean, none of us can actually say that for sure until we're dead,
Thanks for the raid, Brian.
Original
You
sin
probably
doesn't make
won't
sense
be
in
able
the
to say it
first
when you're
place.
dead either.
Can't say anything when you're dead.
True.
No,
Got me
no, no.
there. It
Apparently you
doesn't
can
matter.
talk on the other side.
And have a taco.
Men tell no tales. Oh, what?
So KOE, does God love everyone?
Even the debauched.
Wonderful.
Wrong. God
So-
loves everybody except for Hillary Clinton.
Stop that.
Thank you. God.
So, considering God loves everyone, have you ever loved someone?
Yes.
Okay, so if you love that person, but they did something so horrible to you, you felt the need to lock them in a basement and set it on fire. Could you reconcile that?
I could, because I am not God. It is not for me to question his will or his actions.
My God.
God,
you know,
That's your default. That's a
Don't put this
wonderful
on God.
default.
Don't
You
put this
can't
on
ask
God.
questions,
No,
KOE?
God
You
is
can't
not the
think?
person to blame for this. God is not the person to blame for this. There would be no having to resort to heaven or hell if it were not for one thing. The only reason there is a hell and a heaven to begin with is the fault of a fucking woman. Okay? If that fucking tart didn't fucking grab the apple from a fucking black snake, right, we wouldn't have this problem. But this fucking dumb
black.
cunt.
Well, what do you got against black
The
snakes?
one
What's up with
time
that?
a woman decides
What's
where
that?
she wants to eat.
This is why
I would say
women-
that
this
means
is why
that
women
woman
shouldn't
is
have the right
God
to vote.
because you all fell for it. Now you're all burning and it's eating you all up alive. It
No, it just
sucks
shows
to
that
you
women
and no
are
one
the
gets
root
on.
of all evil. This is why women shouldn't have the right to vote.
Maybe
greater than God.
Maybe Eve was onto something though, in eating
Yeah,
of the
she
fruit
was.
in order to get people out of the Garden of Eden
That's
and,
right.
and live.
That's right.
And do
Someone
stuff.
had to do it. It was tough love, you know.
Yes, but then God
Yeah,
would
yeah.
have to create hell if it weren't
Yeah,
for women.
Christianity had the bad take on
first step.
Yeah, they were bitters. They were losers. They're coping. What's the problem with that? It can't. It sucks,
My
and no one
black
gets
snake
off.
wants to say
Hillary
something,
Clinton should be elected president.
and my
See,
black
no,
snake is
no,
thinking, how long
no.
were the two people in question set up in a garden? So let's put a loaded pistol in a room with two kids. And let's just tell those
Toddlers.
kids, if you two toddlers, I don't care who it is. Let's make it a hair trigger 9mm. Since a 6-year-old recently did some fun stuff like this, let's just say a 5 or 6-year-old. That's more fun. Let's put that in there and say, if nobody touches it and you should not touch it, you'll get candy at the end of it. And even though there was no promise in the garden.
No, so this premise is completely false because where in the Bible does it say, had they done X, Y, and Z, they could not have procreated, they could not have successfully created civilizations, had not done all these other good things. The unfortunate thing is that the human element occurred and they bit of the apple and thus were punished and had original sin.
I'm asking
Right.
you.
Only after eating
trying to explain to you.
Only after eating the apple did
Bruh.
they have kids, though. So the assumption is they couldn't have kids
I
beforehand.
disagree.
The
I
problem
disagree.
with that, the
No,
problem with that
no. It
premise-
was
let
with
me
birth. There was
speak.
great pain.
Let me
There's no
speak.
quantifying.
No, there's no need because had they listened to God's orders and done as he had directed, where does it say that they would never have been able to procreate? Where does it say that they would have only been the two beings of the human species that would have ever walked
They
the
couldn't
earth?
listen to God's orders
Who wants
because
to
he
touch this?
said to do such and such a thing, but don't eat of the fruit of the tree of good and evil, but you can eat of this other one where
And
you
they
live
failed
forever.
at that initial request, that initial requirement. There's no telling anywhere in scripture that says
True,
that they
Adam was
hadn't
seduced by
done
that harlot.
Okay, we got to catch up on some comments here, folks. Let's see. Iko, sheep and the goats. Fedor, Iko, that's what the moral lessons of Daniel's version in chat is: a moral lesson, not a prophecy. Interesting. 10 Commandments is also OT. In the story, he's telling a prophecy, but to us, the reader, it isn't. He's not telling our future. No, original sin is that man brought death into the world. Iko, not what I asked either. I love the argument from Lath and Sam more, and Sam adds more drollery. The law does not require those outside theocratic Israel to those outside, and NT writers do the same. Galatians is a good study for that, as well as Peter speaking on the subject in Acts. Interesting. Bandit, now we know why they can't decide where to eat. It all goes back to the Garden of Eden, apparently. Doesn't the command to be fruitful and multiply before the fall of Genesis? I don't know. So much drooling. Yes. It's an assumption that the children came after the fall from grace. It's a moral lesson, not a prophecy. To us, read. It's the tree of knowledge, not of good and evil. Iko, does that assumption that prophecy only mean... Okay, so we're getting closer. All right, Iko. It's the foreknowledge of future events. And I get into that a little bit here. So we continue.
You're not answering my question. You're not answering my question.
Because your question
How-
is not rooted in a good argument.
You put two beings, Adam and Eve, in a garden with a tree, tell them don't eat from it. You put two kids in a room with a loaded gun. How long is it going to take for someone to shoot the gun?
Yeah.
To touch the gun,
Eating
to
the
do
apple,
something.
had they followed the instructions of their God, it could
How
have been
long?
forever.
How long did they follow the instructions of the God? How long could the toddlers hold out?
Right.
That's a problem with being
If you were
human
all-
and
okay,
having
what
a
are
Well,
the-
if
hold
God
on,
was
real
so
quick.
omnipotent,
Real question.
Turns out, actually,
No.
Lethe,
But
turns out the first two people weren't keeping timely records. Of
No,
their
no, no.
day.
Turk.
No,
Your
if-
argument
if-
against-
So we
your
can't
argument
tell
God
you
was so
if it was at 4:30 in the
Adam and
afternoon or
Eve.
not.
Adam and
If
Eve were
God
not
was so
children
omnipotent
in the
and created
garden.
humans and didn't understand their fallibility, then God is not omnipotent.
No,
That
the real,
was what I
the
was
real
doing. I was
question.
showing that. Thanks,
The real
Samantha,
question.
for
That doesn't mean that
ruining
at all.
my long walk.
No, no.
I was
The real
taking a long
question. The
walk.
real question.
Why
The
were
real
Adam and
question.
Eve
No,
so
Toby,
stupid
Toby,
as to
no.
not ask
No,
God of
no,
how
you're
they
all
could
missing.
partake of the
No,
fruit of
no,
the tree of
you're
life?
missing. We have to
Eve's
backtrack,
reasoning, Eve's reasoning
Toby is still
was
not shutting
that
up.
they
Hi,
needed
you're
to
hosting a
do
private
that in order to
discussion.
taste of the bitter, in order to have
No,
the
he
good
ran.
later.
I got here. Okay, now Toby, are you done with your irrelevant, like
No,
dribbling
no,
bullshit out of your mouth?
he'll
Okay,
never
cool.
be
The real
done with it.
question is to leave
Completely
this fucking
irrelevant.
statement with the two kids. It doesn't matter how long they can hold out. What really matters is what's the race of these kids, and should we actually care?
Well, the snake
They're
is black.
black. They're absolutely
Dude,
black.
I gotta be
Everybody
there.
started black.
Everybody
We're
started
all
black.
black. From the
We're all
start, it
born
was
female.
black.
Exactly.
So you're saying that black people ruined society from like the beginning?
So,
Eve,
Samantha,
the
you're
black woman,
Absolutely.
Samantha
Eve, the
is
black woman,
saying that Adam
stole
and
the apple,
Eve
then
were
rioted,
both women.
okay, and then took it to Adam to like peer pressure him into fucking doing something wrong too.
Who was
It
also
checks-
black.
It checks out statistically.
And that's why you're a failure.
That means that the
What was
source of all
Eve's-
society is black people.
Eve's reasoning for eating of the fruit.
Geez, Samantha, I thought you knew that white people were a creation. On
Someone,
like a
someone
scientific
They're a
donated.
social
Someone,
construction.
no, you don't get it. Like the fruit was donated to Eve through her OnlyFans.
Ty,
Okay?
Ty, Ty
Please,
exists.
have me
That's
on
us.
more often.
Oh my god.
So where the hell did this come from, and do I want to continue it? That's the real question.
Yes, you want to continue
This
it.
is
Demand it.
exactly
You want
why
to continue it.
religion, this is exactly why religion needs to stay tax exempt and keep their secrets secret.
So you
So they
left,
keep
you
their
let
apples
Phil
to
in,
themselves.
and then it was nothing but memers coming in after that.
That's
Like,
exactly what happened.
he started the memes.
I'm like the
See?
floodgate opener. I'm like the
He's like,
Pied Piper of memery. No, I'm like the bat.
This is
signal.
true. Jesus
Phil,
is a meme.
Phil, you're
Jesus
just
is
like
a
the
meme.
black snake.
I'm not. I didn't come here to meme. I literally got done having gay premarital sex. Okay.
Well,
Really?
you're going to
I
hell.
needed
Wait,
something
wait.
to do.
Isn't it post-marital sex for you, or did something happen?
I've never been. Well, okay, it doesn't count if I'm divorced from those two times.
Is it premarital
Literally
sex only if you
postmarital.
get married?
It's
Only if
post
you get
and
married?
premarital at the same time. Get cucked. What up?
Let's see. This is getting good. Bandit, I'm waiting for the question. Can God create an object too big for him to move? I already addressed that on a previous panel and just it stopped coming up after I pretty much just crushed that. Truth, Aiko. I don't know what you're talking about. Always hilarious. Phil ate from the tree of memery. That's beautiful. That's beautiful, Bandit. That's truly beautiful. Ate from the tree of memory. That's gorgeous. That can be fun post divorce. Dating can be fun, but no, I've often actually said in quite a few metaphors, like when there's kids that are kind of clinging to their they're kind of failure to launch, and I kind of like, well, unfortunately, kiddo, it's kind of like you're in the Garden of Eden right now. And I'm the snake here in this metaphor telling you that you need to grow up. You need to grab the apple of the knowledge of good and evil, and you need to eject yourself from the Garden of Eden into the actual reality of adulthood. Because what happened with Adam and Eve, it's also a beautiful metaphor for adulthood, is Eve gained pain with childbirth, and Adam gave labor.
So
K.O.E.
bleeds and
it's a
doesn't
stupid
die.
metaphor, right?
K.O.E.
So-
is a Satanist now.
So it's a metaphor now, right? It's a metaphor.
Yeah, for menstruation.
That's funny
Perfect.
that
Now
Toby
K.O.E.'s a
and
black
UD were
snake.
so
Wow.
desperate for some kind of own, but they never
What
got.
is
Well,
this
I don't know.
black
There's something
Transformational
called
panel.
metaphor. I don't know if you've. It's
No,
it's actually kind of a neat thing that I'm going to be using it a lot this evening. So just prepare yourself.
No, I
So,
don't think it's
K.O.E.,
what I'm
which is
K.O.E.,
the metaphor?
K.O.E.,
Which is the
have you ever-
metaphor?
Have you ever read Gilgamesh?
Oh yeah, the
Yeah.
Epic
Oh.
of Gilgamesh. Basically, the first heroic story, and what nobody really wants to admit is, I always joke that every movie is Star Wars, and Star Wars is in and of itself a ripoff of the Epic of Gilgamesh, and even The Matrix is just kind of a flipping on the old story, the Epic of Gilgamesh. A person living a fairly simple life gets some martial figure comes, takes them away, amazing adventures, and then by their own hand they become the great chosen one. And so it's a story as old as time, and it's the story of Star Wars, the story of the Matrix, Epic of Gilgamesh, fucking probably even Harry Potter if you want to break it down.
Beautiful, right?
K.O.E.,
So-
can you
so-
steel
so-
man
no, whoa,
Jesus
whoa, whoa,
being
whoa,
in a
whoa.
metaphor, please?
Can I finish? Can I finish? I was talking to K.O.E. I was really
Sorry.
I was having fun.
Kai
So,
and K.O.E.
my dude, how do you feel about the Anunnaki?
Huh?
What?
Like
No,
the Anunnaki.
I love conspiracy theories the same way some people love creepypastas, because it's like none of it's real,
God.
but I love the thought that
true
went
Christian.
into it.
The
Okay?
Anunnaki are real. What do you
Like
No,
the
when you
well,
take
no.
into
I mean
account-
like the lizard people version, where it's like the Anunnaki
no.
are the lizard people that are watching us and like they're laughing at us on the other side of reality. It's like,
no.
I love the thought that goes into that. So then
The
there's
Watchers.
I get there's the aliens, or not the aliens, the angels, and yes, there's mentions of that in biblical scripture, but like to me, I was just talking about the kind of cultural reference that are the Anunnaki.
So I'm saying within
Nephilim.
the similarities of these stories to the origin story that comes up in Genesis that came before the stories of Genesis,
Mhm.
how can you discount those but hold up the one?
Uh-huh.
What do you mean by that?
Yeah, you
The
just
story of the
blew his
Anunnaki,
mind.
the
Cognitive
story of
dissonance just
Gilgamesh.
kicked in.
No, I'm just wondering. No, what does he mean by that? Like, I'm just curious. I want to get a little deeper into the question here.
So you get into the Adamu,
Uh-huh.
who were the people made of earth that
Uh-huh.
were made to farm resources for the Anunnaki, which is very similar to the story of Gilgamesh. But those came before the stories of the Bible.
Oh,
But that
actually,
meant
now I got you.
Adam.
Funny enough, Cain actually mentions this when after he slays Abel, he says, God, all that come upon me, they shall slay me. So not only was Cain convinced that there was other people out there other than just him, but when God actually puts the mark of Cain upon him, he's even convinced God that there must be other people out there. So what happened before outside the Garden of Eden, that doesn't matter. It doesn't concern you. This is the start. And so I totally get what you're coming at there. But yes, even
Adam and
in
Eve didn't
Genesis,
matter
it
at
talks
all
about
then,
the fact that there
'cause
were other people out there.
The land
Probably
of God.
Adam and Eve didn't matter at all then.
Yeah, right.
they
And
were
why should
the
it matter
first
to the
creations
rest
of
of
God.
us, right?
They're the ones
There's-
that we're all
They
descended
were
from.
the kids.
Well, what
in
made
the
the
room
other
with
They
the
were people
pistol.
out there. They were all the other
Well, so
people out there.
who made the other people?
Well, clearly the creator of
Jack
all the
Pocket.
universe.
So he's not omnipotent or omniscient, right?
No, I don't know where you even
He's
come
not
up
the
with
only
that.
creator.
No, I
because
know you
all the other
desperately
people out
want
there
to
that
say that, but
pre-existed.
that
Can we
you don't
stop?
get that from them.
Can
He
we stop for a
pre-existed.
second? Can we stop for 1 second? Can I ask you to define what you believe in and why?
Oh boy.
Like
What
what
do you
you
mean?
believe your God,
Like what
you
do
believe,
I believe?
what you
He's
believe
Christian.
the God to
I-
be, and why.
Why?
I believe my God to be the creator of heaven and earth, as above
Okay.
and below,
The
and
one
the
property.
omnipotent, omniscient, omnipresent creator of the universe. His
Two.
one begotten Son was Jesus Christ, and to get eternal life and the eternal reward, you must accept him as your Lord and Savior.
Okay.
I
So
too am a follower of
Why?
Elon Musk.
okay, run it. We have omnipotent, omnipresent, omniscient.
Oh, shit.
All
He has
seeing, all
created
knowing, all
almost as
powerful.
many children.
Oh shit! You said omnipotent and
So-
omnipresent. I'm sorry. I follow the NSA.
K.O.E.,
Does that work?
K.O.E., are you aware of the term presuppositionalist?
Uh-huh.
You would
Explain it to
be
me.
somebody that presupposes that God exists and you work backwards from there.
Uh-huh.
All answers lead toward God.
Well, that's what the Lord commands.
Excellent. You're a precept. It's amazing. I'm good with this. You're begging the question from the start.
I don't know what
So,
that's supposed to mean, but no, I
He
do what the
doesn't-
Lord
he doesn't
commands.
get
if,
it.
if I were to say there were a teapot sitting between Mars and the moon that cannot be seen by any telescope, so you can't say it's there, but
Doesn't really affect our
I
lives
guarantee
anyway,
you that it is there, and it keeps the gravitational qualities of all of the universe in place.
Right. It's the apotheosis of all
Can you
teapots.
tell
You know
me?
what I would say? I would say you do you, boo. You do.
Oh
you.
my
You enjoy.
god.
Well, what if that teapot was God, though? It just
Well, like
looked
to
like
me,
a
I always
The
point to
teapot
like
is God.
the invisible
teapot can't
dancing
be
leprechaun on the
everywhere,
dark
so-
side of the moon. What if there's an invisible dancing leprechaun on the dark
He
side of the moon?
stinked
Okay,
for 10
doesn't matter.
minutes for your sins.
It doesn't
You know
really
what
matter.
omnipresent means, right?
would it be crucified? That's the question.
So let me add the carrot to the stick of the teapot. If you don't believe in the teapot, every year the fewer people believe in the teapot, the more the gravitational force of all the universe starts to fall apart.
Oh yeah, okay.
You better work on selling the idea that people need to join your religion. You better the Hare Krishnas in the 80s. They really had a very good aggressive strategy. So like they
had lollipops.
Excellent. So to ask the question, when Jesus said, "People within my..."
Okay, catch up on a couple of comments here. Bandit's got a good one. He keeps going to the quote, "not omnipotent well." Universal discourse. I think that's universal discourse, either that or the one with the little monkey picture there, the baboon picture. But one of them keeps trying really hard to like, this is not like, basically they just kind of just make some broad statement, say therefore God isn't omnipotent, and I didn't like it. Didn't land. Like, I know they were trying really hard, but it just didn't land. Fedor, I fear for them, mainly because they like avocado toast so much. Ugh. Oh, like a presupposition is unheard of, or that don't start with some yeah, like it seemed like a really weird thing to insist. So like, you're a presuppositionalist. Well, we all presuppose something at some point in our day. Like, that seems like a weird flex, man.
Will see me come back.
Within
he rose again.
Yeah.
That's what Easter
like
is about.
3 days later, actually. It wasn't all that long.
It was a bad weekend. He died. It was a bad weekend. His daddy wasn't cool with him. And we're good. Zombie Jesus, let's go.
He just kind of let him sit in jail for like 3 days and kind of pick him up after.
I'm sorry, Rich. I'm being very disrespectful tonight. It's not on purpose. No, Desperado, no.
Well,
gonna miss you, my dude.
Desperado's good shit.
I'm being extra asshole right now because like K.O.E is amazing.
I don't know
Thank you,
about
thank
that.
you, sir. I
And he
tried.
can take it. His feelings don't get hurt.
He's kind of a douche, actually. And the worst part
He
is he's got a brand new show that he just
Yes.
lords over everybody on. It's fucking annoying,
Yes,
man.
it's great.
It's
Like, it's a
amazing.
new show called Truth in Fiction Pod on YouTube. You should definitely go check it out, where I co-star with a certain individual. What? Tiberius D, actually. And the two of us
I
are
went
getting
on.
into the truth in fiction, folks. Oh, well, this is like Studio 54. We're going to have to do a lot of prep work, and there's a lot of, we're going to have to see if you can get through the ropes and everything.
And a lot of cocaine. How much cocaine?
Studio
How much-
54 without Michael Jackson or Liza Minnelli.
How much
I don't
gay
know.
sex will there be?
Exactly. Thank you, Vigilante. I was gonna say.
Well, it's more about the door exclusivity, but we'll get there, folks. We'll get there, folks. It's always a good party at Castle K.O.E. anyways. So yes, but we have Truth in Fiction, a new show with me and Tiberius that you definitely need to check out. Truth in Fiction Pod on YouTube, and we're expanding by the day. It's kind of like the K.O.E. Nation on YouTube, TikTok, and Twitch. We're a nation and an empire expanding by the day. So folks, definitely check out Truth in Fiction Pod on YouTube. Check out K.O.E. Nation, YouTube, TikTok, and Twitch. Check out Tiberius D on YouTube, TikTok, and Twitch. And of course, make yourself a part of this story. Go to patreon.com/Tiberius_D. Be the fuel to make the car of this show go forward, folks. You know it's the right thing to do.
All right, I'm hiring you as my marketing director.
How many atheists would be on the show with you?
I'm sold.
He's
And
pretty
you wanna-
Honestly,
you always
he
want to
is
hire
the best
Christians.
promo man on fucking Twitch right now.
Yeah.
He really
And
is.
you know,
Christians
Christians
can
are
sell
honest.
propaganda.
You
Absolutely.
know, Christians are honest, so they're gonna be able to do the job.
like in all honesty, I really think Tiberius needs to have K.O.E. record him a lower third that he can just pop up every half hour to help him out with his shilling while he sits there in silence.
Oh, K.O.E. is like the second coming of Tom Likas to me.
Yeah,
The smoothness is amazing. I don't know if you consider that high praise, but I consider it high praise.
Hang on, let me make sure. Okay, I know who you're talking about. He was the hey guys, I'm gonna give you relationship advice. Let me tell you about basically he was Andrew Tate before Andrew Tate was Andrew Tate.
Nah, he was smoother and was
Oh
a
yeah,
lot
I get
more
what you're meaning, but like he was kind of like
and didn't enslave women and have a Bugatti.
No, yeah, you got that. You got
Tate
that.
didn't kill himself.
Oh, well. Now, I'm glad I made the call on him I did a long time ago, because before he got arrested, I straight up called him out like, Andrew Tate, come over to the United States, meet me in the MMA cage, get any commission in this country to okay an open weight fight, because that means he can't take steroids anymore. Allegedly, winky face. And, so it's like, because, it's very normal for men to get bigger and stronger the older they get. And then come over to the United States, where you're also dealing with sex trafficking charges. Meet me in the cage, and I will whoop your ass. I will smack you around like you smack around the chicks in your life, apparently. And so, and Andrew, your
Calling
silence
someone out for a
speaks
fight who can't
volumes. His volume, no, I knew exactly what kind of person this is, but his silence speaks volumes. He's been ducking me. He would rather throw himself into a Romanian cell than step into an MMA cage with me. So, Andrew, I got it. I mean, we might as well just call me 1-0 against Andrew Tate at this point, because he's basically conceded, tapped out before the fight even started.
Oh, it's so good.
That's what you get when you don't recycle.
This is the best representation of Christianity I've ever seen.
I know.
I know.
It's the whole spectacle.
Well, it's the most honest. It's the most honest you're going to get, because guess what? We're all hypocrites. Come with us. Join us in the pew. Come to the church. Join with all the other hypocrites. That's what
K.O.E.
makes
is the Flavor Flav of Twitch today.
Twitch.
Flavor Flav of
Christianity.
What time is it?
Oh, wow. Wow. That is amazingly both a compliment and an insult both at the same time equally.
Well,
And
you called him a
done.
hypocrite, so both sides of his tongue are moving. It's perfect.
Oh, Lordy. But I remember the Flavor of Love when I watched that show. I was like, so women are competing for the love of Flavor Flav?
What's a Christian doing watching Flavor Flav?
Well, this shit was on when I was like
relationship
21. Like, this
advice
shit was
from
on like
Flavor
20
Flav.
years ago. Okay? Like 15, 20 years ago.
Well,
Like, yeah.
Right.
And yeah, that was when I was a godless heathen out in the godless world.
Wait. When did you convert?
After Flavor Flav.
Yeah, it was.
New York did him in. New York did
What
it.
was your
to him.
conversion story, K.O.E.? What's your conversion story?
I really want to know.
Had a kid, settled down, started a family, started going to church, gave my life to Jesus Christ, and there's been ups and downs in this life, but I would say on the whole, it's been a net positive for me in my life. So yeah, that would
That's
be
basically
having a child, starting a family, wanting to ensure her future. That's more or less what started it.
Did you go any deeper?
Well, like how much time you got? Like, it's one of those, like, I don't know how deep you
No,
want to get.
wait, no. I want to ask, would Islam not protect your daughter more?
Right.
Well, I was raised Christian. My
Ooh, there's a telltale
baby
sign.
mama
So
was raised
you only
Christian.
went to church because that's the religion of your parents.
Why not
Whatever
convert
religion.
to Judaism? That's the original God.
Well, now,
Whoa,
weirdly
let me go
enough,
back. Let me go.
my ex was actually Protestant, so I actually went to a lot of Protestant churches, and I felt that was a good place for my kid. It was a good community, good people, and it was instilling the kind of values that I wanted.
I don't
So
like
now
the
you
K.O.E.
got to remember these are like very. Hang on, you got to realize these are. Hang on. You got to realize these are very small rural communities where the churches, the big ones, have like 60 people in them, and so you kind of build these very tight knit communities with these people, and you start to understand their lives, and so that was.
Do they
also
lack school teachers as well, or?
Okay,
What do you mean by? Do they?
No,
like
but they are
school
kissing
teachers?
cousins.
What? No, this is Nebraska, not south of the
Kentucky.
Mason-Dixon. Yeah.
It's the South either way.
What
Yeah,
kind of critical,
wrong part of the country.
KOE, what kind of critical thinking were you taught besides that goes a bit further than God said so?
Well, here we go.
Oh, actually, my public school was amazing in that we were taught Greek philosophy, Greek numerals. We knew the constellations. I can actually navigate and find the North Star based on. And
Right. You
we
believe
knew
in
about all.
astrology and you can count to 10. I get that.
Well, no, and also we were taught about
Wait, Greek
democracy
numerals?
and, well, no, we were also taught about Socrates, Plato, Aristotle, and so it was really weird that like my public school in this small town had people who
Right, but
really
so for
gave a shit.
you, for you, what did you really struggle with to figure things out besides that was deeper than God said
Okay,
so?
okay. I'll be honest with you. When I was 7 years old, I remember I was sitting in church and I had this thought that to me at the time I was terrifying. But like it's something I've always thought about, and I've actually had some very deep epistemological discussions about this, even with my kiddo, because like I want to be able to drill down to the bottom of these ideas. And the thing that came to my mind was, did God create man?
Or did man create
did
God?
man create God? And I remember I was 7 years old sitting in church, terrified by the fact that I even had that thought. But then I explored it
The
deeper
most
and
rational thought I've ever heard him have.
well, it's a blasphemy. It's a
Why?
heresy. It's a
Who
blasphemy.
told you it was a blasphemy? Because that's the same
The
question
priest.
your own priest
Actually, my
asked.
Monsignor at the time. So yeah, it
Okay,
was.
so thank you. You just confirmed that you can't really ask deep questions in your religion. You can't really figure things out. So you're a blind sheep then.
Well,
I was 7 years old at the time.
He's
Second, second.
I know you're desperate to plant a flag
Second.
here, but like, I'm sorry, you're not going to.
K.O.E., I can relate to you. So, have you ever heard of the term God of the Gaps?
Oh yes, yes.
God of
That's
the
where
gaps.
that's where a
Okay.
lot of smart theological people land. Is well, we have such amazing wonders in the universe as to how our galaxy is made and how this and that, and like the fact that we're just perfectly in the Goldilocks zone for life here. Clearly, that must mean God.
I had
And
K.O.E.
so-
talking serious there for a minute, everyone.
There's a very
Just for a
simple,
minute.
No, there's a
What?
very simple statement that can be made. How often does the Bible just?
Okay. I want to get into some stuff here in chat. Let's see. Okay, it started here with Fedor asking, does current debate philosophy teach that purposeful use of logical fallacies is a good or useful tactic? Okay. Interesting. Good to know. Aiko, it doesn't. Either way, it's more about what one is calling a fallacy, whether it is one. For example, slippery slope. Sometimes a slippery slope is actually slippery. Kind of like gun control. But because slapped the label of fallacy on it, people assume it can't be good or useful. But also, I don't use the word tactic with our squad because I don't think the martial analogy of debate is a good one. I'll be honest with you, Aiko. I think the things that are the most important, like I think more important would be if you and your team started playing poker. Learning those tells, learning the slight communications, learning that every single motion communicates something. I think that's so. There is a point where adversarial relationships do actually kind of forge one a little bit deeper. Aiko, that is to say, I don't think interlockers in debates are the enemy. We could get into that. There is a point I didn't ask about, seem relevant to the question. Is red herring even ever an intellectually honest approach? A straw man ever an intellectually honest? Interesting question. You specifically asked whether purposeful use of logical fallacy is good and or useful tactic, but we don't simply label things, quote, a logical fallacy and then dismiss arguments on that basis. If we think there's logical issues with an argument, then we tackle it on the merits rather than vaguely accuse our interlocutors of using logical fallacies. Interesting. But no, like I'll be honest, like one time I was on a debate where I purposely used nothing but logical fallacies. Like I just wanted to see if I could do it, just as kind of like a mental exercise. And it was for a presidential debate during the last election when Biden Trump, and I would say I did very well in that particular one. Fedor, Aiko, and I suppose to be more clear, is integrity of any import in your approach? Does debate philosophy address that? Do you with the students? Interesting. Yes, we do this through cricket, source indicates, theory shells, and the like. I don't know what that is. You might have to explain what a cricket is. What I ask is if current debate philosophy regards use of logical fallacies as good and or useful, it will scroll back to make sure I didn't make some typos like I frequently do. Yes, Fator, I will say. Sometimes your typos
give me a little bit of a moment of kerfuffle. Iko does current debate philosophy. Okay. Again, you misrepresent what I say or ask. Oh boy. We don't address logical fallacies either way, because when you examine lists of such fallacies, they are often overly simplistic, as an example I gave. So instead, we just run down the logical issue at hand on its own merits. Poker really is martial, Phil. Yes. Yeah, I mean, it really is like you're facing down an opponent. Now, to me, like the things like my martial arts background, poker, being able to sell, a lot of things make up who is Phil K.O.E. But like the idea that you shouldn't look at a debate as adversarial. Well, that poor kid that you're putting out there that's thinking this isn't my adversary is going to get fucking crushed by the kid that does. And so that's my only that's my only fear is when I hear people say like, oh, debate's not adversarial. Unfortunately, whether we like it or not, like Iko, you and I both know when we go onto a panel, we are going onto a potentially very adversarial place. But it's fascinating. It kind of sharpens the blade of your mind the same way that a whetstone sharpens a blade. And so to me, I do believe that, like, especially in things like debate and intellectual pursuits, the martial arts and like physical strength and physical domination is not just a mere conceit. It's something that is an essential tool. And also, like amongst men, it's kind of like the Jordan Peterson thing about like, men don't respect other men that won't fight them at all for any reason. Like, I mean, I'll be honest, there are times that like in my day to day, like the fact that like I'll pop something off at the mouth, the fact that I am willing to back it up if like I'm attacked for some reason, that's a huge piece of having the confidence, I suppose. And by the way, I never said dismiss something based on logic fact. My interest is in one being able to identify them in others and use them if such dishonesty is ever accepted or encouraged. A cricket is a philosophical argument that challenges a mindset or assumption made by the opposing team, usually on a moral basis. Interesting. Would you mind giving an example of that? We're going to go a little deeper into this video, but once you bring up an example, I'll definitely read it. But yeah, I'm just kind of a little curious on that. And we continue.
Disprove science. How often does the science disprove the Bible?
Okay.
So not really going.
Well,
there
we haven't
altogether.
had science like disprove the Bible like there is no God.
Constantly.
There are some biological claims. It's kind of like even like in Islam in the 1500s, they were, or not 1500s, even in the year 500, they were talking about how the emotions and your thought were settled in the heart. So there are some biological things in these older texts that don't actually ring out.
But K.O.E., I was going to put myself on the grill for you. Anecdotally, as a kid,
you don't need to do that. Like that's.
I'm just doing it because it's.
You might have to apply afterwards.
Oh yeah, it's gonna happen. So as a kid, my mom used to write me letters as the Tooth Fairy in little tiny writing in little tiny envelopes.
Jeez.
So where I was told that Jesus brought the presents for Christmas, not Santa Claus, because we were very religious, there was a Tooth Fairy. Until I found the teeth in her top drawer. And that was weird as fuck. But all the same, the illusion was destroyed.
It was shattered.
So at which point, when I find the illusions within the religion of the things that they say that science shatters, like tectonic, disproving the flood, and the disorder of the creation myth, I can't put full stock in the Bible being 100% correct.
That's your prerogative, sir. I want to try to persuade you otherwise at some point in your life, but I totally understand. Now, I do want to say something about what you're talking about earlier with the Tooth Fairy. That reminded me so much of Joe Rogan has a new bit about Santa Claus where he talks about when it comes to Santa, as a parent, you don't want your kid to be one of these two kids. You don't want him to be the first one to tell all the other kids that Santa isn't real because that kid's an asshole.
Okay. But you don't want him to be the last kid to figure it out because that kid's a fucking moron. Okay, like so you want it to be somewhere in the middle there where it's like they figure it out at one point. Like I remember my kid even told me like at 11, like, yeah, Dad, I knew for a couple of years ago, but I was playing along because I got more presents under the tree. Nice. Well done. Well done. I taught you well.
And I feel the same way that you feel about this entire story that I feel about the Bible. You don't want to be the first kid to tell everyone the Bible's not real because you're an asshole, but you don't want to be the last one to figure it out because you're a moron.
But if you're the last one that doesn't ever figure it out and you die and go to heaven, then you were actually, hey, you fucking got it, actually.
Congratulations. The endorphins and the last chemicals in your brain put you in a chemical hazard.
DMT, dimethyltryptamine. Crazy
Enjoy
shit.
it. Don't do it in life because you want all of it you can get when you
Well,
die.
that's the definition of the village idiot has reached enlightenment because he doesn't know any better.
Or did they know best all along?
Because ultimately, I don't have the room to say that L. Ron Hubbard was wrong. I don't have the room to say that Muhammad,
Well, I'll go ahead and say L. Ron Hubbard was wrong. Like, there's like, I'm sorry, that's a religion so new that like my dad could just go, yeah, that didn't happen.
So KOE,
sorry, that shit's funny. I don't give a fuck. That shit.
Ask this question to your religion though: is why it is considered heresy to ask the.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he just wants to keep drilling down there, which is fascinating. Okay. A critique is a philosophical art that challenges the mindset or assumption made. Okay. Do you mean critique? Same etymology, but this is out of German philosophy and has slightly different implications, at least in debate world. Did they find God's teeth in? Oh boy. So here we go. Okay, so for example, if we're debating the merits of Yucca Mountain, the affirmative team might show how it's a safe and effective way of storing nuclear waste, but someone may respond running a critique saying the Native American rights to determine the use of their land trumps all other impacts, even major ones. Okay, so me in my mind, I've just always called this moral king of the mountain. Just everybody's trying to scramble to get to the top of the moral mountain and trying to knock everybody off so they could say king of the mountain. So yeah, that's always fun. That's always fun. So interesting. I'll definitely look into that a little deeper. But yeah, like to me in my mind, like I find out that like there's other words for some of the things that I label in my mind, which is always kind of fun. But all right, we're getting there, folks.
Question:
There.
Did God?
Yeah, that
create
was
man
it. Why?
and create God?
Why?
Do you know why?
Well, to me,
it's
as
considered heresy?
a child, like I was like, to me in my mind, it's like he is the
No, you as an adult.
Oh, why as an adult? Well, no, as an adult, like, no, I can perfectly understand why that would be a thought to have and something to formulate. But as a child, it was terrifying to me. But no, as an adult, like, I'll be honest with you, in my youthful rebellious phase from like 19 to like 22, I was a complete atheist. So I do understand the atheistic arguments quite well.
Right. What moved you? What moved you? I need to know. Having a family moved you.
Yeah, you said having a family and getting married and going back to church because you want to live a good life and get into heaven. So why can't you make why can't you make the atheist arguments much better on this of why it is considered heresy to ask the question?
So no, I want to know why he was an atheist. Why were you an atheist?
Oh, good question.
You know, also, I was going through I would say I was going through a youthful phase, but also it just seemed to make sense to me. It's kind of like the Bill Hicks bit where it's like God's throwing him down to hell and he goes, "It seems so plausible." It was a little bit of that. I started listening to some atheistic thinkers who were really right on with their economic thoughts. So it kind of made me think, well, if they're so right on this, maybe they're right on something else. And that's not the right way to approach anything. But like, it was just something that I kind of, it had its appeals to me to, you know, kind of stand on my own two rational feet and not have to deal with any deific power over me. But over enough time, I found that these are the things that are needed in one's life, whether we want to admit it or not. Now, yes, having a family, having a kid, that changed a lot for me because now you have responsibilities you have to protect and provide, not just their physical body. You also have to protect their soul.
KOE,
And that's the part I don't think they're going to get. I just don't think they're going to accept what I just said there. But Aiko, basically, it's an alternative to utilitarianism because, yeah, utilitarianism, this would be the best thing for the best number of people, but this one is sort of like a moral high grounding. So it's like, it's over, Anakin. I have the high ground. So, like, yeah, I totally get that. But, like, to me, like, that particular form of argumentation where people try to just moral high ground, I just kind of roll my eyes and just kind of knock it aside because, like, nobody has a monopoly on care. So that's always what you can come back. It's like, why are you pretending you're the only person in this world that has a monopoly on care for things? And so that usually kind of knocks them down a peg, especially to the viewing audience.
Do you throw out?
And that's something, Aiko, I don't know if in our interactions you've ever told any any of your students about any of our interactions, but I hope that you at least find something of some value that you can take back to them. I don't know what that would be, but I certainly hope you do. Like, if nothing else, it's good to know, like, all right, these are the tactics of some motherfuckers just going to try and buffalo you down, just try and fucking just horse ride you down. Like, yeah, these are some of the tactics to know.
Those two things, did you throw out it seemed to make sense to you, and did you throw out standing on your own two rational feet when you went back
when
to
I
religion?
made the leap of faith? Yes.
So you don't make sense and you don't stand on your own two rational feet anymore.
Well, no, I give my life to the Lord.
Well, is being rational necessarily atheistic? No, it's not true.
No, it is. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about these two things were important to him at that point. And generally, I agree that those two things are important: making sense and standing on your own two rational feet. But KOE is now just saying.
Well, like I said, when you have kids, regardless, you have to protect and provide for them, and that also includes their eternal soul. And so that was a decision that I made.
So, Rich, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
At what point is there any guarantee of anybody's soul?
Well, okay, so Catholics don't really think of it in terms of guarantees. I grew up a Baptist, and growing up a Baptist, we absolutely believed that you accept Jesus into your heart, and at that point, you're guaranteed to get into heaven. Like, that's it. Like, it's sola fides. It's all that.
Done deal.
And right, Catholics
and get baptized.
We have KOE to the contrary. Catholics, we a lot of us at least tend to be in doubt as to the state of our soul a lot. Like, I think Phil also, because he's said that he's had some struggles recently, also has asked some tough questions that maybe he's not really talking a lot about here. And that's
true. Which I appreciate you not like digging too deep into that, but how are you able to be awake right now, KOE? Because I slept in way too late today. I had one of those discussions of life and truth with my brother, and we stayed way up, and my circadian rhythm's all off. So, but yeah, but yeah, don't mention that evil word. I mean, this audience never needs to sleep. Seems a rather important one is operating on subjective morality platform, and actually 10 allows for. Okay, sounds like winning to me. I know. It's all winning from here, but yeah, we've only got a little bit left to this.
Fine, that's great.
Minutes
That's,
left to this particular panel.
These are personal, private struggles.
And then we'll have to shift.
But we're always like, for instance, when I walk into mass, one of the things I do is I dip my fingers into the water, into the holy water, and what that does is that cleanses away my venial sins, but it doesn't handle the more serious ones. For those, we have to go to confession, and you're always searching your soul to say, okay, am I confessing the right thing, or am I doing the right thing? And of course, Paul says, faith without works is dead. So the state of our soul often is connected to the things that we're doing in life. And so at least that's the way we think of as Catholics. But that, of course, not all Christians think in that way, but that's certainly the way I think. So no, certainty is not one of the features of religion for me.
All right,
Isn't
so
that isn't
There's
that the
always
function
going to
of
be doubt.
religion?
There will always be doubt. Like Aiko
Oh my
said, like
God.
when you go through tragedies in
I
your
know,
life, you'll
Ty.
always doubt, like, God, why did
Oh.
this happen? We all ask
Oh.
this. But
All
again,
right.
it's not
Yeah.
for us to
So-
ask. It's not for us to
So,
ask.
Rich.
KOE,
Wait,
Rich, I
all
have a
right, all
question
right,
for you.
right, guys,
Rich.
guys.
Hang on.
Guys,
Somebody
uh,
needs
are
a
we wrapping
beer
up for the
really,
night?
really bad.
Are we done?
I love y'all, but like, all right, I need to check out. You've all had some wonderful,
Ty, thank
what?
you.
Y'all had some
be
wonderful
back in just a second.
conversations. I'll give you all this just because I know how it is. Whether you are in chat
Okay.
or whether you are on the panel, if you have a particular religious question that you want to ask me, feel free to do so. Other than that, I'm going to take the fuck off. So, anyone got a
Aw.
question?
Well, my
Okay.
honest answer is, since we did this whole panel and you interjected very, very little, although when you did, it was forceful on certain points rather than the overall point. What are your takes on the original topic questions? I mean, Reader's Digest versions. Give us your openers for each, essentially.
So, should churches be taxed? I don't really care that much. Unfortunately, my political coalition fucking hates that. But like for me, it's a non-issue because I'm an atheist, and also I have some serious issues with like how everyone kind of tries to balance their bullshit out. And I can't make that any nicer than what it is.
Holy shit.
But
I have to agree with you, and this is in the sense that preachers like Kenneth Copeland and Creflo Dollar are few and far between. There are a lot more preachers that need that 501c3, but if they are preaching any sort of politics, I think they should lose it. If they are benefiting in the sense where they're getting private jets on a regular, they should. That's just my opinion.
No, I get you. So the first thing is that I'm sorry, I can't remember the question right off the hand.
It was about their taxes and shit.
Yeah, so
the exact question: since churches have become hubs of politics over philosophy, should they lose their tax exempt status?
Right. Yeah. And so I don't have a problem with that, but my big thing is that if Christians are going to keep their tax exempt status, they really got to get back into philosophy, which sucks because so many of them are against it, and I think it's what they're lacking. They keep going for like the literalism, and they keep going for the politics and not what actually Christianity, I think, brings best to the table, which brings me to topic 2. Has religious nature, how's it go? Did the religious nature die, or was it the
No. Should there be a resurgence of the religious nature within our nation, and should it be a Christian nature?
Number 1, yes. Number 2, not necessarily. The problem is all right, so here's the thing. I'm not gonna say it's Christian, but the problem is if there's any beliefs that I have, I meme it a little bit and I just call it the omnipath. But most religions have a couple of elements I would really like them to like integrate, and I'm actually surprised that like we haven't seen the merger of the Abrahamic religions and Hinduism, because if you did that, you'd actually clear a lot of bars for me. Number 1, the fact that Christians do not have the concept of avatars blows my fucking mind, because they're halfway there with like the Holy Trinity, unironically, but like what they, if they would go full circle and to be like, hey, you know what? We believe that there's a super God that you can't see, but there are many like aspirations and how people view that God.
We call them
100%.
saints in the Catholic Church.
So funny enough, Tiberius, they get memed to fucking hell and back, but there are actually Christian witches.
I believe that.
That believe that kind of stuff.
But anyway,
they get memed. They get memed to hell and back though.
I'll put it this way.
What you're saying is amazing. That is so freaking cool.
All
So
right.
Jesus was an avatar of.
Leafy, shut up! He's trying to go. Leafy, shut up!
Trying to go right.
No, it's cool. I like we can kind of
I'm gonna
go
shut
down the
up.
train. But
I'm gonna
anyway,
shut up.
the long and the short here, I want Christianity to pick up avatarism to some degree, where it's just like, hey, look, your God, the way you think about God is an interpretation on which 1,000 people can have, and they're going to have different interpretations. That's why Hinduism has like 33,000 sub-gods, something like that. Like, interpret that into the religion. That would be great. The second thing that they need to do is from Buddhism, and that is, I love Christianity for this. This is the number 1 saving grace, is the humans are flawed, and we actually, needs to seek redemption and repentance, because growing up, I thought this was horrible. I thought we were just teaching people that, wow, Christianity is kind of shitty. We just teach people that they're shitbags, and that they're inherently flawed from the start. And I thought that was kind of vile. But now that I've gotten older, I actually think that is like one of the most wisest thing that we can teach people, and that, yeah, we actually are kind of shitbags. And we do need to watch out that instead of thinking of ourselves as, good going on great, because I think it leads us to folly far more than not, is that we do need to continue that tradition of, you know what, we're not that great. We need to really check ourselves, or we really fuck up really quickly. So Christianity is good with that. The one other thing, Buddhism, that teaches that I needs to be incorporated into the religion, is that life is suffering. They got a couple of different terms from it, but I believe it's the Dharma. And that is that life is suffering. I don't necessarily believe in reincarnation, but honestly, I don't know how. I don't think that. I don't know where that if that should go in or not. But what I will do is say that the Dharma is incredibly important, because it encapsulates the human experience. Is that life is beautiful and it is wonderful, but it's also horrific and fucking terrifying. And we have to acknowledge that 9 times out of 10, when we yearn for things, when we seek change, when we seek to, better our lives, it's not a pleasurable experience. It's a fucking painful one. And I would like, honestly, Christianity to pick up that from Buddhism to a large degree.
Okay, Ty.
Yeah.
Let me recommend to you Thomas
deep.
Merton. He was a Catholic monk who traveled to go meet some Buddhist monks, and he lived with them, and they sort of swapped tales or whatever. And out of that, he wrote a book called The Seven-Story Mountain, which is about purgatory, really, about like the long march to heaven. And from it, he borrows a ton of Buddhist thought and merges it into Catholic thought. And everything that you just talked about is something that he talks about with regards to a Christianity that is sort of reaching towards Buddhism and vice versa. And I think you would enjoy him a lot if that's what you want to get out of religion.
I would,
because that's precisely what he does, especially. And I just want to, echo what K.O.E said about the saints, because that is not unlike some of the Avatar. It does some of the work of the avatarism that you're talking about.
It's weird. They've got, like, Christians have some notions that like catch up into avatarism, but they don't go for.
Got some great comments here I got to get into here. Aiko, are you saved? Asks the fundamentalist. The Catholic should reply, as the Bible says, I am already saved. Romans 8:24. But I'm also being saved. Corinthians 1:18, 2 Corinthians 2:15, Phil 2:12. I'm getting that, betting that's Philistines. And I have the hope that I will be saved. Romans 5:9 through 10, 1 Corinthians 3:12 through 15. Like the Apostle Paul, I am working out my salvation in fear and trembling. Phil 2:12, with hopeful confidence as a promise of Christ. Romans 2:2, 2 Timothy 2. Oh, wow. All right. Erasmus is more elaborate in his answer, of course. Okay. Aiko, it's been so many years since I have read the Bulls and Councils. Is Trent the major anathema flinging? Is there a portion that says something akin to, quote, outside special revelation, let any who claim assurance of salvation be anathema? Interesting. Boy, this is getting deep, folks. And Aiko, I apologize. I just butchered so much of that scripture title there. I do apologize.
full
shit
tilt with it.
1,000 years ago. Like, what can I say?
Yeah, because
we're nifty
aspects
like
of the divine make themselves
You were
known
leaving. You said you were
through the
leaving.
saints, and every saint like
Shut
has a
up.
different aspect of that divine. And so, of course, taken together, no single one of them like encapsulates all of God. The Trinity does that, but the saints make God more relatable to humans because they kind of like have their own specialties, and you always need that. There's always some saint who had a struggle that's similar to your struggle, or had
This is getting
flaws that
deep,
are
said
similar
the
to your
plumber.
flaws,
Waka waka.
or whatever, and that you can
Sorry, I
relate to that saint in ways that you might
It's
not be
all
able
right.
to
I'll let
relate
it go.
to
Paul, if
Jesus.
you're not Jewish.
Yeah, so that's pretty much all I had. I didn't check the chat. I'm sorry. I'm looking to see if anyone had anything.
You shot genuinely.
Alternatively, there's the Unitarian Universalists, which are technically a form of Christianity, but they kind of merge with other religions as well.
Jesus Christ, do I really have 40 people watching the show right now? God damn.
Nice.
Where's the raid?
Well, then
yeah, I
you
forgot about
better
that, too.
subscribe to Tiberius D on YouTube,
I'm,
TikTok,
Raid me,
Twitch.
please.
I can co-stream this, so
I gotta
actually,
say,
interested
I
in this
bribed
conversation.
I bribed
do
Ty
that.
earlier so that he would like put his thumb on the scale, like for my side of the debate, but then he didn't come through. So
wait, what
he
did you
brought
do?
in the
Good.
big guns of Phil K.O.E. that completely won the entire debate, convinced everybody, and I'm now closer to
Oh,
my
boy.
goal of everyone on the internet eventually agreeing with me. That'll be when I stop,
Oh
when
my
everyone
God.
agrees with me, and then I can rest. So don't worry. It's good to set your goals low and achievable.
I
folks.
just believe Zoroaster's a better god than the one you serve.
Right.
Wow.
Because at least he didn't kill children.
I
Well,
KOE is a
you're free to
wonderful
believe in
metaphor.
false gods. I'm sorry.
I think Ahura Mazda.
Ahura Mazda, the bad side of it. Why would you do that?
That
No,
is
Ahura
a fascinating
Mazda
thing to
is
study, but no,
Children of Light, and Angra Mainyu is a child of darkness, so that's better.
Oh, it's always interesting to understand the
worship the
proto
Greek god.
religions. But folks, thank you for being here on Tiberius D, YouTube, TikTok, and Twitch. Tiberius, thanks for hosting all of us beautiful people. And Ty, you and I, we need to get together very soon on Truth and Fiction Pod on YouTube, folks. Check it out. Me and Ty, we are the fastest growing show in the internet today. Truth and Fiction Pod. You need to be there. It's the place to be for you, the place to be for me. And we will get all your friends within all sundry. Send them the link. And folks, if you haven't sent Tiberius D, Truth and Fiction Pod, or KOE Nation on YouTube, TikTok, and Twitch to your friends, can you really say you're their friend? Like, I really don't think you can. So thank you for being here. Thank you for joining us. God bless every last one of you. I hope you make it back to Tiberius D happy, healthy, much the wiser. Ty, take it.
Next Saturday, KOE will be appearing. I'm grabbing them now.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, I think we need to schedule for next Saturday's Saturday Night Lights. But yeah, we've gone for 4 hours, did a good full show. We'll be going back to our regular time at 8. I apologize for all of that. And as much as so, the problem was half of our audience thought that we were doing it at 8, and half the audience thought we were doing it at 10 to make it to where Aiko was going to join us. So everything got fucked up. So we split the hairs. We started at 9. Remind you,
I kept saying, like in the group DM,
Yeah,
I was
I know, you
like,
did.
"Are you sure that you know what time I'm coming in?" Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
yeah, that's. I thought we did. I really did, but it was a miscommunication.
I
which got
planned
carried
that we
through.
were going to start at 9. We were going to go for an hour without you, and then we'd pull you in.
Right, and that's fine.
So
Like me and Tiberius found out in Truth and Fiction, we're not very good at reading the instructions. So,
Yeah,
Well, it makes sense because you don't ever want to start at a different time than you normally do, 'cause then your chat gets confused.
I'm going to make a
Trans routine.
utilitarian
Solid.
decision, and everything now will be given to you in fucking EST. Period. Like it does. I will do all the conversions. Since
That hurts
nobody
my
likes doing
feelings.
The conversion.
I'm in California. Go fuck yourself.
Hey,
Central. Hey, I'm in Central Time.
Same
Clearly
here.
the best time.
You're the
clearly
state
the best.
that matters.
Look-
California is the state that matters.
No, it is
You're
not.
the state with the corn.
All right.
Good
So
old Nebraska.
as much as
good old US of A.
Yeah, but yeah, I'm gonna grab you for next week, Aiko.
You're a huckster.
KOE, because dude, your energy is fucking killer. We had a great discussion today. We had lots of energy. We're gonna need to start off.
Where
and
does he
grind the
get
pump
it?
with
I
you.
wonder where he gets it.
It's all the scotch.
There's
No,
always a
it's-
shortage
It's
of
like I tell
conservatives on these
Tiberius,
things
it's
anyway.
like I don't work hard. I was just given a gift from God. I don't know what to say. Like I just given the gift of gab and the ability to just
K.O.E.
deliver to all you beautiful people.
KOE is a isekai protagonist that got extra stamina to troll harder than any other human being in this particular
antagonist.
universe.
He's the antagonist.
He is the protag. No, he is the protag. That's why he got the power.
Well, I am the hero of the story. I'm the main character of this universe. And don't worry, folks, I will lead us to a better tomorrow. And also, Ty, I mean, I need to mention to the people, I am running for president of the United States of America in 2024. Tiberius down there, he is my Secretary of State. Ike over here, he's my head of the EPA. So, folks, we are
Hey, you forgot about
developing
me.
the online administration. Well,
KO
here's
already
the thing.
forgot about me because I said I would just nuke everybody. Fucking asshole.
There was
I'm the NLR.
Department of Energy.
There was
And it wasn't everybody. It wasn't everybody. It was just
Department of
was
Energy.
enough.
They're in charge
It
of
was
the
enough, people.
nuclear
Yeah.
weapon.
And
You say people.
I'm the NLRB, so at least unions will finally get a fair shake under KOE. So
Well, we'll have to
As
we'll
long as
discuss
they're not
that one.
police- as
Hey,
long
I
as they're
said
not police
fair
unions,
shake.
I can
Godless
support it.
commie you are. We'll have to discuss
I said fair shake, not fucking overwhelming everybody's unionized. That's my utopia. I'm split in the middle here.
What is in your hand?
Well, at least we can
Okay.
blame KOE's presidency on his drinking instead of the last conservative president that we couldn't.
Well, the last two presidents we've had were like the
Oh my
achievement
God, let
and
Tiberius
victory
go.
of the
A man's gotta let
teetotalers.
Tiberius go. I was gonna
Yeah.
No, that actually is true. The last two presidents are the victory of the teetotalers because Biden and Trump are both teetotalers. I just want to make sure you okay. Aiko, fair. No, this is why I said Catholics aren't typically certain about the state of their souls. Jade, you do have the best energy, KOE. Well, thank you. Thank you. I try to keep the best energy for all of you beautiful people all the time. Biden and Trump are both protectionists too. Interesting. But like, you know what I mean, Aiko? Like, you know, like both their grandmas or something like that, like way back when were teetotalers and somehow that permeated to them in their lives. And so we've had two presidents from two different parties back to back that are teetotalers. So that's the absolute complete win of the temperance movement, as far as I'm concerned.
Say, oh my God.
I love
Oh,
I love it. So yeah, I love you guys. I'm gonna raid our good friend
hey.
Universal Discourse to let you
yeah.
guys continue. And by the way, it's an open
Yeah,
panel
absolutely.
in my server. So in the event that you all want to just keep on going, it's open. You can roll in as long as you are server verified. So keep it going.
Hey, Tiberius, you're going to be at a panel next week, right?
I am. God damn it! Can I finish my fucking promos, you bastards? All right. Well,
Yes.
look. First and
Mute
foremost,
everybody.
we need $60 to make the show. Guess what? Thanks to the West dude, he dropped in the big money. He dropped in 50 for gift subs when all came down, and then a number of people have basically filled it out. So we have met our 60. I want to thank everyone for doing that. Once again, this community has been very supportive when I ask you all to be. Looking on a conversation for doing the produced content, because technically Patreon's supposed to be doing me for that, and I've not put in the effort to, and I do apologize. I've been kind of just sitting back playing a lot of Factorio and just kind of memeing out because weekdays I kind of just keep for me because this new job has been fun, but it's also a little bit of a headache. So, you know, there's
Hey,
that.
Ty, before you leave, let me grab you into the closed panel too. I just want to talk to you about things for next week.
Yeah, no big deal. But anyway, excuse me. Saturday Night Lights, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Going to be doing it quite often. On Friday, I will be visiting Heated Hippie with our good friend Counterpoints, who will be hosting. We're going to be talking about civic versus Christian nationalism, a topic that I very much enjoy because I get to go square up against my fellow righties and hang them up for it. So without further ado, definitely catch us there next episode. I might be streaming some Factorio, sometime this week. We will see. Tomorrow, we're supposed to be maybe hanging out with Twisted. We were supposed to do that a week ago. Didn't quite happen. We'll be playing War Game Wed Dragon, the sandbox mod, where we'll really be going up against a shitload of T-80 tanks and our good one, M1 Abrams. It's going to be great. He usually brings in the airplanes, but hey, whatever. All right. Is anyone else?
Give me the artillery.
Wait, do you actually have the game?
No, I can get it though.
If you want to do it, go for it. You can command the artillery. I have no problem with that. It's a lot of fun.
I'm really good at ballistic trajectories.
It's a lot of fun. Anyway, thank you all very much. Without further ado, I
Thank you.
do hope
Thank
you
you.
enjoy everything that is going on here. Remind you, you can roll into the open panel even after I have left. Maybe you just don't like me when I'm on, but you like all these wonderful people. But until then, please enjoy this wonderful pre-recorded outro by our good friend K.O.E, which we do need to update. Take care.
Word.
Bye.
Thank you, Tiberius. That was quite the show. But folks, I am your
Look at that
King of
beautiful
Extreme,
bastard.
Phil K.O.E. But most importantly, I am here to tell you about the man Tiberius D. You just saw him and the way that you can follow him. The best way you can do it. Go to YouTube, Tiberius D, give him a subscribe. Tiberius D on Twitch, give him a follow. Tiberius D on TikTok, give him a follow. Most importantly, patreon.com/Tiberius_D to make yourself a small part of that story, folks. Make yourself a part of this story, the Tiberius D story, the one for you, the one for me, the one that we all need to engage and indulge in, folks. We're just getting started here, folks, but I can't wait to see you back here. I hope all of you make it back here to Tiberius D on YouTube, TikTok, and Twitch. Happy, healthy, much the wiser. Catch you around.
God, I'm awesome. Oh, wow. Yeah, and I do need to do a new one there for Ty, but we'll get there eventually. We'll get there eventually, folks. Don't you worry. Don't you worry none. Nice. So, folks, we're still having some fun here. Still having some fun this evening. I'm trying to see. I know exactly what y'all need, but yes, you can keep this discussion going in the comments. But also, Aiko, it was funny because there's not going to be a beer summit this term. I don't think the nationalism panel's happened yet. But when you're talking about Biden and Trump, there will be no beer summit, and apparently there will be no beer summit between me and Cypher neither. Oh boy, how did I piss him off? That's pretty funny. So I'm thinking the next time I go live, Aiko, I'm gonna send you a message basically every couple of days. And like it's like, hey, it's 4 o'clock, or like maybe at 4 o'clock. It's like, Aiko, would you be able to come on tonight? Because I want you to come on and talk about your EPA position here, sir. Poor Cypher. I know. You know, he can dish it out, but he sure can't take it. But don't worry about it. It'll be he'll come around eventually and realize the error of his ways, and then all will be well. But yes, Cypher, I'd love for you to come on sometime in this upcoming week if you have the time. Now, obviously, life happens. It happens to us all, and there's nothing we can do about it. It creeps up on all of us. But if we do find the time and have the time, I would love for you to come on to the show. Now, let's see here. What would be a good one? Trying to think of what would be, I had such an unbelievably good time doing this. So yeah, Aiko, let's see. Back leftovers. Some leftover tacos slathered in salsa. Oh, I sleep like a baby as crap. Jesus. Go sleep like a baby as in crap the bed. That's good. I'm stealing that joke. That's a great one. I could maybe do 2. All right. Now, obviously, we're leaving open the possibility that some shit could happen in my life. Some shit could happen in your life. Like if I'm tied to the office until 10 at night, obviously we're probably not going to do it. If you get but let's pencil each other in for that for Tuesday. Let's see what we can do there. But folks, let's keep this fun going with a video of me and my 2 good friends, Tony and Chicken. We're getting into one of our favorite whiskeys of all God's creation, and we're experimenting because what a lot of people don't know is that all whiskey originally starts out clear like vodka. Now, it's not vodka, it's whiskey, but that's called the White Dog, and then it has to be aged. So we compare one of the most expensive whiskeys in the world to its own White Dog. And so that was a real good time. But yes, Aiko, I hope to see you Tuesday. We'll see what happens, though. So, folks, without further ado,
Weller versus its own white dog. Welcome, one and all, to the KOE Nation for a very fair spirits matchup here, folks. This is totally fair, totally down the line. We're going to decide who's the true winner and champion of the weeded bourbons here. Now, we're being a little facetious here, folks. What we're doing here is comparing William LaRue Weller to its white dog of origin from Buffalo Trace. Right here at the KOE Nation YouTube, TikTok, and Twitch. It's the right place to be. But I am joined this evening by my indomitable broadcast partners.
Your Big Buckin' Emperor Chicken. Find me at YouTube, Facebook. Big Buckin' Empire.
And the one, the only,
Tony fucking G. Like, share, subscribe. I am quadruple filtered, non-chill filtered, cherry barreled, 120 proof. I once changed a tire for an old lady on the side of the I-80. Always hold the door open for you, your kids, your wife, and the person that's like, oh, yeah, I'm coming. You know what I'm talking about.
And where can they find you, T?
They can find me on TikTok, Turn of the Rod 2.0.
I just learned a lot.
I know. I mean, we all grew.
Game Boy's still my favorite handheld system of all time.
Well, you just made some fans with that one.
Thanks, buddy.
Fucking right, yeah.
Hey, Tim.
What's up, dog?
With White Dog.
Six gold coins, another classic.
Yeah.
But guys, we're gonna compare it to the 62.65 alcohol by volume, 125.3 proof product.
Moved really fast on
product of Kentucky. So
yes, it is.
It indeed is.
Whereas this is 57 ABV, 114 proof. This one is slightly lower than the other two offerings in the White Dog lineup. Both of those coming in at a staggering 125 proof each. This is actually, 114. We found actually really nice proof if you're an old granddad fan.
So, gents.
Damn, that's a hefty port, Phil.
Well,
You are a gentleman and a scholar. My gosh.
Hey.
I'm like, did I get cheated?
Let's see.
No, I gotta tell you.
Like, I'm gonna be honest, I might take myself a little heavier pour on this stuff, but
I gotta tell you.
Whoopsie daisies. Well, you know why? He's
Yeah.
going to do something that you and I are probably not going to do.
That's true.
I got talked into it last time. Anyway,
I
we'll get to that
guess.
later.
I love the legs on the Weller, how they're oily, but the top, it's like they have a second layer of legs. Do you see what I mean? Once you establish the original layer, a second layer starts cascading down.
And everything.
It is just one of the greatest.
Red fruit.
Whereas the White Dog, the legs are thick.
Now, obvious difference of nose here, but you can pick up the similarities. I get where that chocolate comes through.
Well, you do kind of have to do this for a second.
Oh, that's a good idea.
That is a great idea. I'm glad we're not doing this blind.
You gotta give a little bit of
not be
space.
able to tell the difference.
I would be able to tell the difference.
I don't know. They're so comparable.
Best way to do it is gently sniffing, slowly going by, and you start getting up both.
Oh my god!
And they blend pretty well.
This one having a higher proof, nose is easier. Than
You're right.
It cuts through though. I do get the weird, I keep describing it as like an Everclear ethanol because Everclear's got that specific taste in your mouth that hopefully
Right.
Okay, I pray that you've never sat and drank Everclear.
That's true. Yeah,
It's been all good in this life.
Normal people probably haven't done that.
Yeah.
Unfortunately,
But that
have.
weird smell is totally reminding me of Everclear. When you get past that, that's when you get
Hells
the
yeah,
good-
Fator. I use Everclear to clean off grout from my stovetop.
But Everclear is pretty much straight ethanol.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
so
it'll cut right through the grout on your
and with these
stovetop.
being 60% without being barreled, yeah, you're gonna smell straight ethanol.
I know what you're thinking, too. But guys, Let's try this WLW like we
Oh
just
no, God! Why would
Let's-
Darn, I wanted to keep.
Let's start here. Oh,
God, that's amazing.
Oh no.
hits though, doesn't it?
Bill, I just noticed something on the computer. We weren't recording this whole time.
Yeah,
We're gonna have to
sorry.
start over.
Oh,
Refill.
okay.
Yeah.
We'll just fill them up, just to the
To the brim.
the look at me pour.
It was our third try. Our third
Russo
try to
pour
get
that
a.
shit.
Well, we still got a little ways to go here, gents. So we got to find some other Wellers.
Well, this is going to justify a trip to Kentucky, I believe, to get another bottle.
You know what? I
True.
think it does.
I think it does. Oh my god!
So there we go. Now,
Like even after
now,
the
gentlemen,
finish on the Weller is
without-
gone, it has like 3-4 more finishes.
without cleaning your palate, go right to the white dog.
Oh. Oh my god.
The bitterness of the corn does stand out a lot more.
It does blend though. It does it takes a second. Like initially,
You don't drink anything that's not old enough to vote.
Corn. It's almost.
I got a video for you a little later after this. The bit
Trust
because
me.
like they say, if your
It's-
corn,
you know when
a
corn
little
kernel
pricey, but it's the
overboils,
ultimate
corn on
age
the cob,
statement
you know,
scotch.
sir,
I love
that's
it.
exactly it's just like just the pure sugars of it. That's the only thing that survives. That's what I get.
I want to take a bath in this.
In the white dog?
Yeah, I do. I want to bathe in it. Just not because I'd be the drunkest I'd ever been in my life,
I was
but
about to say,
I'd smell
it would-
so nice.
I was about to say, like, any skin condition for the next 3 years is just gone. Like you bathed in Everclear.
Think of the glow I would have.
It'd be like Xerxes going into the pool and coming out in the 300 sequel.
That's a compliment.
He dived into the pool of Buffalo Trace and arose.
No,
the
it's like-
Emperor of Bourbon.
It's like Hercules in the animated movie when he dives into the pit, into the pool of like floating souls, and he's getting older and older. But when he emerges, he becomes a god.
Okay, then. Like I geez.
All right. Well, got a little
Tony,
bit of,
Tony likes it.
Love it.
Um,
Love it all.
Now, guys, I'm going to be honest with you. Remember how I said Weller 107 is kind of like 60% of the way here?
Yeah.
I'm going to say that this is like 15 to 20% of the way here. Am I off on that?
I don't think it's that far off. Like,
Well, so much of it's in the casking.
Lots in the casking. However, when I take a small sip here, and then chase with this, it only takes about a second. In the middle of my tongue, I was telling Phil, I get like the overcooked corn on the cob, and it's just kind of like that. It doesn't taste great. It's just kind of like the dead sugars or stuff in the piece there, and it's not good, and it's kind of chewy. Nobody likes it, but the flavors are actually still good. That's why everybody still likes corn on the cob, even if it's overcooked, because it's sugar.
Right.
However, it's like it hits that, and then it just all starts to blend. So it's like you know what it's doing? This is sitting here going,
Give me in a cask. Cask me, please.
Cask me, Daddy.
It's like when there's a little plant going, water me. And it's like, yes, it's just,
feed me, Seymour.
Cask
Can you hear
me, Buffalo. You know, it is.
I heard it.
It's like you can almost hear I can almost hear the rivers in Kentucky.
And the buffalo, I can hear the buffalo.
Yeah, I can
I
hear
hear
the
the
buffalo.
thundering of their hooves. I feel the spirit from within.
Hang on.
Anyway, Buffalo
This
Trace.
one, when I put this one in my
Little love.
okay, it's a lot. It's a really thick Cajun accent. Okay, it's a little different. Like,
All the way to make it.
Let's make sure Buffalo Trace understands. Like, we're really, really loving your white dog, guys.
Yes.
but
I can understand how that'd be misconstrued.
And send some love.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
it's like, like
we kind of
come on now. Now, to be frank,
We have single-handedly shut down Heaven Hill Distillery by now, I think.
yes, and I'm
You're
sure
welcome.
all of your sales are on the strength of our reviews.
Absolutely.
Tenfold.
It easily. I'm almost certain of that. So
Think Eagle Rare got there by itself? I think
now,
not.
guys, here's a tough question.
You know what I buy every time I see it.
Here's a tough question. All
Several
right,
bottles of Buffalo Trace
now
every time I want
between these two, which one sits down? Are you gonna need some of this for blending tea?
I'm good.
Okay. This is tough. I know. We better consider.
We shall.
Must consider. Okay. Yeah.
Like I said, 15%.
Sorry, that one's.
That one's sitting down.
Button. Voting.
Tony, which one are you voting?
I already know which one you're voting, Phil.
Well, I need to know what you vote first.
Phil, I wish.
This is important to know.
Phil, I wish you would just vote for yours first.
No, Tony, you're on spot.
In my opinion, fucking White Dog wins, baby. Goddamn, that's some great shit.
You fucking liar.
No, I'm not lying. I love this. I am
Tony's
in
gonna be
love with this.
He's gonna be on a
This
White
is
Dog
stupid
kick for
fucking
6
good.
months.
No, this is stupid good. This is what
This is
bourbon
not
should
good.
be. But this is so fucking good.
After this video, Phil, we're gonna have to like get him into some kind of treatment because this is not gonna go well.
No, I mean, Tony, this is an
This
intervention.
is immaculate.
Tony, my decision here is an intervention here. I'm going with William LaRue
I
Weller,
know.
obviously,
I know.
because you know it's the better whiskey. You just really like the White Dog.
No, the White Dog is fucking magical. I want to swim in it.
It's that girl that you really thought you were in love with.
She loves me, chicken.
I think you need to give it a few days. I really think
I'm not thinking with my dick here, chicken. All right.
you need to slow down and take it out to dinner. You know, try a couple of things with it first.
Oh, he's blending. Now he's enjoyed most of it. So.
Yeah, I drank most of it.
But this is for science, folks.
I am curious on this.
Yeah. But the nose.
He's gonna say, "Oh my God, it's 47 stars."
Yeah,
It's about to be. Doing the drive-by nosing of the two individually was 1,000,000%. Just so good. Oh Jesus. Dude.
All right, I'm getting mine down to it.
I might need a
I'm
little
just gonna
more.
nose.
I might need to splash more of both of those.
For the smell.
I'm gonna make
God,
my
so-
own here.
No, I'm cool. I'm gonna trust you guys on this one.
Oh my God.
All right, I got a good 50-50 here. I don't want to waste.
Yeah,
So I'm
you
just
can't.
doing a very little.
I don't want to wait.
There's some other
The
dry.
lives to be
Gotta make sure I get all that.
All right.
Yep.
Oh, I didn't want to do
Science.
this because I love.
Hey, this is
Love, love,
immaculate. This is
love
literally
William LaRue.
incredible, amazing, epic
Damn
stuff.
it! God damn it!
Yep.
God damn you.
Yep.
guys.
Here, pour what you don't need. Pour what you don't want into mine if you need to get rid of
So
it.
I
I
poured.
just pour all of that.
So I poured mine into my.
There you go. And then you just pour what you need to into that.
I did my White Dog glass is what I poured into, so it already had the little shake,
Yep.
so it's probably a little stronger. I think it hurts the nose.
Give me another splash, just a splashy of that.
It's still an amazing nose, but I think it
Good.
hurts the nose.
I'm gonna give a little bit
Still
more
fucking fantastic.
of that. There we go.
Just
Now
a
I've got the
little-
right blend.
Extra splash.
Oh my gosh, yes, I
Yes.
was loving it. Oh, extra spice.
There we go. Perfect.
Okay, I'm part of the team.
You
here.
got it. You know you have.
Okay, that fixed the nose. All right, I'm back. Oh
God.
I'm back.
That's delightful.
There's some almost caramel there.
So I had.
And
Oh
pop-
no! Birthday cake! Birthday cake!
Popcorn.
Holy shit! No! Birthday cake! Ice cream! Birthday cake! Like
smells like chicken's fist. No.
Cold Stone Creamery birthday cake ice cream.
Ice cream. Yes, there. Yes. Birthday cake ice cream.
Yep.
Dude, I was in Cold Stone 2 weeks ago.
Get you some birthday
Oh,
birthday
shit,
cake ice cream.
yes. That's
That's
exactly.
exactly what that is. My wife might actually drink that.
Like,
She'd puke her guts out, but she'd want to try it.
Gentlemen.
Yeah, I'm. God.
it
Oh.
cuts the fruits from the William LaRue Weller, but it adds spice. So
That's
I'm
the spice, yeah.
the spice must flow.
It's like a coffee cake.
You're right.
Oh my god.
Like tiramisu.
Holy shit, yeah.
I meant
On the
both.
head. On the head. Coffee cake.
Yeah. Tiramisu coffee cake.
Ooh.
Oh my god.
That was
White Dog has changed my life.
Son of
we were here to see it. White Dog changed Tony's
It
life.
has.
It's beautiful.
Seriously. Okay, no, okay. Wait, hang on. The more I fawn over this, the more people are going to try it, right? Nope, worst stuff ever. Pass it up. Don't buy this. Just walk past it.
How many months until this comes out?
Yeah. We got time to buy up everything we can buy.
Yeah.
I got some hookups. Like,
Yeah.
I'll burn every ounce of.
What's the running price of these?
I was picking these up as low as $17.99, as high as $29.99. Average about $20.
What's the average finding price of this?
Considerably more.
Adding more numbers, yes. Okay. Considerably.
Several.
Okay. It goes anywhere from its retail price of $200 to I've seen it go.
Which, good luck.
I've seen it go for $1,900.
Probably more often than
Yeah,
like
probably
that.
more like
Yes,
what you're going to find.
I got this for significantly less than that, but I'll just keep it twixt us,
The
gentlemen.
fact that this is less than a $30 bottle, and in my opinion,
There's
stacks
a
up
lot I love there.
very nicely.
How?
To one of the greatest bourbons.
What
you can find.
percentage off? Because I said it was like 15 to 20%.
Yeah, no, that's fair. That's fair because this is still very
the
early.
Difference,
Yeah,
I'd say 20, 25.
yeah. No, this.
I felt there was a lot of things that meshed well,
Yeah,
and like you could tell, they're like they came from the same place. All right.
Now
Jeez.
I'm gonna go like the
wow.
this is a really popular release. The one that's even more unobtainium is CYPB, Create Your Perfect Bourbon. And that one's even harder to obtain. So I think we just created poor man CYPB.
Yeah,
Maybe.
that's what I want to drink. That's what I want in my veins.
I still have my blend of all the white dogs. Anybody want to dare?
I'm gonna give you a little.
Yeah, there you go. That's probably gonna do it.
I'm sorry, folks. This is for science. Yep, give Tony a little
Yep.
portion of that.
I'm gonna need a little bit of that.
This is for science, folks. I'm just gonna enjoy the rest of my WLW.
So this
I
is
guess a nose.
Yeah,
this is mash one.
Dude.
Popcorn butter.
yeah. Still,
Mash one, weeded, and rye.
Bring
Plus-
me more whiskey and rye.
A little bit of WLW. Yeah, the butter popcorn.
I was about to say, like, from what I smelled, the
just hate-
WLW just kind of tied them together perfectly.
Oh fuck you, Phil. Try that.
that's A plus.
Okay.
That's fucking A plus.
Wow.
That's perfect.
That is amazing.
That's perfect. That's fucking perfect.
That's pretty good.
Buffalo Trace. Again, we
gave-
just gave you another goddamn.
You've got cornbread, popcorn butter, ice cream, birthday cake ice cream, raspberry cherry brownie tasting whiskey here,
It's basically Thanksgiving dinner in a glass.
Yeah.
and dessert.
Yeah, just the whole 3-4 course meal.
So bottle this, and you could probably charge like $4,000 a bottle and sell 500 a year. And
Bottle this, age it. You don't even have to like age this.
Call it William LaRue Weller 4 grain.
All you have to do. The only thing you have to fix with this is the nose, which is still okay. It's still pretty good nose. But I get a lot of the ethanol.
You do get a lot of the ethanol.
So if you can cover up the ethanol by just doing a quick cast.
I was about to say, take all of that, throw it in a barrel for just like
2
18
years.
months.
I love how
and
the
you're off to
ethanol does
races.
not.
Do a 2-year sherry cast. Boom.
The fact that the flavor profile
Gone.
is allowed to cover up the ethanol with the White Dog is so impressive.
God damn it.
And the way that this just cascades over everything else. And fixes any issues. This is an achievement in bourbon. This
I
is
don't
about
want
the
this video
greatest.
to ever end.
This is about the greatest baseline for whiskey you can start with. This
Now, keep in mind,
landmark.
you know what they call bacon? It's culinary duct tape because you can fix anything with bacon.
Yeah, true.
When you pour in a little WLW, it's going to kind of be the culinary duct tape of whiskey.
Or
Bacon's
masterpiece.
cheap. Bacon's cheap though. That's
Yeah, very true. That is true. So, folks,
yeah.
that's not enough to say around here.
Holy shit.
Oh, that being said, thank you for joining us for this very special scientific exploration and discovery.
We either like made somebody's day or offended somebody so much that they will never drink whiskey again.
Yes. So, folks,
Nice.
thank you for being here at the KOE Nation. Please like, share, subscribe here at YouTube, TikTok, and Twitch. And I am signing off and handing it off to my indomitable broadcast partners, the one, the only.
Your Big Bucking Emperor. Check me out, YouTube, Facebook, Big Bucking Empire. Appreciate you. Love you. This was amazing.
I want to live at Buffalo Trace. Can I just like have a room? Can I bathe
No,
in your,
I'm more
in your white
qualified.
dog?
I have more qualifications to. I've brewed beer before.
Oh, well, geez.
You're gonna take my room and they haven't even given it to me yet?
Basically a
Rude.
master distiller.
Yeah, basically.
Look, I'm the blend master,
Basically.
all right, and I can make this better than it already is, which is already perfection.
You know
it's
what?
already perfection.
Hire us
Vote
both.
for me.
Hire us both. Move our wives and kids down there, and we'll be pillars of the community.
Listen,
We'll be
look,
pillars of the community.
we can just have them live with each other and we can go live there. We'll visit on weekends. It'll be fine. You got a private jet, right?
I mean, I don't see how this could possibly not work,
Right.
guys.
Anyway, we'll see you in Kentucky sometime.
All right. Well, folks,
You've been
show
warned.
so nice I had
We're
to
not
outro it
stalkers
twice.
at all.
All that being said, I hope all of you make it back to the KOE Nation. Happy, healthy, much the wiser.
No.
Me too. It was that good.
That was amazing. Yeah. that
Dear
made me
God.
finish the rest of that.
Whoa, that was a fun video.
That was great.
Oh.
Look at that beautiful face there.
Smooths itself out.
Tell you what I'll do if I ever get back. I promise to fabricate you raging rivers of gold. That's what the brochure advertised. And now, love, we gotta take it down. Let you down slow. It's hard to survive. Nice. That was a good one. That was a good one. I'm proud of that one. Okay, now, Fedor was saying how much he likes higher age statement scotch. Well, strangely enough, Fedor, one of my most popular videos of all time is actually talking about a very high age statement scotch indeed. So, folks, this is going to be the last video of the night before we get into the goodbye poem. But this is an excellent. This is Johnny Walker Blue Label versus Johnny Walker XR 21 year. So not only is it old enough to vote, it's old enough to buy itself. Welcome, one and all, to the KOE Nation for a very, very interesting versus matchup of Johnny Walker XR21 versus Johnny Walker Blue Label, folks. I am the elated, excited, and interested King of Extreme, Phil K.O.E. You can find me at K.O.E Nation on YouTube, K.O.E Nation on TikTok, K.O.E Nation on Twitch. Yes, that's K.O.E Nation, folks. And I am joined by my indomitable broadcast partner, the one, the only,
Tony fucking G. Like, share, subscribe. Let's do some versus Scotch.
Yes. So Johnny Walker XR21 is an interesting 21-year blend.
This a beautiful blended Scotch, and the presentation is absolutely gorgeous.
Oh yeah,
the bottle undersells it. The box that this thing came in was absolutely phenomenal too.
Oh yes,
and the
yeah.
cork might be one of my favorite cork. This looks like an old cologne bottle out of fucking
Yeah.
the Avon catalog.
I was about to say, this looks like, you know, when they first came out with Chanel No. 5 or something like that.
Yeah, this is what Avon got most of their basis for their colognes bottles.
And then
yeah, this is
the
amazing.
classic Johnny Walker Blue Label. And what we're going to decide here, folks, is which one is superior. Which one is worth your time, your effort, your energy? Because Johnny Walker Blue Label has gone up there in price. And XR21,
strangely affordable.
Yeah, I got this one for a little over $100.
Yeah,
I think it was like
shocked.
120, 130. But all right, so this, and you can even see a little bit of difference in the color.
Yeah, you definitely can. That was the first thing I thought. Like the 21's definitely darker. The blue is definitely lighter. There's strange, but
well, the Blue Label is a blend of 10,000. One in every 10,000 casks makes it in the Blue Label. This is stuff that's been aged at least 21 years.
now
So,
can we make any assumption on how old the
They-
youngest would be on blue?
no,
Okay.
they don't tell you. Like,
Okay.
folks have been trying to figure that out for years. Too. If you figure it out, be sure to let me know. And if you know in the comments,
It's like 3 years.
yeah.
There's a
But
3-year in there, and then there's like a 30-year in there.
yeah,
That's
so when
it.
I consider both noses side by side,
21 is beautiful. Blue.
blue's a little thinner, isn't it?
It is. It definitely is. And this is going to sound like an insult, but it's not. It's got that prototypical Johnny Walker smell. And I don't mean this as an insult. I promise I don't. But washable marker.
Well, it's because there's that slight peat there.
Slight. But
And I don't detect any in the 21.
no.
What I do get is cornbread.
And
I get that really on the palate whenever I drink it, but we'll see if we get that
Interesting.
here. Well,
Okay, a little more grain forward.
Let's,
yeah. 21?
Yep, 21.
Super smooth. Okay. Okay. I can see what you're saying there. There's a slight peat here. Delightful. And a real, ooh, I forgot how much I like the finish on this. It opens up in the end on the finish. Oh yeah, really like the finish. Strong. It's not spicy. It's not.
When you leave it on your palate, it gets very woody very quick.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. It's an oak finish, which appeals to us Yanks, right? But wow.
But do you see what I mean about cornbread on the front side?
I see what you're saying.
So
Definitely.
Yeah.
My palate a bit.
then the venerated, the world famous Johnny Walker Blue Label, which is really the flagship brand of like the high-end stuff.
It is, and
I
I'm
mean,
on
Johnny
record.
Walker Red. I mean, don't get me wrong, Johnny Walker's the house that Red Label built, but
sure. And I'm on record many a time saying the green label is superior to
Mhm.
blue, but
and I gotta agree.
the blue's nothing to sneeze at by any means.
I'll tell you.
A lot sharper. Ooh. Jalapeno spice. It's subtle, but jalapeno.
Yeah, there is a spice there because
It's
Yeah.
It's a muted spice. Like it's not like spicy popping on your palate, but the flavor of like a jalapeno, very diluted, like
diluted curry.
Okay, but like I'm thinking specifically, like if you took a jalapeno, diced it up, and just threw just a few in like a breakfast burrito, that level of jalapeno. Not like taking a big bite out of one, but subtle garnish. And that's seriously just like
It's like there's a
overwhelming.
Chinese buffet around here that they've got a jalapeno chicken that they cook it just right, so that the jalapeno kind of like leaks out into the chicken.
Mhm.
And so if you actually eat one of the jalapenos,
Mhm.
it's very light, very muted. You're not like being burnt out or anything.
Yeah.
So, but well, now I got to go back to 20 because this is a lot closer than I thought it was.
I don't remember blue being like it's this one. For me, the 21 is all about the finish. Like it gradually just gets better, 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 and better. The blue's kind of right. It peaks and then it just kind of dissipates.
Mm-hmm. Well, Blue Label's kind of like the ultimate gift whiskey. 21. This is I kind of get
blue if you
this is
want
your
to
Scotch
impress
snob.
somebody by giving them the gift. 21 by giving somebody a gift that actually knows their blended Scotch.
As much as I hate to say, now T, this is the unenviable part of our endeavor here. We need to pick which one we prefer. I'll be honest, the slight peat and the marker does come through
It
in
does.
Blue Label.
It really, really does.
I'm gonna have to say Johnny Walker 21 year
I-
is a better whiskey.
I
in
can't
my opinion.
disagree at all. Again, this one just gets
There's no
better
peat and it's
better.
cornbread and it's just
Again, with the blue. The blue's fantastic. Don't get me wrong, but what are we talking? Like a $200 bottle at least?
At least now it's like 200. I've seen it 260. Like it's been getting pretty insane.
That's outrageous. This is a very good $160 bottle.
I was just gonna
of
say
blended
160.
Scotch. This is stupid affordable at 120.
Yeah,
Stupid affordable.
This should,
presents better, and guess what? Tastes better.
and should be more expensive.
Yeah,
It really should.
really should.
So, folks, this has been an interesting in-depth. Now, Tony,
but I'm never disappointed with the blue.
I know you've been waiting.
The jalapenos there.
I know you've been waiting. You have my full permission. Because how many times are you ever going to get the chance to do this in life? Oh, it's like a sign. Yes, the Blend Master blend.
Yeah, this is not
Give
a
it a
blend.
good spin. Give it a good spin.
This isn't a blend that you're going to get to do very often, folks. And it's already a blended Scotch, so I'm not going to offend anybody. And if you're offended, fight me.
This is for science, okay? These are the sacrifices we make for science for you. Let me take this.
They
Sometimes
both.
I hate to say the blue kind of stands out a little more.
I think the blue stands out, but they both kind of dissipate each other,
But I
and there's
think
not a
that's-
lot left.
I think that's just what Pete always does.
Yeah, you're right.
But all right, give it
You
a
do have that smoky blue, so you know it's peated.
give it a taste, sir. I'm just gonna stick with my 21. Do I need to? What grade do you give this?
A. Solid A. That works. That works. It's rich.
It introduces an unsweetened dark chocolate
Yeah.
aspect
It
to it.
really brings the finish of this out, but the
It
peak
cuts-
of this
It
is
cuts
still
the
there.
oak because I think it's a little too oaky if you leave it in your mouth for
Okay.
21 seconds.
That's perfect, actually. That's perfect. The peak
Yeah, I'm
of
gonna
this
agree.
is still here,
A
but
blend.
the increasing goodness of this shines through.
I gotta
love
agree with
this.
you on that
This is
one too.
great.
So, folks, we came, we saw, we discovered, and we conquered. And Johnny Walker XR21, as of today, is the Johnny Walker of Extreme. So, folks, yes, as I'm known to say around here, all that being said, thank you for joining us for this very special, very informative versus matchup of Johnny Walker XR21 versus the venerated Johnny Walker Blue Label, folks. Thank you for being here. Thank you for joining us. I hope all of you make your way back here happy, healthy, much the wiser here at the KOE Nation. Tony, take it away.
Like, share, subscribe. Tony, the Blend Master G, approves, and these are both fantastic. And you know what? Why don't you just do your own little versus video and let us know how you think this should have gone. Argue with us all you want, but this was fantastic. Thank you very much.
ever get back, tell you what I'll do. If I ever get back, I promise to refabricate you. Raging rivers of gold. That's what the brochure advertised. And now we're lost. We gotta dig it down. Let you down slow. It's hard to survive. Nice. Nice.
El Dorado. Oh Lord.
Well done.
Well, let's see how that one went.
Yeah.
So now, folks, I'm gonna get everything geared up here, but there's gonna be one more thing we do before I go tonight because it's my show. But what I am going to do, I'm gonna get it all lined up. So where are you at? I know you're around here somewhere. There you at. Wow. I'm even getting ads on it now. That's how popular I am on YouTube, folks. My shit's getting ads these days. But, okay. I usually mute the mic when that happens. But, oh well. I'll edit in a standing ovation right there. So, folks, I'm going to do one last thing. I'm going to do this review for this bottle here because Tony G is going to be coming over to my house eventually, and then I can just give the rest of this to him because I don't want it anymore. So, without further ado, this is going to be the final closeout of this bottle here of Jack Daniel's Rye Single Barrel. So, without further ado, join me for this impromptu review before we get to the goodnight poem, folks. So, let's have some fun here. Welcome, one and all, to the K.O.E. Nation for a very special and long time coming spirits review of Jack Daniel's Single Barrel Rye. So, folks, the single barrel craze hit everybody. It hit Jack Daniel's hard. This is Single Barrel Rye Tennessee Rye Whiskey, 47% alcohol by volume from Lynchburg, Tennessee. So let's see. Our single barrel Tennessee Rye Whiskey draws complex flavors of ripe fruit mingled with light toasted oak notes, creating a taste rich with spice and a pleasant lingering finish. We will be the judge of that, folks. So, as you know, we entered Jack Daniel's Single Barrel Rye into the Rye Whiskey Tournament, and it did not fare well. A lot of other different ryes fared a lot better. But let's see how this one fares in its solo review here. As you can see, this bottle has been used in a lot of different videos. And Tony G, big fan of rye whiskey. I'm probably just going to let him polish this one off. So, folks, this is with my Nebraska Bourbon Society glass. Yes, because I'm that kind of cool. Got me a Nebraska Bourbon Society glass for this review. And I know it's rye whiskey, but come on, close enough. It's Jack Daniel's. There's quite a bit of corn in there. So, folks, let's take this up to the nose. Kind of an oily mint is what you're getting. It's very weak, but an oily mint. So this one's definitely had some time to settle in the bottle. I probably had this bottle for about 2 years now. So let's see. Slunjaba. The flavor is all oak and mint. If you love rye whiskey, this is a whiskey you will love. Yeah, that's what I'm getting is oaky mint. The rye mint and oak, and that is all. Oh yeah, a little bit of that that signature Jack Daniel's solvent. So there you go. You're getting oaky mint. None of the butter comes through. And the Jack Daniel's solvent smell that you're used to does come through in the palate. Well, it's not there on the nose, but it is there in the palate this time. Oh boy. So this is one that you're either going to love it or hate it. This is one of those whiskeys where it's either going to be your favorite whiskey in the world, or it's going to be your least favorite whiskey in the world with no middle ground. So that's the reality of Jack Daniel's Single Barrel Rye. If you've got a rye lover in your life, this will be one of the favorite things they've ever had. If you've got a friend that's not that big into rye whiskey, I would recommend something else, even in the Jack Daniel's line, just a single barrel Jack Daniel's Tennessee whiskey. They would probably prefer much greater. And that's my preference anyways. So folks, for those who don't know, we grade on a 5-star scale. 5 meaning you have to have it before you shuffle off this mortal coil. 0 meaning pass it on by. The K.O.E Nation has advised you well. So we're going to grade this as a rye whiskey. As a whiskey. Cask-aged spirit. It's shelving. And for those new to the show, the secret 5th question. Hang on. And cut. Hey, Luca, we're right in the middle of a whiskey review that I'm just because I'm live, so this is a free chance for recording. Actually gonna do this review, then we're gonna wrap up for the evening because it's just been a chill stream, but it's also an AMA. So if you got any questions you want to get in, I'll definitely answer them as soon as I'm done with this review, and we'll get into it. So, fucking great seeing you, Luca. All right. So, as a rye whiskey, I'm going to say this is a very good proof of type for rye whiskey if you love rye whiskey. So, I'm going to give this 3.5 stars as a rye. Now, in terms of as a whiskey, you're limited in what you can do in terms of cocktailing here. You're limited in. And I think putting it on the rocks would probably diminish the few really outstanding flavors you're getting. So I'm going to go 2.75 as a whiskey. As a cask-aged spirit, I'm going to go 2.5. It's right in the middle there, but it's really not much more in my eyes. I'll be honest with you. This is a bottle I have not been impressed with. It's something that I've let other people drink. I've, mixed it with cola. I like if I have guests over and it's like, hey, can I have a drink? First thing I hand to them if I know they're the kind of person that's not a whiskey aficionado or snob, if you will. So in terms of Cascade Spirit, 2.5. Shelving, this is a definitive bottom shelf for me, despite the fact that it would be a top shelf for quite a few people. For me, this is a bottom shelf. In terms of the secret 5th question, when this bottle runs empty, will I seek another one? Actually, don't worry. In post-production, I'll edit this all out. It'll be perfect. It'll be great. But no, I'm going to grab a bottle that should be good, that you should consider. Will I seek another bottle of this Tennessee Single Barrel Rye? No, because what I would recommend is Jack Daniel's Single Barrel Picks. If you can get your hands on a Jack Daniel's Single Barrel store pick, like this is one from Wine, Beer, and Spirits, unopened, I'm saving this for a very special occasion. If you can get your hands on one of these, you will cherish it. The Single Barrel Tennessee whiskey store picks, ascendant. I can't compliment these enough. I am not a lover of Jack Daniels. I'm not a big fan of them. These are worth it. Now, their regular single barrel, I didn't think was that good, but their store picks are ascendant. So, that's just something to keep in mind. Their standard single barrel, I thought was okay, but the single barrel store picks, amazing stuff. I find myself sipping on it more than a bourbon snob like myself likes to admit. It's The store picks, if you can get them, A plus, A plus. Make sure they're the gold label store picks. So, folks, as I'm known to say around here, all that being said, this bottle of Jack Daniels has put in good service in Castle K.O.E for a long time, but now I'm going to give it to T when he comes over because I know he loves rye whiskey and he will appreciate the last bit of this bottle far more than I. So, folks, thank you for being here. Thank you for joining us. God bless every last one of you, and I hope all of you make it back to the K.O.E Nation. Happy, healthy, much the wiser. Till next time, folks. And there you go, folks. That is how the sausage is made here at the K.O.E Nation. Whiskey. I love it. Yeah, and this is actually the only drink I've had today, so I haven't even finished this one off. But I figured before bed, a few sips, probably not a big deal. So, folks, as I'm known to say around here, all that being said, thank you for joining us here tonight at the K.O.E Nation for all the crazy content, a great chill stream. Folks, we're going to have to do this again in the future. I enjoyed it. You enjoyed it. We all came together. We had amazing discussions. God bless every last one of you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for joining us. And like I said, I hope all of you make it back here happy, healthy, much the wiser. May peace, love, blessings, and plenty find their way into your life. God bless every last one of you, folks. And we're going to leave off tonight with one of my favorite poems for the time being, the Diserata. I'm going to start recording some more poems this week. But until then, folks, this is the poem of the week, and this is the poem for now. But here we are, folks. The Diserata by Max Ehrmann. God bless every last one of you. I hope all of you, I'm more into vodka. You know, if you're into vodka, I'm just going to make the recommendation. Find a distillery in your state because vodka is just vodka. It doesn't matter where it comes from. So if you're going to be a vodka man, you just as well support a distillery from your own state. You just as well. Like, that's my only recommendation for vodka. Whatever state, whatever corner of the world you find yourself in, you should probably just drink vodka that's made in that corner of the world. Best way to help the local economy. But folks, God bless every last one of you. I hope you make it back here happy, healthy, much the wiser. And here we are, the Diserata. Nope, we're not quite there yet, are we? It was on mute and stuff. That's a bunch of malarkey. From the UK, supporting good old. Okay, yeah. If you're from the UK, then yeah, like there's plenty of good vodka makers. I mean, anybody that makes decent gin makes decent vodka. So yeah, if you're from the UK, well, God bless from over from a yank from across the pond. God bless. This is actually recorded on my great grandfather's forest property. He's got a field right next to it, but he never took down the trees here, and I'm glad he didn't. So God bless every last one of you. Thank you. Can't wait to see y'all on the flip side, folks. Go placidly amid the noise and the haste, and remember what peace there may be in silence. As far as possible, without surrender, be on good terms with all persons. Speak your truth quietly and clearly, and listen to others. Even to the dull and the ignorant, they too have their story. Avoid loud and aggressive persons. They are vexations to the spirit. If you compare yourself with others, you may become vain or bitter, for always there will be greater and lesser persons than yourself. Enjoy your achievements as well as your plans. Keep interested in your own career, however humble. It is a real possession in the changing fortunes of time. Exercise caution in your business affairs, for the world is full of trickery. But let this not blind you to what virtue there is. Many persons strive for high ideals, and everywhere life is full of heroism. Be yourself, especially do not feign affection. Neither be cynical about love, for in the face of all aridity and disenchantment, it is as perennial as the grass. Take kindly the counsel of the years, gracefully surrendering the things of youth. Nurture strength of spirit to shield you in sudden misfortune. But do not distress yourself with dark imaginings. Many fears are born of fatigue and loneliness. Beyond a wholesome discipline, be gentle with yourself. You are a child of the universe, no less than the trees and the stars. You have a right to be here. And whether or not it is clear to you, no doubt the universe is unfolding as it should. Therefore, be at peace with God, whatever you conceive him to be. And whatever your labors and aspirations in the noisy confusion of life, keep peace in your soul. With all its sham, drudgery, and broken dreams, it's still a beautiful world. Be cheerful. Strive to be happy. The Deserata by Max Emram.